Daytona. 7 letters, 1 word, which sends chills down the spines of fans, tremors through the hearts of racers, and makes gladiators out of those who attempt to tame it. One of the original cathedrals of speed, Daytona International Speedway was built by Bill France Sr. in 1959 as a hopeful proving ground for stock car racing. As time passed, it became one of the most hallowed places in all of motorsports where legends were born and history was written time and time again. Over the past week, nearly 200 drivers have hit these 31-degree high banks, all hoping to write their names into the starting lineup for the biggest test in sim racing. 43 of those succeeded, and today, those 43 gladiators will go to battle in hopes of standing atop all the rest after 500 grueling miles. Their time is now, but whose time will it be? 9 of the eNASCAR iRacing World Championship competitors are here, all hoping to stake their claims ahead of the season opener next week. They have the medal, but there are 34 others here as well, each hoping to try and stop the favorites and etch their names forever into the record books. 43 drivers, 1 goal. 500 miles, 1 race. This is Daytona. This is the Podium eSports Daytona 500. Hello friends, and welcome to the Podium eSports Network and coverage of the Podium eSports Daytona 500, presented by Sim Motorsports, your home for sim lab gear in the United States. I'm Speed Sports' Jacob Seelman, and in just a few moments I'll be joined by the remainder of our broadcast crew as we count you down to the start of this afternoon's Podium eSports Daytona 500. All the stars are here, awaiting their time to shine once the green flag drops this afternoon, and we couldn't be more excited to have you along for the ride. Gene Shepard once said that if horse racing is the sport of kings, then auto racing, this furious and sometimes brutal game, is the sport of friends. So come along, friends, and enjoy iRacing's version of the Great American Race. And it starts right now with the man who helped bring the magic to Podium eSports, who I'll be joining in the broadcast booth in a matter of moments, the voice of Podium eSports from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Mr. James Pike. Good afternoon, my friend.
And good afternoon, Jacob Seelman, our good friend and official from Lincolnton, North Carolina. And a good afternoon to all of you race fans, and welcome to Podium eSports coverage of the Daytona 500 this afternoon, live from Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. And Jacob touched on so much of it in the beginning. 180-plus drivers whittled themselves down yesterday to the top 43 in the field, and that's where we are right now. 43 drivers, 200 laps, 500 miles, no time limits, and one Sim Lab rig to give away, courtesy of our friends at Sim Motorsports, the presenting partner of this year's edition of the Great American Race. So much to talk about, Jacob Seelman. So many storylines here. So many of the eNASCAR World Championship Series drivers, as you mentioned, almost a quarter of the field that will take the green flag right here at Daytona International Speedway on February 11th are in today's starting grid. And then a few drivers who had to bust tail. One of them, I think the two in particular actually, who had to run through the last chance qualifier and then race their way into the Daytona 500. Derek Justice and Brandon Cattell, one of the eNASCAR World Championship Series drivers. But those two had to go through the entire gauntlet yesterday. It was a long day of racing, but Jacob, they're here, they've made it, and they are emblematic of the sort of test that the Podium eSports Daytona 500 provides.
They absolutely are, James, and it's one of those where you sit back and realize just how tough this race was to make. As I mentioned in the intro, nearly 200 stars all came with one goal in mind, to be in this field, and now 43 stand here ready to go in just a matter of about some 24 minutes. And as you mentioned, many of them with their own set of challenges, their own road to hoe to get to this point. And now that they're at this point, the real challenge of 200 laps, 500 miles at the World Center of Racing begins. This is where I believe we will see something very special happen over the course of the next 3 hours. And if you thought you saw everything over the course of the week leading up to today's race, I'm here to tell you, you haven't seen anything yet. This field is loaded from top to bottom. There's talent from end to end, and that's the tough part. There is so much talent, and only one driver can reign victorious at the end of this afternoon.
I saw.
As we will talk to so many of the drivers that will make today's Podium eSports Daytona 500 happen, but first and foremost, Liam Brotherton on the list of drivers we get to talk to in the pre-race show. Liam joins us here in the booth with us. And Liam, you, I think first off, we should just talk about how wild your ride was yesterday in the duel, because you came across the line spitting as they wrecked at the end, and you literally came into the Daytona 500 and made your way into the show sideways across the start-finish line. How nerve-wracking was that 10 to 15 second stretch where you didn't know which way you were facing, much less whether or not you were going to make the big show?
Well, first of all, thank you guys for broadcasting and having everyone do this again. It should be a really fun race. But going to yesterday, really I only had one goal all the way through, make the race. So in my heat, just trying to get through it, wound up getting fourth. That was cool. Wish I could have done a little better there. Go to the duel, start 14th, just going to chill there pretty much the whole race. Unfortunately, there was a gargantuan crash at the front of the field, and I was all of right in the middle of it. Somehow managed to get through that with hardly any damage, and then continued after that, got back towards the front, going down the back stretch. I think I was somewhere around like 11th or 12th. I keyed up on Mike. I'm just like, all right, guys, here we go down to turn 3. All we got to do is make it back around. Everyone makes the race. And then all heck broke loose coming to start-finish line. And I just remember them kind of wrecking, and it turned me. And so as I'm spinning, I'm just kind of looking for that start-finish line. Like, oh, when am I going to cross it? When am I going to cross it? Come across it, and it shows up 20th initially, and then eventually flips to 19th. So I was a little disappointed there for a second, but then it kind of ticked through. But quite the crazy race.
Quite the crazy race indeed, as we're here with Liam Brotherton out of Kingsport, Tennessee. And Liam, you raced in the Pro Series this year, so you've got some experience racing with some of these drivers. You're not the only Pro Series driver that made the grid. You've been around the sim for a long while. It's not your first go-round in iRacing or at the World Center of Racing. How do you feel like that experience is going to serve you over the course of these next 500 miles?
It should be pretty important. You know, obviously, like I said earlier, when you're going through the duels and the heats, the only goal was making the race. Today, the only goal is get to lap 150, 160 without a ton of damage. You know, if you get wiped out on lap 15, you're not going to get anything out of this race. So my main goal is try and get towards the end of this race with a clean car. As for whether or not I'm going to push super early or ride in the back, that's where the experience kind of comes in, observing how the field is playing and with the teammates I have around me. So hopefully this goes well.
Liam, as always, we'll give you a moment. Who do you need to thank for getting you to this point in the race, and who makes it happen for you?
Well, I have quite a bit to say here real quick, but obviously the sponsor on the car, Sim Speed Shop, there we go, we got it out. They footed the bill for the entry fee and everything, so very appreciative of that. And Horizon Racing Team, got a few different drivers in this race with me, and I got some teammates, but really I want to talk about the car specifically. Unfortunately, these last 2 weeks, I personally have lost a great friend of mine, and two of my better friends have also lost their fathers. So my friend Ethan, who I used to work with for a long period of time, took him to his first race last year. He died of leukemia this last week, and Seth the Merchant's father, Robert, and Jared Darling's father, Tim, also died. And so they're on my car today, and we're trying to give them a good ride. Hopefully we can kind of, bring a memory to them and just kind of honor their legacy a little while.
Condolences all around, Liam, to that whole group. And thanks, as always, for taking the time to come up here and speak with us. Best of luck to you and everybody behind that number 10 car in our version of the Great American Race in just a little bit.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Liam Brotherton, you'll see him in the number 10 machine a little bit later on when we get the green flag at the bottom of the hour. And Jacob, so many big names here. Brent McCoy coming in next, and Glovebox Motorsports. What a week they've had. They were so strong in both the National Series race on Wednesday night and the Xfinity Series race on Thursday night. Didn't quite get the victories that they wanted, but they ran up front in both of those races. No surprise that they've got a representative in today's race, and I have a hunch he could be pretty strong as well.
You know, from everything I've seen this week, I do agree with you, James. I think McCoy, the pride of Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin, could easily have a shot in this one. He starts mid-pack, rolls off, right around that 15th to 20th region when we go green this afternoon. But we know you can win from anywhere, and the big key is just staying out of trouble, staying out of that hornet's nest early on to, as Liam alluded to, give yourself a shot in that last 125 miles.
Because you just have to survive and make it. It's sort of the same mentality that a lot of drivers had in the heats, and I think we saw it especially with the eNASCAR World Championship Series drivers, how they just sort of hung on and waited around in a lot of these heats. Didn't really worry about trying to race each other all that much. It was only in the duels where we saw them get on the wheel and go after it. So I think the first 3 quarters of the race, they'll probably be relatively calm, and then it should explode in the last 50. At least that's what we had last year. John Gorlinski and Colin Keister were 1-2 for a good chunk of that opening 3 quarters, and then they got into it coming off the turn 2 and wrecked, and it just set everything off from there.
And how many times have we seen that? Let's be real, where one moment sets off a firestorm or a chain of events, so to speak, that certainly changes the course of a race or races at Daytona and races of the like. And I believe, James, we are now joined by Brent McCoy as we get set to roll through continuing pre-race for the Podium eSports Daytona 500.
McCoy now joins us up in the booth, the driver of the number 29 machine. And Brent, we were just talking about the great runs that Glovebox Motorsports has had over the course of Speed Weeks. I have to believe you've learned a little bit from the racing that you've done. So what'd you pick up yesterday and then Thursday and Wednesday that you're going to bring into today?
Yeah, it's been a pretty eventful week so far for us. I came into the National Series race last Wednesday, not expecting a whole lot. That 2007 Daytona track is rough, let me tell you, but it went well. We were up front the entire time, and then the Xfinity race on Thursday, we were up front. I think we led 66 laps of that 100-lap race. And again, like every single Daytona race you seem to come across, and I got a feeling this one's going to be the same way. you got to have some luck on your side. So we ran out of luck that Xfinity race. We're hoping that when we do this race here later on this afternoon, that we can stay out of trouble for about the first 150 laps, and then that final 50, maybe 40 laps, try to push it pretty hard.
How big is it for you? A small little note here as we look at the starting grid. You are the only driver from Michigan in this field, so you represent the entire Wolverine state in this race today. How proud are you to be able to hold that distinction, and how big will that be going later on into the race?
Yeah, it's always good when you're able to represent your community that you're from. You know, being a small community, it's good to get out here on the iRacing stage and represent what we got. Hopefully we put on a good showing for everyone back home and even for everyone in iRacing and Podium eSports.
Brent, as always, who makes it happen for you and the number 29 machine?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out first to the team back at the shop. They did an excellent job, not only yesterday, but all Wednesday and Thursday, spotting, telling me where the runs are coming from. It was great to have them back. I also want to give a shout out to Silver Fox Race Designs for the wonderful paint that they provided here for us. And then I also want to recommend everyone go check out the Make-A-Wish Foundation, if you would, please. You're going to see them plastered all over my car. I'm a huge supporter of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And, yeah, give them a shot.
Well, Brent, best of luck to you a little bit later today, and we look forward to seeing what you and the number 29 car can do in our version of the Great American Race.
Yeah, thank you, guys. It's going to be a good race. I'm looking forward to it. Let's have some fun.
Brent McCoy, driver the number 29 for Glovebox Motorsports. And we turn now from Brent McCoy, Jacob Seelman, to two drivers who also had entertaining runs in the Abruzzi Race Fair USA duels last night. Spencer Tarn and Zach Johnson, rather, both here with us in the booth. And Spencer and Zach should be very excited, I would think. I would think
so, and I want to turn to Zach first, only because he and I were actually discussing this last night. When James says you had an eventful road to get to this point, it was not just through the duels last night. Your eventful road, Zach, actually started at the very beginning of the day yesterday.
Oh my God, I've had a journey here this whole week, and especially like yesterday. I barely made it in through the my last heat. I think 90 seconds before I grid started, I get random nosebleeds all the time, and I got like a really bad one right before I was about to grid. I barely made it to the grid, and I feel like because of like what was happening there, I was having to like ease up, stay in the back of the pack for that whole like first run, and that wreck on lap 3, I think everybody wrecked around me, so I was able to stay out of that wreck because of that. So bad fortune turned into good fortune. I made it through that, made it to the duels. Somehow made it through that, and I'm here today, thank God.
Spencer, obviously we talk about the road being different for each one to get to this point. For you, I know certainly not quite as eventful as Zach, but an eventful day yesterday nevertheless. How relieved are you to have a spot in the field of 43 and know that here in just a few minutes it's going to be time to strap in and go to work?
Yeah, obviously this is one of the biggest races in sim racing going on right now, so just to make this field is a big deal. We locked into the heat pretty easily without getting into a LCQ, which was nice, and then in the duels last night, we had a car, just come up and put us in the wall, and I thought our night was over. We were down on RPM, but we just stuck it out, and we ended up finishing 11th, so not a terrible starting spot for the big one today.
Spencer, when you look at this race, we've already heard a couple of the guys talk about it and note that this is a marathon. It's not a sprint race like we've seen the rest of the week. How, do you think the intensity is going to be there in the opening laps like we've seen, or do you think everybody minds their P's and Q's and gives a little bit of a breather at the start of this race because they know they've got to be there at the end?
Yeah, obviously this is a 500-mile race, so I wouldn't want to get too crazy on the front. I think it's going to go green flag quite a bit of the way, and then it's going to get real dicey at the end. But you never know. There's going to be a lot of guys that just want to get up front and stay up front the whole time, knowing that when it gets 3 and 4 wide late in the race, you might not have anywhere to go.
Both Spencer and Zach, you got big days ahead of you, so we'll let you get back to it. But before we let you go, as always, who makes it happen for you and your race teams?
Yeah, I got to thank all the guys that help us out. S2R Racing, my sponsors, Fatal Concept Designs, everybody that helped us get out here. So thank you all those people.
Yeah, thank you back to everyone at AOD Racing, especially Brandon for being my spotter today. just glad to be representing Racing Pride here today.
Spencer and Zach, thanks so much as always for your time. Best of luck to both of you, and who knows, we might be talking to one or not both of you after today's race.
Okay, thank you. Hope to be there.
Zach Johnson, Spencer Tart in the field, and we turn from Zach and Spencer to the unacceptable eSports drivers, James Kula and Ricky Harden, now up here in the booth. And James has already got one victory during Speed Weeks. He won the race that we had on Wednesday night. We ran the old K&N National Cars at the 2007 scan of Daytona. Ricky, a longtime competitor at Podium eSports, a veteran of the Podium eSports Elite Series, and had that tremendous victory at Charlotte in May where he nailed fuel strategy Alexander Rossi style to beat Daniel Falkingham to the line by, maybe 3 or 4 tenths of a second at best. But James and Ricky, both congratulations on making it here, and welcome up to the booth and the broadcast.
Well, thank you. It was tough to get here, but we're glad to be racing here on Sunday, and let's have some fun.
Yeah, hey, I'm ready.
James, you're probably as well versed as anyone to speak on this, given how crazy things have been over the week. But you've run Old Daytona, you've run New Daytona, you've run the old car, you've run the new car. How does the K&N National car compare to this Cup car that we're racing today in the 500?
Well, on Wednesday night, it was absolutely just old school, stock car racing. The bumpy Daytona, so you had to be careful going 3 wide. You still had the plate on there, so you didn't have the throttle response. I mean, this is, first time in the car for the new package was on Friday night for qualifying practice, and then first time racing was yesterday in the heat. So it's completely new. I've never raced Daytona like this before, but it ends up kind of the same strategies and everything wound up being the same. You have to be smart. Watching everyone yesterday, it's not saying much, but we're definitely one of the smarter people out there, and we're not the smartest people. So that'll be fun today. Just stay out of trouble and kind of be there at the end, and don't put your car in an unnecessary position.
And Ricky, I want to turn to you and talk about the importance of drafting and teammates. You'll have James in here. You and Tommy Ryan in particular worked together so well for a significant chunk of your dual race. How important is it going to be to have teammates working alongside you, working with you as you try and navigate these 200 laps in 500 miles?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very important, especially if we get those long green flag runs and we separate into smaller packs. I want to be with people I trust to push well. There are a lot of guys that are either too aggressive or just careless with pushing, and I don't like that, man. I'm more about survival to get to the finish. At the end of the race, yes, I get it, but early on, I want to be around people I trust and who can make me go fast too. So I'm hoping that the teammates will be around me. We only have 3 of us in this race, me and Krahula and then Josh Skrupa, but we'll be looking for them.
Generally speaking, do you have a game plan? Obviously, no need to reveal all the details, but do you feel like you guys are going to go out to the back and just hang out for, the first half, the first 3 quarters of this race, or do you think you're more likely to try and control it from the front?
Well, James and I are starting at the back, so I mean our strategy is pretty much set for us. We don't want to. I don't think it's a good idea to charge through the field right off the bat. But obviously, if the opportunity presents itself, we could. It just depends. You never know with these races. You have to wait and see how it shakes out. Are they running 2 lanes really tight with each other? Are they forming a 3rd lane? Are they single file? What are they doing? So the strategy is kind of on the fly. You never really know.
And as always, to both of you, take a moment and send your thank yous, your shout-outs, and let everybody know who makes it happen for you with these cars in an unacceptable eSports.
Well, yeah, I got to thank Unacceptable eSports for allowing me to come back for a little reunion for this race. Coastal Safety Auditors and Patriot Fire, longtime sponsor of us. Le Mans Karting. Ricky will say Northern Tools, and we got Jody Green Photography on there. We're just excited. Let's go out there, let's have a good attitude about today. It's been an absolute blast to do this event, and really looking forward to it.
Yep, I'll add to that. I'm just happy to be here. Thanks to Jody Green.
We're
for
just
painting
happy
the
to
car.
be in the
That's
show.
right. We're just happy to be here, man. We knew it would be tough to make it in, and that duel yesterday was, it was wild there at the end. And unfortunately, I had a crew chief on top of the box named Krahula who was telling me to pit and fix damage when I really should have stayed out and restarted in third probably. But whatever, we still made it in. So thanks to the rest of the team. Thanks to Tommy for spotting and Jody for helping us out, and all the other team members that do what they do, ready to have some fun.
Yeah, I'm just sticking to fuel numbers today. No
that. Yeah,
no other strategy today.
No other strategy, and that's the only thing that matters here. James and Ricky, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us, and best of luck to both of you and everybody at Unacceptable Esports in today's race.
Thank you, guys. Have fun up here.
Yeah, thanks, James. Thanks, guys.
James Krahula, Ricky Harden, both racing for Unacceptable Esports, and starting a little bit further back in the grid. Krahula starting inside of row 17, so 33rd, I suppose, if my math is right. Ricky is on the outside of row 19, so 38th, both in the 30s. But as they said, Jacob, definitely happy to be around and happy to make it, and very, I think, aware of how big it is just to be in the show.
Oh, absolutely, and it's funny. I'm sitting here listening to them just being happy to be here, and quite frankly, I'm just happy to be back here. Last night, I felt like I was being thrown to the wolves again. Today, though, it's settle in, sit back, relax, and get set to rock and roll for 500 miles. Really excited about it, James. And I know we've talked about the talent from top to bottom, but even as these guys are getting set to go, finishing up practice already, I think you're seeing the battle lines being drawn just a little bit here. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
We welcome in the third member of today's broadcast booth, a name that those of you well associated with Podium eSports will know from many, many broadcasts prior. David Schilthouse is back up in the booth with us today for our Great American Race. And David, so glad to have you up here in the booth again. So glad to be back together again. And now, with me and with Sealman and with you, it's a bit of an all-star cast up here.
Thank you, James. I appreciate the warm welcome back to the booth. It's good to be back here. Had a fun day yesterday, a long day yesterday, and we never got to work a show together. It always felt like we were just at arm's length on the other side of the glass from one another. But here we are back reunited today, and Jacob, good to be up here in the booth with you as well. Excited to work with you today. You did a great job yesterday, and I think we're all set for everything we're going to need to kick off this fantastic Sunday, a long string of Sundays full of racing to come. But why wouldn't we want to be the ones who carry that banner into the war and be the first ones to go here for this second running of the Podium eSports Daytona 500. I am excited. It's a brand new day, fresh start for a lot of people. Everyone got a little bit of a break last night. Hopefully they got some sleep, and everyone's just focused on the race here at hand today.
2 Tar Heel State natives and an Arizonan, Pike. That sounds like the start of a really bad joke or hopefully a really good broadcast. I'm not sure which.
How about a road trip? Option C. I like that a little bit more. I-40 would carry you straight to him, Wouldn't be all that hard. Just have to make sure that you find the energy to complete that 2 or so hour marathon. I don't even know how long it would be to get out there from here. But, guys, not that long to go here. We're closing in. Just a few minutes here in practice. So how are you feeling leading up into this?
Man, oh man, I'm starting to feel probably some of the same nerves that I'm sure these drivers are feeling right now, James. You can tell the intensity in the air is high. It is absolutely ramping up right now, and it's only going to get bigger as we get closer and closer here to the green flag. Once they hit the grid here in just a couple of minutes' time, that's when it's really going to set in for these drivers, David. And it's just about time. The last-minute adjustments being completed, and we're now just about moments away from strapping these guys in and going to work.
I tell you, I've run a few big races in my time. Probably, I don't know if anything quite to this extent. They seemed very big to me at the time, but I think in a comparison base, and probably don't quite stack up to something like this. Certainly not from a competition standpoint. But I remember, I would probably overthink things and over-prepare and over-analyze little things I didn't even need to worry about and end up psyching myself out. If you have a plan, you have a team, you know what you're going to do, I think the best thing that you can do is just stick to that, and if things change along the way, you just got to be flexible. But for right now, in these last few moments before they hit the grid, take a moment, breathe, settle yourself, focus on the big picture of what you have to do 200 laps around here to have a chance to win this race. We've heard from the drivers leading up to this. We heard from it yesterday. Everyone wants to keep their car clean. They want to stay out of trouble, and I think those are two great approaches, but really it all starts with the individual holding the steering wheel and controlling that gas pedal and brake pedal. Everyone has to be on the same page, at least for the opening, 150 laps in the last 50. If you want to go insane, go for it. But if you want a chance to win this thing, you got to be there at the end.
Just need to be able to survive. That's the biggest thing, the biggest theme that we've seen across all of Speed Weeks. So, to both of you quickly before you get the grid, how's the best track? What is the best track to surviving here at Daytona?
I don't know that there is a best track. It's really a case of take your circumstances where you can find them and just hope for a little bit of luck along the way. That's really what it comes down to, because no matter how much you try to plan for this race and this racetrack, you can't plan for everything. It does take some semblance of luck in order to be successful, and the driver who has a plan, has the speed, and has the luck is the one who's going to be in victory lane at the end of the day.
And so with 10 seconds to go, it almost feels like New Year's here. We could count it down just about, but it is just about time to bring you all the starting grid for the second annual Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. 5 drivers with provisionals in this field to get here, and 2 of them up at the front of this field by virtue of their fastest laps on Friday night when we ran all 150 or so drivers through pole night here and made things happen. And amongst all those drivers, it was Matt Quick out of Warrensburg, Missouri, who put down the fastest time, so he starts on pole alongside the other driver who locked himself into the 500 on Friday night, Connellsville, Pennsylvania's Raymond Rittenauer. California's Logan Clampett will start from the 3rd spot. He won the first of Bruzy Raceware USA Duel last night and is joined by the winner of the second of Bruzy Raceware USA Duel, Claremont, North Carolina's Nick Ottinger. Jimmy Mullis from Midland, North Carolina, top 5 in the Daytona 500 a year ago, but look to better that effort. He'll start from the 5th position today. Brandon Cattell out of Alva, Florida, makes his debut in the Podium eSports Daytona 500. The new Clint Boyer Racing driver starts from P6. Daniel Everhart, veteran of the Real Sim Racing Cup Series out of Warner Robins Jr., will start from 7th. McKinney, Texas's Adam Gilliland will start from the 8th position. Derek Justice and all those 31 flavors of ice cream, the franchisee for Baskin Robbins out of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, will start from 9th. Katie Brady out of Marietta, Georgia, will roll off from 10th.
Starting 11th tonight from Spartanburg, South Carolina, Will Cooley. From Blacksburg, Virginia, Josh Grupa rolls 12th. Houston, Texas native Graham Boland starts 13th. And Frostburg, Maryland's Colin Keister 14th. Savannah, Georgia's Kenneth McCullough Jr. 15th. Indianapolis's Jeremy Allen rolls 16th. 17th to Mount Pleasant, Wisconsin's Brent McCoy. Clayton, North Carolina's Ty Bass rolls from 18th. Turlock, California's Eder Martin's 19th. And from Greenville, North Carolina, Jonathan Wall from the outside of row 10 and 20th.
Coming to us from Manchester, Tennessee, Briar LaPrade will start 21st. Jacob Bell out of Florida will start in 22nd. Max Brady out of Marietta, Georgia in 23rd. Spencer Tart from Fruitland Park, Florida in 24th. Michael Whitaker out of Ringgold, Georgia in 25th. Right from the heart of Raceville, Mooresville, North Carolina, Danny Hansen from 26th. Chris Parkman out of Lancaster, South Carolina in 27th. 28th belongs to Hampton, Virginia's James Gibson. Brent Keith from Tipton, Missouri, coming from the 29th position. Blake Reynolds out of Houston, Texas in 30th.
West Bend, Wisconsin's Gareth Conrath is 31st. 32nd out of Manistee, Arkansas is Brandon Holder. James Grahula from Fort Worth, Texas is 33rd. And Wisconsin's Dylan Jones is from 34th. 35th is where you'll find New Canaan, Connecticut's Christian Peterson. Maple Shade, New Jersey, Zachary Johnson starts 36th. 37th is South Carolina's Justin Patello. Greenville, South Carolina's Ricky Harden starts 38th. 39th will be Nanticoke, Pennsylvania's Mark Michkowski. Liam Brotherton from Kingsport, Tennessee starts 40th. Tolono, Illinois' Seth Hatchell starts 41st. 42nd will be Garrett Maines out of Powhatan, Virginia. And Malik Gray out of Greenwood, South Carolina starts shotgun on this field. 500 miles, 200 laps here. We are in sim right after 1 o'clock. And the Ledford Billiard Supply green flag is out, and we are underway with the second annual Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. And they go 2 by 2 by 2 into the first turn, and it's Matt Quick in all those colors on his car, joined by Raymond Rittenauer on the outside. A little bit of a move from Logan Clampett in the 99 as Matt Quick begins to jump out in front of this field and quickly takes control of 43 cars as they come down to the backstretch for the first time.
They spill down the Daytona Superstretch for the first time this afternoon. It's going to take almost the whole of this first lap for everybody to come up to speed. Still 2 by 2. They roll into turn number 3. Rittenauer, no run on the outside lane. Logan Clampett with the shove to the pole sitter. Matt Quick glued to that double yellow line. Now Clampett ducks to the outside. Could we have a change for the lead at the end of lap 1? Clampett tries, but here comes the help on the bottom from Jimmy Mullis, the pole sitter. Matt Quick leads lap number 1 as we circulate back into turn number 1. Still 2 by 2 out in front.
Still 2 by 2 out in front, and Clampett there with Matt Quick. I see Brandon Cattell, the Clint Boyer Racing driver, jumping to the outside, trying to make the third line happen very early on in this race, but nothing yet for the 14 and no help, so he might go a little bit further backwards than he initially intended. Meanwhile, Logan Clampett with help from Raymond Rittenauer on the outside, and the number 25 machine of Nick Ottinger all coming along. The William Iron eSports machine in there as well, and right there on the outside line, third car there, but still Matt Quick with that run in the corners, that inside so strong down on corner exit.
A good run for that bottom line, and Cattell slotted in that top line just in front of the 16 of Ty Bass. So I'm not sure if he was just testing that outside lane. He jumps out there one more time. We saw him do this in his heat race last night. Similar sort of thing, testing that high side to see if anybody's going to go with him. That was the lane that you had to create if you were going to work your way up through the field. So far, he's the lone man marching up there on the high side. Nobody wants to join that number 14.
How about the change, by the way, James? Logan Clampett right to the top spot with the run on the outside. The outside lane's formed up, and they're really getting some momentum going. Here goes Rittenauer to the lead in turn 3.
Rittenauer trying to take the lead away from Logan Clampett in the number 99 machine. He's gotten the nose ahead, but again, the inside on corner exit with tons of speed, although they got a great run out of the corner. Look at Nick Ottinger push Raymond Rittenauer to the front and get him out in front by almost a car length as Rittenauer leads that lap. Clampett back to second. Ottinger was third that last time by, and then Clampett will get the run on the inside and draw level and then draw ahead of the 87.
They settle it out there for just a moment. Clampett able to defend that bottom lane here as now Quick trying to keep glued to him. That inside lane still formed up very well. Here comes the third lane though on the far outside, led by the 14 of Brandon Cattell. Cattell trying to make tracks. He got up to about 4th spot, 3 wide on the extreme high lane, but now falls back on the banking. That third lane going to take a little bit of time, I think, James, to be able to really come in, but Cattell trying to make some moves early on as he's had to come forward from, well, he started 6th, but he fell back and now trying to work his way forward again.
Danny Hansen up there trying to work with Daniel Eberhard, but Hansen slides back down to the inside, and Eberhard will go backwards. So it's just Adam Goland and Brandon Cattell and Ty Bass up there, the 2 Ford Mustangs, trying to make something happen on that third line. Meanwhile, Rittenauer again with a huge push from Nick Ottinger, and Derek Justice right in the middle, and there goes Jimmy Mullis to the second lane. So Mullis will bring his Sim Seats Toyota for Richmond Raceway eSports into that middle groove and try and get around Cattell and company and push his way up towards the front.
Rittenauer drops down to the bottom side to pick up Logan Clampett. That'll leave the 25 of Nick Ottinger to defend off that middle lane with a big push from behind. 31 flavors of push at Daytona from Derek Justice coming your way. I'm sure we'll make that joke plenty of times today. Don't you worry, but does Derek Justice want to take a peek to that outside? I know he loves to run the outside. He loves to take a 3 wide up there by the wall. Risky move early. That third lane has sort of died off once again. Not really anything cooking. Gilliland is the one dropping back way back there. I think Cattell got the word that it's just not going to happen right now. Get back down to 2 wide. Gilliland's going to fall back to about the 16th, 17th position, somewhere around there.
Gilliland's going to slide way in the back here, and he and Cattell and Ty Bass are going to slide right about to the back of where the 2 by 2 by 2 ends, because once you get back to about 20th, and you can already see it, Jacob, a lot of these drivers beginning to string themselves out. It's all just One by one by one by one by one. My hunch is that some of these drivers might be trying to drop to the back in order to avoid things, but don't tell that to Logan Clampett, because here comes the 99 Valvoline machine for Burton Kligerman eSports up to the front again, out in front of Raymond Rittenauer, and he'll drop to the bottom to marshal that inside lane from the point.
There was almost contact about a half lap ago between Matt Quick and Nick Ottinger. They got very, very tight going through the banking, and I was worried they were getting a little too dicey for these early laps. I really still think they're a little too dicey for these early laps, but guys trying to make moves and position themselves. At least we're back 2 by 2 for the moment as they spill into the banking again. How about the driver? Third car on the outside lane. Jacob Bell started outside the 11th row in 22nd. He now rides in the 7th position and really has marshaled his way forward behind Jimmy Mullis, trying to make tracks on the outside.
Everybody trying to push things. Brandon Cadell still trying to make that third line work as best he can, but still no help. Still nothing early. Still 2 by 2 all the way back to Adam Gilliland in the 12th spot. So everybody's stringing themselves out a little bit more as we begin to work our way through the opening laps of this race. Currently working lap 8 of 200, and Logan Clampett, just like he did in his heat, just like he did in his duel, down at the front, at the bottom, and in control of everything. But Nick Ottinger now making his first appearance as the first car on that outside line with help from the 46 of Jimmy Mullis.
And it is a great push from Jimmy Mullis, but not good enough to propel that second lane ahead of the bottom lane. Clampett's just so good out there in front. Got a great pusher from behind, and Ray Rittenauer as well. And, you know, the shorter way around the racetrack is the fastest way. That's what they always say, and Clampett's taking full advantage of that. I think it's one of those things where you go with what you know, right? It worked for him yesterday twice. Why not do it a third time? It seems to be the best route for him to go, and everyone seems to be happy to ride in line. I'm still keeping an eye on Brandon Cattell, trying to make that third lane work. He still has a little bit of a push from behind. Gilliland was taking a look at it, falls back into that middle lane. So Cattell, once again, the lonely man on the island, but he is dedicated. He is wanting to make that outside lane work. He just doesn't have enough help.
Doesn't have enough help, you're right, although we saw Graham Bolin in the number 18 machine for Joe Gibbs Racing try and jump to the outside lane to give him help, but just wasn't close enough to make something happen. So the first car there might well be the 8 of Adam Gilliland and Brandon Cattell. We know how well those two worked together last night, Jacob. They both ran up near the front of duel number 2 for a good chunk of proceedings and both qualified their way into the Daytona 500 by virtue of their performances there. So it makes me wonder if we might see the 8 and the 14 team up once again in the big show today.
Boy, they were so good working together in the draft during that second duel last night. And 2 things that have stuck out to me through these early laps as we work lap number 10. Jeremy Allen is dedicated to the bottom, and it's eventually going to get into the front of the field, I believe. And the second thing is the 2 drivers you pointed out. The 8 of Adam Gilliland pushing the 14 of Brandon Cattell. That is a very, very potent pairing that we've seen be able to work their way forward with a lot of speed in short bursts. Could that be a factor if they're around at the end? I can't believe I already mentioned the end. We've still got 190 laps to go in this second running of the Podium eSports Daytona 500, and it's still side by side at the head of the field. Nick Ottinger has tried for about 2.5 laps now to get around the 99 of Logan Clampett. The problem is he is not getting enough of a push from the 46 of Jimmy Mullis. They've tried as they might. They cannot break free. It's still 2 by 2 down the Daytona super stretch.
Here comes a big run for Adam Gilliland and Brandon Cattell as Ottinger gets a bump from Jimmy Mullis coming down the back straightaway. And now Ottinger finally got the run that he needed to get in front of Logan Clampett. So Ottinger goes to the bottom, right in front of the 99. And Jimmy Mullis now is the first car on the outside. But again, here come Cattell and Adam Gilliland as they weave their way through into the tri-oval. Look at those 2 on the outside with all the momentum and the speed. They might be alongside Briar LaPrade when they get to turn 1.
This has been a great push. So entertaining to watch. So fun to watch these guys that are committed to making that third lane work. And it's been the same 2, at least, Gilliland and Cattell. They want to make it work right up against the wall. And they've gotten some good runs, and then it's died off. Like right now, just don't have the momentum as they go down the Daytona super stretch. That middle lane, that bottom lane pulling ahead. And Cattell looks like he's going to drop off and pick up the double O of Will Cooley again. Leave Gilliland out to dry on that way high side. So you keep trying it. You keep trying it. It doesn't work, but at least they're committed to it. I liked seeing that everyone wants to try and work together to allow 3 lanes of racing. It's not easy to do, but those same guys trying to make it work, eventually it's going to pay off.
You know what that looked like to me, Jacob? That almost looked like a notebook test, as it were. Something where Gilliland and Cattell got together and said, hey, let's try this. Let's see what happens if we push now and give it 100% for about 20, 30 seconds. We'll just try this idea out. And if we know how it works now, then we'll have a better sense of what we need to do when we get later in the race and we actually need to use those sorts of moves to get towards the front. As Jimmy Mullis gets a tremendous run from Jacob Bell down the backstretch. I don't think he'll be clear of Ottinger. It'll be tight. He decides to stay up high. Thought about coming down low and then stays up high, so Ottinger will be able to draw alongside. But interesting one, I think, for Cattell and Gilliland to test that idea that early.
Well, if I'm Gilliland, I'm not as worried about the test that we just finished as I am what was right out of my windshield about a half lap ago. Very nervous moment by the three of Blake Reynolds down the super stretch last time. He was squirrely in the middle of the draft, and Gilliland had to back off for just a brief second there. Everybody hung on to it. Now Gilliland's sitting back about 16th place at the tail of what I would call really this first lead pack. Meanwhile, Brandon Cattell, as David mentioned, still committed to that outside lane. He's up a couple rows just on the fringes of the top 10 as Gilliland ducks to the outside of the Team Dillon Esports number 3 of Blake Reynolds. So we're starting to stack them up one more time. Ottinger, Mullis, Clampett, though, still going hot and heavy for the lead as they come out of the banking.
Hill side by side for the race lead. Mullis with the nose ahead. Now Ottinger with the nose ahead at the stripe. Give it to Nick Ottinger by 9 1/1000ths of a second. So not all that much between these front two, but it almost seems like things have settled down just a little bit, and it just depends on what kind of run you can get to the outside. Jacob, you said that Jeremy Allen is committed to the bottom. Not wrong about that. Look at him, except now he's up to the outside. So maybe that's not necessarily true, but we're starting to see some of these drivers work to the outside lane and then drop down, and I almost wonder if that might be the way to get to the front of this field. And I almost wonder if we might see drivers sort of cycle backwards along the inside and then come forward along the outside, because if you get the pushes right, especially down the backstretch in particular, you can jump out a car length ahead of the person leading that bottom line and can get into that bottom line yourself.
You know, it's an interesting thing you bring up there, James, because Jeremy Allen's car has not looked comfortable on the outside lane yet this week during speed weeks, and yet here he is right now, because as you mentioned, he's trying to work his way to the front, and really the only way that any driver's been able to do that so far in this race has been to go to the outside, get a push, and then work your way across the lead onto the bottom of the racetrack. If Allen ever gets to the front of this inside lane, look out, because that car has been the best at playing defense and controlling the bottom as anybody we've seen during speed weeks. Right now, though, the driver in control of the bottom lane as they work through the banking in turns 3 and 4. The Richmond Raceway eSports driver Jimmy Mullis, who heads the field really for the first time outright all race long. He had the lead by 2 1/1000ths of a second last time by. This time he's clear and trying to fend off both Ottinger and Jacob Bell as they head back to turn 1.
You will see this clip on the Richmond Raceway eSports Twitter account, because it's TV time for Jimmy Mullis and that Sim Seats Toyota camera. And a big hello to all of our friends at Richmond Raceway eSports on Twitter. And to those of you paying attention on Twitter, you can use the hashtag Podium500 to join the conversation and talk about today's race. But Mullis in that Camry in control of things, and Jacob Bell now with help from Briar LaPrade. Patriot Briar, known pretty well around these parts on Twitch, one of the most famous streamers in all of iRacing, especially oval racing on iRacing. Now that second car and the outside line trying to push Bell to the front.
And rightfully so. He does a great job on stream. Go drop him a follow if you haven't already. Patriot Briar trying to push his way to the front. James, you talked about the games that these guys might be playing, how they weave their way through the field, put themselves in a position to drop down and take that lead. I think this is all just tests right now. These guys know we got a long race to go, and this is the time to test if everyone's going to allow it, and it seems that everybody will allow it. You're going to move up through the field, you're going to cycle up to the front, you're going to drop down, lead a lap or two, and then you're going to get cycled out. That's what we've seen. Look at where Logan Clampett's currently running. He's the third car on the bottom lane. As that bottom lane loses some momentum, that middle lane surging ahead, but it wasn't too long ago Logan Clampett was leading this race. Now he's seen three drivers drop down in front of him on that bottom lane. That's going to be the way this race goes, at least for a little while. Remember, if this thing keeps up, we're going to have a cycle of green flag pit stops. That could shake things up as well.
How about Briar LaPrade and Jeremy Allen? Come to the front. Contact. There goes Jacob Bell to the inside. We nearly had an incident. Everybody checks up, gets on the grass. Everybody, I think okay, but we nearly lost a tremendous amount of cars as everybody merges back up onto the racetrack, and I think we're going to say green flag racing, but that was ever so close. As you take a look at the replay here, we'll see what happened. It was just contact between Bell, and I couldn't tell, might have been the 46 and Mullis, not totally certain, but very, very close here as they came through the tri-oval. You see the push that Briar LaPrade got from the 47 of Jeremy Allen, and then the 47 tried to come down and nearly knock Bell out into the grass and into the pit road wall. So Bell will have to regroup and is now all the way back in the 29th position. Here comes the 54 machine though to the outside. Kenny Brady, we haven't called his name yet, but the 54 machine of Brady now alongside Briar LaPrade for the race lead.
James, I've got to believe that the 47 of Jeremy Allen just thought he was clear and wasn't quite clear. When getting a look at that replay, he tried to come down, and I think the nose of the 77 was still in the space. So a very, very tough break there for Jacob, who now is going to have to regroup, settle back in, while Briar LaPrade all of a sudden out in front. And I'm marveling at the run that those guys got on the outside lane to take the lead. That's the biggest run that we've seen out of that middle to outside lane so far in this race.
Kenny Brady to the outside, one of a pair of drivers from Marietta, Georgia in the field today, trying to take over the lead from Briar LaPrade, Patriot Briar, who is so famous and comes to us out of Manchester, Tennessee, probably better known as the home of the Bonnaroo Music Festival for those of you who are musically inclined. But I'd say in the department of awful jokes and puns, the fact that he's the lead must be music to his ears, right, David Schildhouse?
Oh my gosh, it's been a while since we worked together, but nothing's changed, that's for sure. That's a groaner. But I'll tell you, I'll do you one better. We're talking about Kenny Brady out of Marietta, Georgia. They're known for the Marietta Diner. I'll tell you that. I had many a fine meal there when I spent some time in Atlanta. That's a good place to go. If you're in the area, Marietta Diner, 10 out of 10. Highly recommend. You cannot miss there. So we got a couple of running jokes there at the front, but they're no joke when it comes to speed. That much is for sure.
Here comes Will Cooley now. He's the man behind the 54 machine as Cooley comes to the outside. And just like I thought we might, we're seeing these drivers make the moves on the outside, then slide to the inside, and they're shuffling a little bit further back. Nick Ottinger, who was up at the front of this field some 10-15 laps ago, already back to 8th. Matt Quick already back to 9th. And Brandon Cattell still committed to this 3-wide thing. He's up there, and no surprise, look behind. Guess who he's got help with? Malik Ray in the 51, who's come from dead last on this grid. Malik started all the way back there, and now look what he's doing. Up in that third lane trying to help Cattell, and then they all slide back down to make it 2.
Well, James, it was a huge run. Malik Ray just got up that third lane, and then all of a sudden it stalled out, and it was game over from there. So, now Malik all of a sudden has fallen back 2, 3, 4, 5 car lengths from where Cattell was, but Malik still has Graham Bolin in his trunk. So those two Toyota drivers trying to work together. They may have tried something to see how quickly they could get through, found what they needed, and now they've fallen back out of the hornet's nest, so to speak, that is up front. When you have 4 drivers the last time by within 1/10 of a second of one another at the head of this field fighting for the lead, it is dicey, and right now it has been dicey. Patriot Briar, Kenny Brady, Jeremy Allen, Will Cooley, all still continuing to scrap for the lead.
He's a big name on Twitch when you can call him by his username and people still know who you're talking about. But Kenny Brady and Will Cooley might have something to say about the fact that he's got the lead. And look who they're bringing on the outside. Logan Clampett and Brandon Cattell, who is still trying to make that third line work. And Cattell's got help from Spencer Tart in that number 28 machine. Adam Gillen there on the high side. So a very competent and capable group of drivers in that second lane with more than enough ability to push Kenny Brady and company to the front.
Just look at this field. You see it on your screen there. About the first 12 or so drivers are all side by side, and then everyone else sort of single file on the bottom, just being very patient. So that gives you an insight into the mentality that some of these drivers have. A lot of these guys just taking a safe approach, knowing that there's a high chance that there's a green flag pit stop coming their way, and they just want to make it to that and see where the chips may land after the fact. But there's also a small grouping of drivers up towards the front that want to race. They don't want to run single file. They want to mix it up and see what these runs work like, how the cars are driving in a pack, so they can learn that for later. You're just learning, you're banking all that experience right now and saving it for the end if you really have to pull it out to make a move to win this race. The work you're doing now could pay dividends.
Look at Will Cooley in the 00. Kenny Brady got to the front and immediately got down to the bottom like we've seen so many drivers do already. And Logan Clampett is now the one trying to push Will Cooley into the lead of this race. And then it's still Cattell and Tart and Gillen up there on the top side. Meanwhile, on the inside, Brady leads, and then LaPrade, and then the 47 of Jeremy Allen, and then the 46 of Jimmy Willis, and then Nick Ottinger and Matt Quick, the pole sitter for today, all on that bottom lane. So just the experience and lots of know-how across the top of this field.
James, I'm scrolling back to the back of this pack and watching some of the drivers who are just kind of lurking right now, and really, I think, feeling things out and waiting for the inevitable chaos that they're feeling we're going to see. When you look at Malik Ray in the 51, the 18 of Graham Bolin, 10 Liam Brotherton, they're kind of hanging on the very back of this lead pack, on the bottom, out of, I won't necessarily call it out of harm's way, but certainly out of the middle of a crazy fray. And then you see guys who are starting to try stuff now. Daniel Eberhardt in the 90 with a push up the outside lane, and suddenly things starting to move a little bit. The 11 of Dylan Jones is there with him. They were 23rd and 24th a moment ago. They may be in the top 10 by the time we get back to the start-finish line.
Might not matter, though, because here comes Will Cooley to the outside. Spartanburg, South Carolina's representative in the Podium eSports Daytona 500, trying to nose ahead of Marietta, Georgia's Kenny Brady for the race lead, and they are still side by side in the corner. And Brady got a really good run out of 2, but last time by out of 4, Cooley looked like he was shot out of a cannon with the help that he got from Logan Clampett, and nearly was able to jump in front of Brady in the Trialville of all places, which is about as dangerous a place as you can do it here at Daytona David Schildhouse, because you may end up like Jeremy Allen. And here comes Brady Cattell to the outside, and still Cattell wants to make it 3 wide no matter where he goes.
You got to admire the dedication of Brandon Cattell trying to make that third lane work. JD Army on the rise as Will Cooley leads that middle lane, trying to lead laps here in the Podium eSports Daytona 500. And what a huge accomplishment that is already. That's a great run for Cooley. I know he's got to be having a little bit of a smile as he's focusing behind the wheel of that race car. I know he's got great push help from behind in the form of Logan Clampett, but here comes Brandon Cattell. Third car up on the high side, just outside of that second lane. If he could get just a little bit more help, and I know he's probably screaming for help right now. He knows he could get to the front. It's just nobody wants to go push him right now.
Nobody wants to make it 3 wide. Nobody wants to take that risk yet. That's the big takeaway that I think I'm seeing. But if we start getting to a point later in this race where drivers decide to take a little bit more liberty and be a little bit more aggressive, my hunch is that Cattell might end up being the beneficiary, at least to start, although it could end sideways, because, friendly reminder for those who watched the Bruzy Raceway USA Duel at Daytona last night that he was in, Adam Gillen tried to bump draft Cattell off of 4, and Cattell got into Richard Reagan, and Reagan was the one who ended up spinning in front of the field. So Cattell almost missed this race outright by being involved in that wreck. So I suppose, Jacob, it goes both ways. You just sort of have to have luck, and you wonder potentially if the same issues that plagued the Camaro ZL1 noses in real life at the plate tracks, just with the pointiness, might plague the ZL1s that we see here today. Those noses are a little bit more pointed. You can't line them up as easily as you can with the Mustangs or the Camrys, and who knows, maybe that plays into the conversation when we get towards the end of the race.
It could play into the conversation, but at the same time, when we get down to those last couple of laps, I'm not sure you really care if it plays into the conversation. You're laying on the back bumper of whoever's in front of you, trying to get all it's worth, and, you know, that's something that we're going to have to keep in our minds, about 2.5 hours from now, because we are working lap number 30 of the second annual Podium eSports Daytona 500. Kenny Brady out in front right now. Brian LaPrade was second across the line last time by. He's battling for it right now with the 00 of Will Cooley, Logan Clampett, Jeremy Allen among the top 5. Jimmy Mullis, Nick Ottinger, Spencer Tart, Matt Quick, Brandon Cattell, all trying to challenge the run up the back straightaway. Battle for the race lead. Will Cooley with a big run, trying to take it away from Kenny Brady. Not clear going into turn 3. They'll go side by side into the 31-degree banks.
You could not separate them. They are dead even coming out of 4. So the question then becomes, where's the run? Where do you turn? Where do you go? Who makes the move? There goes Spencer Tart to the inside. He wiggled his way right in front of Brandon Cattell. Barely had any room to pull it. Meanwhile, still the 00, still the 54, and still Brandon Cattell trying to go to the outside, but he might have help coming in the form of Mark Miskowski in the 39 machine, that bright green Bobby Labonte colored machine, honoring the newly minted NASCAR Hall of Famer who went in this weekend in Charlotte, North Carolina, trying to push his way up to the front. We haven't called his name first, but he almost missed the race. It was the last car in the 500 that Miskowski was in his duel. Barely made the cutoff, and now here he is trying to help Brandon Cattell in that third lane to get to the front.
A little bit of hesitation there from Miskowski going into turn 3. and now he's going to drop way back. He had to step on the brakes. It looked like Gilliland was going to come up to pick up that third lane and possibly go up in front of Miskowski, and better safe than sorry. He hit the brakes, but you see the result. He's dropping like a stone all the way back into this field. When they come across the line, he's going to go from somewhere around 10th to about 20th or so, and that just shows you how much momentum works at this racetrack. So it was a good run up through the field. He probably learned a little bit, but he's going to fall in lockstep formation right alongside Blake Reynolds there in the number 3. So a big move for Miskowski and a big move back as well. Cattell still trying to make that third outside lane work for the time being. He's just timing these runs, perhaps just trying to have a little bit of fun. Maybe he doesn't like running in this single file stuff. He wants to try and have a little bit of fun. You see a big gap develop though between he and Jimmy Mullis in that second car on the outside. So I'm not sure if he's just backing off trying to get to the inside. We might be setting up for guys thinking coming down pit road here soon.
If you were talking about timing runs, how about Will Cooley? He got a huge one down the back stretch, and now here come the Toyotas. Logan Clampett, Jimmy Mullis, Burton Klingerman eSports, and Richmond Raceway eSports, and then the 47 of Jeremy Allen down in there for JTG Jordy. And there goes Clampett to the bottom to control the lead again. So Clampett's come for a circle. He took the lead from the outside, got to the inside, got shuffled back, Jacob Seelman, and now here he is in front again in the number 99.
It's been quite the journey already, and we're just 33 laps in, is Logan Clampett, but he may not hold that lead very long. Here's the run to the outside as they head down the Daytona Superstretch. Jimmy Mullis with a huge shove from Jeremy Allen. Allen stays to the outside. Mullis drops down low, and Jimmy Mullis goes back to the race lead as we work through the 33rd lap. Through turns 3 and 4, Jimmy Mullis now being pushed by Clampett, and that's a pairing that has had some success on the bottom lane through speed weeks, although another pairing that we've talked about at length already in this race. On the move, up to now second on the outside lane. Brandon Cattell on the move, trying to shove Jeremy Allen to the lead. He's got Adam Gilliland in his trunk in turn 2.
Here comes Jimmy Mullis on the inside. Here comes Jeremy Allen on the outside, and Logan Clampett is stuck behind Mullis as Allen gets a tremendous push from the 14 of Brandon Cattell and Adam Gilliland in the 8. Those two who worked together in the duel have finally found each other, and now they're finally at the front of the field. How crazy could this end up being?
Oh man, it's one of those where, I was watching two things happen right there. I was watching Adam Gilliland and Brandon Cattell get hooked up again, and I was watching Jeremy Allen breathe a sigh of relief because he's finally at the head of this field on the bottom lane of the racetrack, and that is something that I'm not sure anybody else wanted to see, because when he was there in the duels, yeah, game on, and he's been able to defend that bottom lane of the racetrack and done it pretty much successfully all the way around, James. That 47, by far the best in the business when it comes to being glued to that double yellow line.
He was so strong in his Grizzly Raceway USA duel last night, and so good for a significant portion of it. If not for the flurry of yellows at the end, he might have been the one who won the duel instead of Nick Ottinger. But as it stands, they're finally inside, and now here we go. Pit stops. A lot of cars coming in. I see the 47 in, the 46 in, the 99 in, the 19 in, the 54 in, the 00 in, the 25 in, and they all made it clean impressively. So here's your first big group of pit stops on lap 35 of 200. First set of green flag pit stops for the leaders.
And everyone clean into their box for the time being. The last guys down at the front end of pit road get in clean as well, so no mistakes there. This is one place you don't want to mess up. Of course, you can take yourself out of a race real quick with a slip up on pit road. Already cars peeling off. They were taking a little bit different service. Looks to be 4 tires and fuel for most of these leaders, including Jimmy Mullis. He's down and away. Nick Ottinger, Logan Clampett down and away as well. You want to make sure you get a good drive off of pit road. You're still in that group because the draft is so important when getting up to speed.
The draft is so important. Here comes the next group. Brandon Cattell, Adam Gilliland, Blake Reynolds. I see a few more cars coming up through here. Denny Hansen, Mark Miskowski, Matt Quick, pretty much everybody. And somehow they all made it in cleanly, I think. I didn't see anybody pick up damage, anybody spinning to go sideways, but it just depends on how this all shakes out because you've got so many cars on pit road.
Cattell, who was the leader, comes down for service. He gets into his pit stall in the 14. And again, for most of these drivers coming down right now, we're expecting 4 tires and a full tank of fuel for all of the front runners. Cattell already done with his service. He'll get down and away along with Gilliland. Those two trying to stay as close together as possible, James, to continue working together. But now they're going to get separated ever so slightly as Danny Hansen gets a good run off pit road.
That Brian LaPrade has picked up a black flag from race control, so we'll see what happened with the 19 machine. But as it stands, Brent McCoy and company now the next group to come on pit road.
We might have an issue brewing for the 31 of Derek Justice. He might have been speeding past that cone. Remains to be seen, as he was real hot getting on the brakes. I saw him lock him up, slide those front tires. He was close. It's going to be close on him. He's clean into the box. Time will tell on those. But again, the mistakes made here. Briar LaPrade, the first one, the big one right there. That could be a race changer for him. Still a long way to go, but he's going to need some help now.
Also, Kenny Brandy picking up a black flag there. I wonder if that might be for ghosting through pit boxes. It's 5 in, 5 out, no more than that. Drivers have to actually get back onto the pit road surface of things. And now we'll see who ends up taking control of this. And I think the answer to that question may end up being this group here with potentially Jimmy Mullis, Jeremy Allen and company. Those two are the first ones in front of this group who have all come down for service already, and I think this is your new lead pack forming as we see them pass the cars that are just now coming off of pit road.
Yeah, that's what I've got, a third black flag penalty, this one to Colin Keister. So tough breaks for several. Green flag pit stops always have the potential of making or breaking your hopes, and you can rebound early from a penalty like this, but if we get long green flag runs, it's going to make it harder and harder to do so. You could lose a lap depending on how quickly you can serve the penalty while everybody's cycling through, getting back up to speed. But Jeremy Allen, Jimmy Mullis, James, you called it correctly. When this all cycles out, and as it cycles out here, they're catching Derek Justice. Justice actually going to be able to pick up the draft, and this is the battle for the lead. As Allen tried to take a look to the outside as they're working through drivers trying to get back up to speed now down the Daytona super stretch. Here comes the run to the outside. Clampett with a run. Allen goes to the outside. Are they going to go 3 wide? No, they're not. Clampett slots in behind the 47. It's a 2x2 battle to turn 3.
That was really dicey for a moment as they merged back with the cars coming off of pit road. We saw so many issues yesterday in the last chance qualifiers and the duels in particular, watching out as drivers merge back onto the racing surface after green flag pit stops. But for now, I think everybody should make it through okay, and this lead group reforms with Jeremy Allen and Derek Justice leading the inside and the outside lane, or the outside and the inside lane respectively, as Allen now to the point of the number 47.
A good run there for Jeremy Allen, and yep, no problem for Derek Justice. He barely got by Razor's Edge, but that's all it takes to be to the good side. And he was towing that line, but he made it work. Got a good push from behind from Jimmy Mullis, but the 3 cars on the outside lane with Allen, Clampett, and Cattell surging ahead. Now Allen will drop down to the bottom side to pick up Derek Justice, leaving that middle lane for Logan Clampett to lead Cattell. How long will he be content to ride behind the 99 Valvoline machine? We know he's wanted to jump to that outside to make it work, go 3 wide. Perhaps he can convince Nick Ottinger to go with him.
Potentially, he could convince Nick Ottinger to go with them. The William Byron eSports driver who will be one of the 40 who takes the green flag on February 11th, the opener for the eNASCAR iRacing World Championship Series right here from Daytona International Speedway. And this race, I think, Jacob, we haven't had the chance to talk about but for a lot of the drivers, the quarter of that whole field that are in this race, it's all practice more than anything else, because this is the first real crack they've had in Speedweek's trim, and they'll be running all the way up until the NIS Daytona 500s on the night of the actual 500 itself, that Sunday night. But for the next few weeks, the focus in Sim is just plate racing, plate racing, plate racing, and this is really their first crack at a big-time race in that sort of sense.
It is, and with the talent that's in this particular field, this is probably as good of a crack as you're going to get at testing out what you're going to have for the eNASCAR iRacing World Championship Series as anything else, as we're about to go 2, maybe 3 deep for the battle for the lead. Here comes Clampett down to the bottom of the racetrack, and the run on the outside from a couple of the Toyotas. Graham Boland's there, Malik Ray's there, Cattell stuck in the middle as they're going 3 deep from about 5th on back at the front of the lead pack.
Derek Conrad with the black flag, but no matter now, all about Brandon Cattell, who is coming in that middle lane with help from Nick Ottinger of all people, and he will try and take the lead away from Logan Clampett. Meanwhile, the 2 Joe Gibbs racing machines, Graham Boland and Malik Ray, to the outside, trying to make something happen, but no help for them, so they'll continue to slide back as Clampett continues to lead.
It was a good run for him on the outside, but just nowhere to go. No help for Boland and Malik Ray. And I think, again, just more testing. That's really the furthest stuff we've seen either of these drivers. Remember, Malik Ray, you highlighted, James, started in the back. Now he's up here in the lead pack. Shouldn't really be a big surprise to anybody there. He'll move to the inside of his teammate and make that middle lane work. I'm sure Graham will fall in line there. Absolutely does. And they'll probably form up and try and do it one more time. Take a look at Blake Reynolds. He's showing some signs that perhaps he wants to make that 3rd lane roll as well. Couple of lapped cars here, not too out in front of the leaders, not too far in front of the leaders, I should say. They'll have to navigate them. I imagine it won't be too big of a problem. Still, car will go up against the wall. The leaders will move by.
The leaders will pass that lap car there on the outside. It's the 54 of Kenny Brady, who ended up with the penalty a little bit earlier ago on pit road for ghosting through pit boxes. Meanwhile, Jeremy Allen ahead of Logan Clampett at the line. Not quite clear yet to drop down to the inside lane, but now he is, and now he will, and Brandon Cattell will be the one who leads that outside lane in 1 and 2.
Cattell drops back just a little bit as we see the 99 of Clampett gives the shove to the 47 of Allen. That's a pairing on the bottom that has been very potent all speed weeks long, but now the run on the outside coming again. Nick Ottinger trying to give the heave-ho to Brandon Cattell as they head through turns 3 and 4. Cattell gets all the way to the door of the 47 of Jeremy Allen. They race for the lead as we work around a lap car, go 3 wide briefly for a moment. That's the 39 of Mark Mitkowski, who falls 1 lap down to the leaders. He was 37th. They crossed the stripe, put 44 laps up onto the board. Jeremy Allen, Logan Clampett still leading, and that tandem of Cattell and Ottinger trying to challenge in the banking again.
Still there, but really strong run from the inside. This time we'll see how the outside can regroup, as there goes the 47. He goes to the outside to pick that up. So it's almost like Jeremy Allen knew exactly what we were talking about in the booth. That 6th sense is working well on the 47 machine. The JTG Doherty car, that Chevy Camaro, now alongside the 99. He went up top to try and pick up the lead, and instead opened the door for Logan Clampett and Derek Justice to come right on through. And so Logan Clampett now back in front of the 99 for Burton Kligerman eSports.
That's the spot he's like to be all weekend long, and there he is one more time. But he's not alone. He's got a lot of hungry dogs around him. Jeremy Allen wants to taste of that lead. He's liked what he's had, but here comes that outside lane again. The 2 Toyota drivers, we talked about the run they tried to make last time, now making a little bit better run of it here. 3 wide for sure, all the way up to that second line. I think they're going to need one more car, and they've got one in the form of Blake Reynolds in that number 3. Lose a little bit of momentum through the corner, but I think if they can get a little bit closer, they can get that good push down the straightaways. Inside line, a little less momentum, everyone shaking up just a little bit. You can't run into these guys. That's the problem. You've got to maintain these temperatures at a good place. James, it's a long way to go. You don't want to cook your engine, but again, just a lot of testing here. I like it. That 3rd lane's coming.
The 3rd lane's coming, and they might just have enough help. I think they need one more car to get there. Look at the run from the outside. Graham Boland in the 18 machine alongside the 47 of Jeremy Allen, and they are 3 wide for the race lead coming through the tri-oval into turn 1. We'll see if any one of them decide to give at this stretch, but no, they'll stay 3 wide, but the inside lane will prevail through the corner, so Logan Clampett will nose ahead of Jeremy Allen and Graham Boland, but only just.
Middle lane had it at the line. Shortest way around has it as they work through the corners. Now back on the Daytona super stretch. The Toyotas trying to make something happen, but it's the middle lane one more time with Jeremy Allen that breaks out in front. Allen ducks to the bottom of the racetrack. Toyotas on the outside. Boland trying to make something happen with Malik Ray. He cannot do it. 3rd lane falls back, and now it's Jeremy Allen back in control off the 4th corner.
Jeremy Allen still pacing this field, and as you said, Jacob, earlier, inside line control, something he's pretty talented with, and putting on a very good show for JTT Jordy in a preseason for the eNASCAR World Championship Series as we think of it. And that inside line in particular, look at the run they've got now. Brandon Cattell has dropped back to Derek Justice alongside the 3rd car in that line. So Allen and Clampett completely clear of everybody. They can go wherever they want. We'll see what kind of runs this middle lane can get coming down the backstretch.
I've got to wonder if that wasn't by design maybe for Clampett to see if he could push him out there and then get the run from the outside. That's exactly what he's doing here. Brandon Cattell with the shove. Logan Clampett to the outside of the racetrack as they work through turns 3 and 4. Clampett trying to go to the lead. Allen fighting back on the bottom of the racetrack, but it's going to be the Valvoline number 99. Logan Clampett with help from Brandon Cattell. They go to the point as lap traffic high in that 3rd lane makes the scramble back to turn 1.
Ricky Harden, the lap car there. Logan Clampett, the leader down on the bottom. Nick Ottinger pushing Brandon Cattell into the corner, and Cattell will at least draw even alongside with the 99. Won't quite pass him yet, though. So, still 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, I think, and maybe one more. You have to go all the way back to Blake Reynolds in 14th. That's where the 2 by 2 tends to end, and then you back it down. And you've got a few names we haven't had the chance to talk about. Dylan Jones is sitting at the back of this lead pack. Josh Skrupa, one of the unacceptable eSports drivers in there. Danny Hansen in the number 20 car, who has no problem jumping up to the top side and helping the likes of Malik Ray, Graham Boland, Adam Gilliland, Brandon Cattell, those drivers who have tried to make that 3rd lane work. He's been at the back with them when they've gone up there more often than not. So characters that we should be watching and waiting, because they may just end up hanging as Liam Brotherton will pull it off the racetrack.
An important number to keep in mind, guys, 37. That's the lap that the lead pack came down and pitted. So 37 laps, that's going to be the number to keep an eye on as long as things stay green. That gives you an idea of when we're going to see green flag pit stops all the way through this race. And you start setting up your strategy based off of that. 3 wide, a little bit further back in the pack as Jeremy Allen tries to control both lanes. He'll drop back down to the bottom side to pick up the 99 of Logan Clampett, leaving Cattell out there to fend for that middle lane. Still got Nick Ottinger behind pushing, but the first time Cattell's had a lot of clean air on the nose. What can he do with it? Doesn't have to worry about forming up that third lane anymore. He's got that whole middle lane to himself to lead as he sees fit, but it's all Jeremy Allen out front. If he can be the Pied Piper, lead these guys around, he wants to try and play around and keep everyone behind him. He's doing a good job of it so far.
Did a very good job of it is Jeremy Allen. We know how good he is. We know how good pretty much everybody in the top 10 is. I almost feel like if we get down to it, it might just be who gets the run at the right time, because any one of these drivers in the top 10 has the ability not only to lead this field but to win this race. But then again, you can say that about a lot of people, and this is only about 10 to 15 cars that we consistently talk about. The lead group, at least the characters in it, hasn't changed all that much. We can't count out some of the drivers towards the back of this field that are just sort of hanging around. A few that have already fallen a lap down, but you got Daniel Eberhardt back there, Seth Hatchell back there, Ty Bass, who was so good in his duel, Justin Patello, Garrett Maines, James Kahula, who won on Wednesday, Zach Johnson, who we talked to in pre-race. A lot of names that are just sitting in the back, waiting to see what will happen, and just trying to make sure that they avoid any sort of big accidents that might happen at the front of the field so that they can be in contention when we get to the end of the race.
Business is about to pick up at the OK Corral. Looking on the outside lane, Blake Reynolds moves topside. He's going to shove Malik Ray 3 wide towards the front of the field. They're up to the 4th row. They're trying to go to the 3rd row. Malik Ray with the run. Now they break apart, start to fall back, while Jeremy Allen and Logan Clampett still hold the bottom of the racetrack. Out in front, Clampett now cycles to the lead pack as the 2 Toyota teammates trying to make something happen. Bolin was in the middle groove. He finally shifts to the outside lane. Now he's the one pushing Malik Ray back to turn 1.
My hunch is that if we could hear Clamp Nation in the stands, they would make a cheer just about as loud as you hear when Dale Earnhardt Jr. takes the lead at Daytona and Talladega. One of the most popular drivers in all of eNASCAR racing, and Logan Clampett in control of this for the moment. But now here come 2 big runs on the outside. Cattell and Ottinger in the middle, and then the Joe Gibbs Racing cars up top. Malik Ray leading Graham Bolin, and Malik Ray again, who started dead last in this field, up at the front of this now and working that outside groove. But again, they just don't quite have enough help. You need maybe 1 or 2 more cars up there to get that 3rd lane going. We'll probably see it at some point later in this race, David Schillhouse, but for now, they'll all settle back in line. Bolin will drop down to that 2nd groove, and then Malik Ray will hang out with Mark Miskowski on the outside and eventually settle back in the outside groove, I would think.
From what I've seen, it's going to take more than 3 cars to make that 3rd lane move, and I don't think we've seen more than 3 cars try and do it just yet, and that's why it hasn't really pulled off. They've gotten close, but they haven't gotten all the way there, so they're going to need more help, and you have to get a little more aggressive with that pinching as well on that middle lane, and I'm sure we'll see that happen as this race goes along. Malik Ray gets another good run down the back straightaway into turn 3. He goes, climbs the banking up along the wall, doesn't have the help from behind, slots back in. His teammate there left him a little bit of room. Bolin to jump back in front in that line. He pokes out one more time, but I think it's going to take at least 4 cars and maybe a little more aggressive side drafting, pinching down, whatever you want to call it. That seems to be the play of the day.
We have cleared a quarter of this race already. The Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports already 1/4 of the way home, and it gives us the opportunity to remind you that coverage of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 is brought to you by iWraps, our presenting partner for Pole Night on Friday night and one of the premier paint services in iRacing. iWraps has real-world experience working with clients across the industry, including major collegiate athletic departments and businesses across South Carolina. No matter what kind of car you want painted or how complex your design is, iWraps can deliver some of the best paints on the sim directly to you. Get your new paint scheme today by searching for iWraps on Facebook and Twitter. And how interesting that is. We know how iconic Matt Quick's paint scheme is. He is the one who ended up winning a free paint scheme from iWraps when he set down the fastest time on pole night. So knowing how wild his scheme already is, it makes me wonder, Jacob, what kind of scheme he's going to be able to come up with the folks at iWraps, and what sort of madness we might see next.
Well, I just saw madness at the front of the field. It was almost asterisk for the leaders as they worked through turn 2. Last time by a major swap between the leaders. Clampett was right there, tried to come up the racetrack, almost ran smack into Brent Cattell as they worked off the exit of turn 2. They get it sorted back out, go back 2 by 2 for the first 2 rows, and now here come the Toyota duo again. Malik Gray, Graham Boland up the far outside lane. It's a 10-car breakaway in this lead pack at the front of the field. We work lap 56, come back to the line this time.
Derek Justice got uprooted in the middle of the backstretch and had to check up, so he dropped back and dropped out of his place in the inside lane. He was about second or third car up towards the front of this field. He's now a little bit further back. You see that 31 machine back at the 12th position, and a little bit of a gap between the top 10 now and everybody else in this lead pack. They'll see if they can cinch it back up. Meanwhile, it is still Malik Gray trying to make this third lane as Colin Keister has pulled it behind the wall, and I think Keister may be the first retirement of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 this afternoon.
Not the only one in the garage. Liam Brotherton in the 10 is out of this event as well. Pulled it off a few laps after Keister did. So 2 retirements early, just past the quarter mark of this Podium eSports Daytona 500. Unfortunate for both of them. They were both definitely 2 drivers to keep an eye on. We talked to Liam in the pre-race show as well. Felt good about his opportunity here today. It just didn't materialize. He's going to have to wait another 365 days before he's going to have another crack at it.
Logan Clampett was the leader that last time by. It's now Jeremy Allen by a nose, and Clampett now back to the point again as he draws even out of 2. It is still 2 by 2. It is still the Gibbs cars up top, and now they got help from Blake Reynolds and potentially Adam Gilliland, and big runs all along the top side as Jeremy Allen gets the help from Brandon Cattell and drops right back down to the bottom, right where he likes to be, over with the race lead, and now maybe 3 wide for the race lead once again, because there's the 51 and the 18. They're at least 3 wide for second coming out of turn 4.
3 by 3 by 3 as they work down through the tri-oval. That is not for the faint of heart. Across the line, Jeremy Allen leads the way. Then it's 3 deep, 3 rows deep. Behind them, 2nd through 10th, all under a blanket. Finally, the outside lane starts to dissolve. Jeremy Allen breathing a sigh of relief because he had 2 of them at his right flank last time by. They spill out onto the super stretch, and it is getting dicey at the front of the field.
Oh, I saw Logan Clampett wiggle because he got the biggest of shoves from Brandon Cattell and nearly went around on the back straightaway, but managed to settle back in, and it will be... Actually, it'll be Jeremy Allen who gets that huge run on the inside, I think because Clampett had to check up. Nearly got turned sideways by Cattell. That was how big that run was coming into turn 3. But Allen still in control, still in front, and still on the bottom with Will Cooley now behind him in the 0-0.
I think the biggest thing right now is these runs now aren't coming from the second car in line. They're coming from 3, 4 cars back. They're really starting to get them organized, and when you get them, it's like an accordion effect at that point, James Pike, because you get 3, 4 cars bumping on each other, and it really can spell disaster in a matter of moments. The outside lane trying to organize now. Malik Gray is there trying to give the shove to Jimmy Mullis. Nick Ottinger flirting with maybe going to the far outside lane. Cattell took a look. He falls back into line, and now it's Clampett on the outside with command off turn 4.
Clampett in control of this. David Schildhouse says he gets another run from Brandon Cattell. Will he drop down to the inside of the tri-oval? We saw that almost not work earlier on in this race and almost send Jacob Bell into the fence. In the meantime, Clampett got a big enough run. He waited until he got right outside of the tri-oval and then jumped down in front of Jeremy Allen to take the point back away. And it just seems like it's almost like a baton, a relay race. They just keep passing the lead around to one and then the other and then one and then the other. And now it might be Brandon Cattell who will get a run. Big bump there from the inside from Cooley or Allen up to Clampett. I saw Clampett go sideways a little bit. Now Cattell, he's side by side with the 99 for the race lead.
I'll tell you what, if that's what they're doing, as you use that analogy of a baton race, they're doing so very wisely because it's keeping the lead amongst the same couple of drivers, and it's not really allowing anybody else to get up towards the front. So in that sense, between a few guys, they're really controlling the pace of this race and keeping everyone else at bay, and that's not a bad way to go. I've seen the aggression get turned up just a little bit when it comes to the bumps that they've been providing one another around this racetrack. You highlighted it when Clampett moved up in front of Cattell that one time. That was a very aggressive bump. As now here comes Jeremy Allen, will jump to the middle lane in front of Cattell. So Cattell will send the energy forward into the back bumper, that number 47, shoot him forward. Everyone will move forward as a result. Don't forget about Malik Gray in that third lane. He's coming one more time all by himself again, just keeping everybody honest as Allen drops back down to the bottom to lead that inside lane.
Allen was cleared by about a car length and a half. Such was the run that he got off the bumper of Brandon Cattell. So Allen now back in front. They continue to shuffle their way around and continue to work their way around the World Center of Racing, now coming to lap 63 of 200. So beginning to think about that second round of green flag pit stops. So you're about 10 or 15 laps away from that, Jacob Seelman. Not necessarily immediately, but you're getting to the point where you probably want to start lining things up so that you're in a good place when you come back down. And most importantly, make sure you don't hit the speeding penalties, because just off of those penalties now, there are about 5 or 6 cars that are all a lap down, and some of them already out of the race. So be very, very careful when you come down pit road for service this next time.
You have to be at this point, because we've seen this race, even as they're dicing it up at the front of the field, has had a penchant for a long green flag run to kick things off. There haven't been the cautions to allow drivers to get back on the lead lap, and now we see it's a smaller lead pack. It's 16 cars at the head of the field, and yes, you have to position yourself. It takes 5 to 10 laps to position yourselves in the right spot in this pack to be able to get to the bottom safely for pit stops. Right now, though, there's nothing safe going on at the front of the field. Almost 3 wide. Nick Ottinger got the run from the Joe Gibbs Toyota of Malik Ray. They're getting the run down the super stretch. They're going to be 3 wide for the lead in a matter of moments. No, Malik Ray hates him out to dry. Ducks in behind Brandon Cattell. 3 by 3 for second on back.
3 by 3 all the way back there. Meanwhile, Clampett got another one of those tremendo runs from Brandon Cattell. We can see the Cattell. We saw him as the pushee in the Bruisey Raceway USA duel last night without a goal, and today he's a little bit of the pusher. David Schildhouse, and he can do either pretty well. Meanwhile, the Joe Gibbs Racing Machine still up there, that third lane. Wonder if Cattell might jump up there if he needs to at some point later in the race, but for now, it is Cattell controlling the second lane, that outside lane right at the front of this field, and Nick Ottinger, he cycled back up towards the front of this, along with Will Cooley, along with Brent McCoy. We haven't talked about the number 29 machine all that much since pre-race, but here he is now in the top 10, fighting to try and take the lead himself and get a little bit of the glory for the number 29 machine.
Oh, I tell you, I was holding my breath when all that action was breaking out. It was close, but really just shuffling of the deck chairs more than nothing. Real no net change. But yes, Brent McCoy worked his way up to that 5th car on the inside lane, just ahead of Blake Reynolds there, and right behind Will Cooley and the 5 as well. I'm sorry, that's... Oh, that is a lap car. That's why I can't find him. So we got a lap car in the mix as well. Brandon Holder there. He's in the 35th position, still in this lead pack, playing a little bit of an X factor there as we're within 10 laps before I imagine we'll see these leaders come down pit road for their second round of service. But Logan Clampett back out in front on the bottom side. Brandon Cattell on that middle groove, leading that outside lane, if you will. And Malik Ray still continues to be the Brandon Cattell of old, leading that third lane up against the wall.
And as hard as it is to pull our eyes away from the lead battle for just a brief moment, let's pull it back to the 26 of Max Brady and the 90 of Daniel Eberhardt. There's a second pack here behind the top 16 that's running, about 12 and a half seconds behind the leaders right now. You've got Brady, you've got Eberhardt, Christian Peterson, Michael Whitaker, Matt Quick, Jacob Bell, James Gibson, Seth Hatchell, Spencer Tart, Chris Parkman, Ty Bass, Justin Botello. So about 12 cars in a secondary pack behind the leaders, all I think content, James, to bide their time right now, hang out, and I'm sure if they could see what's going on at the front of the field, they might be glad they're not up there, because I have barely been able to breathe the last 2 or 3 laps watching these guys go at it out front.
A lot of big names in that pack, as you see Eberhardt with the outside help from Michael Whitaker in the 41, and a few storylines that are worth touching on in here. The first, Christian Peterson, who was runner-up both in the Daytona 500 and the Podium eSports Southern 500 last year. In this race 1 year ago, he pushed Seth DeMerchant to victory, and Seth and Christian both part of the Sim Performance Group Horizon Racing contingent. You see the black and neon colors here in this group. Max Brady and James Gibson carrying those colors, but Seth was going to run in this race before his father passed away just a few days before we got the green flag on pole day. So you see all of these Sim Performance Group machines, and if you look back on the deck lid, you'll see their tribute to Seth DeMerchant's father. So a nice touch from the SPG Horizon folks, and we at Podium eSports send our condolences to Seth DeMerchant and company, and everybody that Liam Brotherton is racing for today too. Tough that he's out of this show early, but a lot of heavy hearts there, and I know the folks at SPG Horizon trying to get the victory to make Seth proud and make sure that he's all in good shape as we continue to work back 68, 69. But Seth would have been in this race if not for his father's passing, so our best wishes to the DeMotion family as well.
Yeah, very tough thing for Seth. One of the things, whether it's in sim racing or real life racing, you just hate to see it. That's when the racing family comes together, and our, as you mentioned, James, thoughts and prayers certainly with Seth and his entire family. As we pick up the battle again for the race lead, they've settled it out to 2x2 for now, and one driver who, as we mentioned earlier, sticks out to me in this lead pack, though he's the first car a lap down, is Brandon Holder, because yes, he's not fighting for position among this 17-car lead pack. However, he has certainly provided some tremendous pushes on the bottom lane to drivers who have been trying to poke their nose out in front. So when we talk later about the straw that might be able to stir this drink, if we stay green and if some of these guys can stay hooked together and working together, that might be something to keep an eye on. In fact, another one of those drivers that second car a lap down, so two cars now, one lap down in this lead pack, the 15 of Ricky Harden, James. He's another one up there that has been really in the last couple laps working with the 51 of Malik Gray to try and make some tracks, though they go side by side through the banking now.
Makes me wonder if Harden might be paying attention. No, here come pit stops, though. Before I say anything else, before we deal with anything else, the 47 is in, the 99 of Logan Clampett. I see the 00 of Will Cooley, Brent Keith, Brandon Holder, both in from Glovebox Motorsports. They make their way down pit road, as does the 25 of Nick Ottinger. So the first set of pit stops on this second round of green flag pit stops off and away.
A good clean round here, and I imagine they won't be lonely for long. I imagine we'll see more peel off the racetrack and come down to the attention of their pit crews here. Wait and see as the rest of the field comes through 3 and 4 right now. It's going to be those on the bottom that's going to have the best chance. I'm not sure. Brent McCoy working that outside lane. If he's trying to get to pit road, it's going to be tough for him to do so. I don't see anyone letting him in line. We'll see what happens here. If anyone peels off, indeed, it looks like Malik Ray, Jimmy Mullis, Brandon Cattell, McCoy's going to barely make it, nearly got clipped from behind. Everyone getting down to pit road speed. That is close between Cattell and McCoy, but they pull it off.
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous, and the 51 of Malik Gray overshoots the box just a little bit, has to pull it back for a hair. That may cost him a second or two of valuable time. He's now getting service. 4 tires and fuel at this end of pit road, 4 tires and fuel towards the front end of pit road.
As we see the second group in, it's the 14 of Brandon Kitchell, it's the 18 of Graham Bowen, it's the 29 of Brent McCoy. A few more cars down this time. It's Blake Reynolds, Malik Ray, and then Mark Miskowski, the 3 that have come down for service. And now everybody jumps down to pit road. All these cars coming out together, waiting on Derek Justice and Jonathan Wall, Adam Gillen, Denny Hansen. This group now the one who needs to come down pit road for service at some stage.
I'm watching this race off of pit road. They get under this apron here. You cannot go full throttle, and Jimmy Mullis and Brent McCoy were side by side. Somebody had to lift as they're all sideways, drifting through there. McCoy really close to coming up onto the apron too soon. Almost got an unsafe rejoin there. That was by the skin of his teeth as he had the 18 of Graham Bowen breathing down his neck. Here comes the leaders, all led through. They're going to make it work. Logan Clampett steaming along the outside, but tense moments there as the rest of the pack gets reformed. Now Clampett will work past Jimmy Mullis as they get back to speed. He sees Blake Reynolds and Brandon Cattell right out the front bumper there, too wide in front of him. Where's he going to go? Of course he's going to go topside. He's got all that momentum. Big push from behind as well from Jeremy Allen. Going to reassume the point here as the lead pack's going to get reformed. They might have lost a few from what they had before the pit stops.
One of the Glovebox Motorsports machines got clipped going into pit road and missed the entry altogether. It was Brent Keith in the 32 machine, who's down on the grass on the inside of the tri-oval, is just rolling along there. Not quite sure what he'll do. He'll get back on the apron and continue to push on and gets it refire, and I think he'll have to come all the way back around. But you see what happens with the 32. Just one of those incidents where everybody was on the binders trying to get into pit road, and the 32 was the casualty there. He'll speed back up, and I think he'll probably have to go all the way back around, but a really, really tough break for the driver of the Glovebox Motorsports, number 32.
Yeah, very tough break. And another tough break. Adam Gilliland missed pit road, so he's now got problems as we await the top 2 or 3 to make their pit stops. And now finally the Baskin-Robbins number 31 of Derek Justice jumps down to pit road, and I don't know that he got it slowed down enough. He was on the binders and sideways coming to pit road. We'll have to keep an eye on that, James, but maybe a critical mistake for Derek Justice as he hits his pit stall.
We'll wait to see if he gets hit with anything, but for the moment, it is still Justice in control of this, and Jones will wait for this lead pack to come around. Logan Clampett is the leader of this group at the moment. You would think that they will resume control of this race once everything cycles around as Justice and Company in pit road. Will Cooley did get a black flag this time, so Cooley in trouble as well. And now he'll have to fight his way from the back as Jeremy Allen jumps to the outside of Logan Clampett to take the lead away as we begin to work lap 75 of 200 from the World Center of Racing.
Here comes the lead pack. Derek Justice, he's going to be in trouble here. He's still getting up to speed. Down on the apron, the field is going to blow past him. Even if he was good at the line as far as speeding goes, he's going to get absolutely blown away by the rest of the field here. That's going to be close, but there goes the pack. There goes Derek Justice. He's been really towing that line, getting onto pit road both trips down so far. I'm not sure he's going to be able to latch onto this lead pack. He's got to get up to speed as quickly as possible. He's going to have some help possibly from a couple other drivers, guys like Ricky Harden and the 54 of Brady as well. He might be able to pick them up. He's sort of in no man's land. I'm not sure. He might have to fall back to get help.
Look at this. Here goes Blake Reynolds to the outside. Jimmy Mullish will pick up right behind the 47. I think Reynolds was trying to send the 47 down to shoot through the middle of the back of this pack, but it didn't quite work. And now Logan Clampett struggling to get help. Nick Ottinger will come back up to the rear bumper of the 99 machine as Allen is the one in control of all of this coming to turn 2.
Look out as they spill onto the Daytona Superstretch one more time. 3 wide back behind the leaders. Now it's 2 wide. And finally, Logan Clampett gets some help. He gets a big heave-ho from Nick Ottinger as they head for turn number 3. Ottinger with the shove. Clampett to the lead. And Allen falling back as this lead pack starts to deteriorate a little bit.
Everybody down 2 by 2. Oh, Brandon Cattell, I think, got a bump from Blake Reynolds and had to go to the outside to make sure he didn't get turned. He just jumped up there, and he'll jump all the way up to the top side. No fear on that 14 machine. We've seen that all day, but I wonder if Blake Reynolds, I thought that was very interesting about a lap or two to go, to see Reynolds go to the outside. He really was trying to move Jeremy Allen from the control of that middle outside lane, depending on how it races. But I think Blake Reynolds recognizes how tough a customer Jeremy Allen is going to be over the course of this race. And I think, if anything, Reynolds wants to be ahead of the 47 and not behind, because he recognizes that if he's behind the 47, it may be really, really difficult to get in front of Jeremy Allen.
So big point here. What was about a 16 car among lead lap cars pack has now dissolved itself down to 9 lead lap cars in the front pack, maybe 10 if Derek Justice can catch back up, but he does not have a lot of help right now. It's 9 cars within about 0.4 of a second of one another at the front of the field breaking away. Logan Clampett, Nick Ottinger, Brent McCoy, Jeremy Allen, Malik Ray, Jimmy Mullis, Graham Bolin, Blake Reynolds, and Brandon Cattell are your players 2 by 2, except for Cattell, who is really still dedicated to that third lane, and now he's going to get help from Blake Reynolds. They're going to try to go forward on the outside lane as they head for turn 3.
They try and go forward on that outside lane, and then you see them spread 2 and 3 wide, and all that's doing is allowing the second group, where Derek Justice is currently heading, to catch back up. And you've got some names in here that are a lap down too. Kenny Brady in the number 54 machine, the 03 machine of Kenneth McCullough Jr., Dylan Jones, who's racing for position, Ricky Harden, Danny Hansen, Jonathan Wall in the 2, and Mark Mishkowski in the second group, all trying to run down the leaders.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of work. Going side by side is going to help them. You actually go faster side by side than you do single file. So what the second pack is doing is trying to get formed up in a way that's going to maximize their speed. And it shouldn't take too long. It might take this entire run, but if they play their cards right and get enough help from that lead pack, they might be able to catch up before the next round of pit stops. An interesting note here is you look at the graphics aboard of who's in that lead pack that Jacob pointed out. Look at what they have in common, James, minus Brent McCoy. Look at where they all come from and where they're going to be running this year. Is it any surprise that they're the leaders?
Oh, no surprise at all to me as we watch Blake Reynolds weave left and right. Now comes Will Cooley to the outside. Will Cooley with the big run, a big help from Brandon Cattell. Also a note on Liam Brotherton. We got word that his apartment complex decided to kill the internet to the entire complex mid-race. So an unfortunate break for Liam Brotherton, but that's his day done, dusted over as he loses his connection and is out at the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. And this lead group giving every opportunity to let the second pack catch up with the way they're racing. Nobody wants to stay still. Nobody wants to just ride for a little bit. They all want to share the lead. They want the TV time, and they want to be able to say, I led a lap in one of the most challenging, difficult, and competitive sim races in all of iRacing.
I can't disagree with that, James. And, I love the point that was brought up a minute ago when you look at this top 9, considering the fact that 8 of them are World Championship drivers. I mean, this is what it's all about. And I mentioned during the duels last night that the cream rises to the top. This is a case where absolutely the cream is rising to the top, but they're going to have company here in another lap or two, because Derek Justice, Jonathan Wall, Danny Hansen, Dylan Jones are rapidly running them down. If they don't get sorted out, those 4 or 5 drivers are going to latch on, and suddenly it'll be a 13-car lead pack as opposed to this front 9 that's dominating the proceedings with 80 laps complete.
Now look at the outside with all that hell. Here comes Graham Boland and Malik Ray, who might just make the third line go. We've talked about how they needed 4 or 5 cars to make that work. They've got them now. Blake Reynolds, Brandon Gattel, Derek Justice, and I think Ricky Harden may be way there in the back trying to make that third line work. On the top side is Logan Clampett, drops in front of Nick Ottinger to take the race lead away from the 25 and the 47, and Reynolds now drops to the inside, and Gattel now drops to the inside, and that third lane just as quickly as it formed is vanished.
Yeah, just as soon as it was there, it was gone as well. But as you pointed out, James, that's the most cars we have seen in that third lane so far. It was about 5 strong, and if they'd stuck that way, probably would have made some headway, but it just was not going to be something that they wanted to do as everyone got back to 2 wide. I think a lot of these guys realized that second pack caught up, and they had a little bit different type of race on their hands. So now it's 13 cars in that lead pack. You got to go about 20 and a half seconds back to Spencer Tart and Christian Peterson there running for 13th and 14th side by side in that second group. So 2 different races really going on here, as the guys who have really nailed pit road are the ones that are in this lead group.
Drivers who have managed to get the pit stops right up at the front of this field. Jacob Subin, stop me if you think you haven't heard this one before. And in fairness, it's a bit of a tactic that I think you see from the pro drivers, because not everybody can nail the pit stops. And if you come down all by yourself or in a group of 2 or 3, it's much more difficult to make it back up into these packs, and much more difficult to use the draft to get back up to everybody than it would be if you're a group of, say, 9 or 10 or so, which is what we've seen from most of the top 10 so far in this race.
I can't disagree with that, and as these packs continue to kind of ebb and flow, you'll see that as this race winds into its second half. The biggest thing right now, though, is what was a pack of 9 is now a pack of 13 lead lap cars, from Jeremy Allen out in front all the way back to Dylan Jones. It is now one snarling mass at the front of the field. Allen leading again on the bottom with Clampett, and that's another story that we've seen more often than not so far in this race today. Working down the super stretch towards turn number 3, suddenly the outside lane with momentum trying to make a charge.
They had momentum for a moment, and then Jeremy Allen snatched it away from the inside, and Allen and Clampett working together to get the 47 back out in front. Meanwhile, wonder how these lap cars in the middle of this group are going to affect things. We know that there are a few of them in here. Mark Wiskowski, I see Brandon Holder in the 5. It's just sort of hanging back in all of this, and so many of these cars. Ricky Harden is also part of this group, just trying to hang out and be okay, but they could play a very interesting part depending on how the draft goes, because they're not necessarily racing for position. And then on top of that, there's also the race to be the first car 1 lap down. If we happen to get a yellow flag, because the first car 1 lap down, we'll get the lucky dog and get back on the lead lap, of course. So if we get a yellow flag, right now Harden would be the one that gets the lucky break. He was the first one scored 1 lap down that last time by.
Outside lane, look at what Malik Ray just did with the 14 of Brandon Gattel. He jumped all the way to the head of now the second lane, and he's going to get a shove as we go for the lead off turn 4 through the tri-oval, getting help from the 00 of Will Cooley. So for the first time in this race, Malik Ray at the top of the scoring pylon as the outside lane, really the third lane, got the move, and from 43rd shotgun on the field to the lead in that Toyota. Malik Ray out in front at Daytona.
Well, look at Malik Ray, David Schildhouse. It doesn't really matter where you started this race now, does it? Because he's already passed the entire field and jumped up to the front, and you can see it just with the bugs on that number 51 machine already, but he won't mind that. It's the Rowdy Energy Machine for Joe Gibbs Racing. A little bit of an interesting combo there. You'd think the 51, normally a Kyle Busch Motorsports machine, but it will be the 51 that Ray campaigns in the eNASCAR World Championship Series for 2 weeks' time, and he'll have the lead at least on the inside. Will they get the lap lead over Will Cooley? Survey says yes. Malik Ray, leader of lap number 86. They work lap 87. We're not terribly far away from the halfway point of this race, David Schildhouse.
Will Cooley might be in 40th place, but it's the battle of the graphic designers as it's Splash and Go Graphics on the inside lane, JD Graphics on the outside lane. Where will Malik Ray go? That's sort of a late move there. I tell you what, Jeremy Allen caught him a little bit of a break. That was a lazy try to attempt to maybe move up in front of Will Cooley, and Allen caught him a little bit of a break. Still too early for that sort of stuff, but the graphics war will rage on, even though Will Cooley not on the lead lap, leading that second lane, Jimmy Mullis behind, and Malik Ray trying to hope that his teammate can get up to him there, the 18 of Graham Bolin. He's stuck third car in that middle groove, and of course Brandon Cattell up on the high side, getting pushed from a lap car as well. So lap cars playing a factor in this lead pack, but they're benefactors right now as Bolin will jump to the high side, pick up Brandon Cattell, try and work his way to the front to find his teammates.
James, the point with Will Cooley could be a very important one if we do get a caution. He is racing the leader right now, and would he be out in front of that leader coming back to a caution flag? He would get one of those 2 laps back. He's trying to go for it now as they dump Malik Ray into the sucker hole in the middle of the racetrack. 3 wide for the race lead. Jeremy Allen on the bottom, Malik Ray going away in the middle, and here comes the Interstate Batteries number 18. Graham Bolin on the outside lane trying to make the run. He'll slot in behind the 00, who, James, as we mentioned, right now 2 laps down, trying to race his way back to only being 1 lap down.
How wild would that be if Will Cooley can find a way to make it back? But no quit in that 00, and given how he was racing with the speed when he was up in this lead pack and on the lead lap, we know he's got the ability to take control of this race, which is exactly what he's trying to do ahead of Jeremy Allen. Nothing for the moment between the 00 and the 47, but everybody now, I think, maybe actually settled into 2x2. We've seen the runs sort of bounce and weave and jump between these 2 lanes, but I wonder if it might get a little bit more calm as we approach halfway. Just about 10 laps and change from the midway point of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports.
It might be only halfway, but I'm telling you, they're starting to dice it up more. You can see with your own eyes on the broadcast just how much more aggressive these guys have gotten, especially with the lap cars in the mix. That little exchange when they went 3 wide and put Malik Ray in the sucker hole there in the middle, that was a very aggressive bump that was laid to Will Cooley, and he held on to it. As a friend of mine likes to say, you just got to bite the pillow when you take a big bump like that from behind. But look at this. Here comes that third lane forming up one more time. Blake Reynolds now in that number 3 with Cattell. We could just call Brandon Cattell the high side rider for the time being, I think, since he's the one who spent the most time up along the wall trying to make that third lane work, and he's doing it to great effect now, pushing Blake Reynolds along the Daytona super stretch. Look at that third lane moving.
Sat to dodge all those hand shoes and horse grenades, right, David Sotos?
I was saving that one for later, but you know, if it's not for the hand shoes and horse grenades, what do we have?
What do we have? Nothing but maybe marigold sun in the sky, perhaps, as we bust out all of the old Podium eSports jokes from broadcast past. They're 3 wide up in the front. Cooley not racing for position, but look at all of these cars go after it, and 2 of them, Graham Bolin and Jeremy Allen, racing for the lead, and they're 3 wide right at the front of the lead pack at Daytona.
How about business picking up in the high banks as they work through turn 2, and big run to the outside lane. Cattell pushing the 3 of Blake Reynolds, pushing the 18 of Graham Bolin, who tries to come down and can't do it. The 00 is there. Will Cooley was there. Bolin could not work himself clear, and that's going to cost the outside lane all their momentum. Jeremy Allen back to the lead in turn 3 with help from Clampett. Will Cooley still getting a push from Malik Ray.
That third line sliding just further back and further back and further back in the middle lane, now sliding further forward and further forward and further forward as Cooley, who is 2 laps down, gets help from Ray, who is trying to take the lead, and he's got his old teammate with him, the 2 drivers from Richmond Raceway eSports a year ago, Malik Ray and Jimmy Mullis. Of course, Ray making the move to Joe Gibbs Racing for 2020, but still Toyota power there with those cars, and they currently sit in the 3rd and 4th positions in this race, racing another Toyota, Logan Clampett, and then the 2 Chevys of Jeremy Allen and Nick Ottinger in the top 5.
Precarious position right now for Will Cooley. He's got to be careful knowing he's up amongst the leaders leading that outside lane for the time being, and knows that Malik Ray wants to go. Ray showing that nose, probably wants to think about taking it 3 wide. He's just going to need some reassurance from behind. The guys are going to go with him. The Jimmy Mullis will go with him, and maybe Ricky Harden as well. Remember, Harden also a lap down at this point. So again, the way that these lap cars are interacting with this lead pack, a very curious dynamic to say the least. I would imagine Malik Ray wishes Will Cooley wasn't there for the time being, but as long as he holds a steady line and keeps propelling that outside lane forward, he's going to ride there. But as soon as there's an opening, I imagine we'll see him jump to that top side.
And as we work our way through lap 93 of 200 of this Podium eSports Daytona 500, we'd like to bring up to the booth one of the announcers from qualifying day's action one day ago, one of our friends from the Drift World, the Gaming Drift Series, and the Esports Drifting Association, Lizzie Dabowski, up in the booth with us. And Lizzie, you had so much fun calling the races yesterday. How wild has this been to watch today for you? So wild, in fact, that we've left Lizzie speechless is exactly what's happened there. As we'll wait to see if we can get Lizzie in just a moment, but still 2x2x2 at the front of this field. Still everybody continuing to just sort of wait and hang and roll and see what can happen.
I think you're right about that. This battle for the lead has not let up at all. Logan Clampett still working with Jeremy Allen on the bottom lane of the racetrack, and up top, James, as you mentioned, it's the former teammates, but they're about to be joined by Brandon Cattell. Cattell up on the third lane once again as they stack it through the banking, and Cattell trying to make some moves happen side by side with Malik Ray. That lane has worked for him, and right now he's by himself, somehow making it work as they come through the tri-oval, putting 94 laps on the board. I'm a little bit speechless right now at Cattell and the fact that he's actually somewhat been able to make that third lane work on his own. That's an impressive Ford right there.
We know he's going to go to that third lane if he needs it. If we get to the end of this race, I'd say he might be the most fearless driver. There he goes again to the top side. No shame in trying to make it work, but just, again, doesn't have the help, and that's what you need. You need help. You cannot make that third lane work alone. I've seen Blake Reynolds, Graham Boland, Malik Ray. Those are some of the drivers who have run up there at some point in this race, and I think they'd be willing to work. Oh, there goes Jimmy Bullis, and Cattell gets the wall. Jimmy Bullis gets the wall. No yellow flag. One car around and into the fence as well. A little bit further back. Couldn't tell who it was, but Cattell into the fence and Jimmy Bullis in the wall, and I think it might have been Jonathan Wall who was the third one, but Cattell with damage, Danny Hansen with damage, and Jimmy Bullis with damage all along the right side of number 46. That's the closest thing we've had to a major incident today in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 as that separated this pack, and we'll get the replay for you to see what happened.
You knew 95 laps in with no yellows that we couldn't keep that kind of intensity going forever, didn't you? And finally it breaks loose. Mullis, Cattell, that's disaster for two of our major contenders. And James, you're right, the pack almost came flying apart. They're lucky that it wasn't total disaster for about 8 of those top 12.
Wasn't too much in it either, just a little bit of a bump there. You see Jonathan Wall now who got loose. I don't think he actually got that much damage, maybe clipped the outside of the wall there, but Mullis and Cattell, the two that are really going to struggle, I think, and you can see how far they've already dropped off. Cattell is back at 11th, but he's running all on his own. Jimmy Mullis is there with help from Danny Hansen, and those two might be able to catch back up to Blake Reynolds, but damage to both the 46 and the 20. The 20's got damage all to the right front of that Toyota Camry. Cattell and Mullis with damage all along the right side, and Cattell's got some damage to the left side too, so tough break for the 14 and the 46 and the 2, all of whom were really, really sporty in the first half of this race, and I think it may be a struggle. We'll see what happens, of course. I certainly don't want to try and drop anything yet, but it's going to be a tough road to the end of this race for that group if they want a chance to win the Podium eSports Daytona 500.
I'll tell you, Brandon Cattell got the worst end of that deal. He has a ton of damage to the right side of that number 14 Ford Mustang. Jimmy Mullis has a fair amount of damage to the right front, but I think he's lucky considering he was getting hooked into the outside wall. He's able to hold on with that great push from behind from Danny Hansen. So those two have been able to work their way back up to the lead pack, and I think they're going to be okay. For the time being. They're going to need a yellow, though. They're going to need some extended time on pit road to get the rest of the repairs done on those race cars to get them back in super competitive condition, but they can hang for the time being, and that's the best news if you're a fan of Jimmy Mullis or Danny Hansen.
A very, very, very wild few laps here. I think we're all just trying to catch our breath and make sure that we can make it halfway okay in this group that's split up. In this field that's split up. It's only about 12 or 13 cars in this front group, and then you've got Dylan Jones, Brandon Cattell, and Jonathan Wall all sitting 11th, 12th, 13th, and then way, way back to the second group. Christian Peterson, Josh Skrupa, Jacob Bell, Matt Quick in there, Max Brady, Michael Whitaker, Seth Hatchell, Daniel Eberhardt, Ty Bass, Spencer Toy, Justin Botello, the second group, which carries you through the top 24, and then James Gibson, Chris Bartman, all on their own with a little bit of help from, I believe, Mike Adam Gilland is in there, as is Zach Johnson. Those two also racing with those two. So a little 4-car pack. And then a little bit elsewhere, you got Brian LaPrade, the 57 of Garrett Maines, James Krahula, Brent Keith, the 24 of Eder Martins, the 9 of Garrett Conrad, and Ray Rittenauer, the outside bolts that are racing in that group as well, which may well get out of the lead pack, as Blake Reynolds, I think, might have ended up in the fence there just a moment ago. He got loose at least. We'll see what happened. Yes, he nearly got wrecked by Kenny Brady and had to inch it up the fence and just kept it off. A big-time save from Blake Reynolds to make sure that we didn't go around with the first yellow flag of the afternoon.
Well, that was a bump gone wrong, Jacob. That was unbelievable. I don't know how he saved that car.
I'm not sure either, but that's one of those where you just sit back and kind of marvel at it, isn't it, David? That everything circles out as now, boy, we talk about this race flying by. We have officially crossed the halfway point of this race, and I'll argue, in James Pike fashion, it's as good a time as any to bring you the iRacing Midway Race Break. Brought to you by iRacing, the world's leading online racing simulation. Developed from the beginning as a centralized racing and competition service, iRacing organizes, hosts, and officiates races on virtual tracks all around the world. iRacing is home to a wide variety of officially sanctioned series with racing from the Australian Supercars, IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, the World of Outlaws, and more. Jeremy Allen out front, Logan Clampett second, Malik Ray third, Nick Ottinger fourth, Brent McCoy fifth, Graham Boland sixth, Derek Justice seventh, Blake Reynolds eighth, Jimmy Mullis ninth, and Danny Hansen 10th. James, I am out of breath.
I was about to say, this race has left you so speechless and out of breath. It is literally taking your breath away.
It's one of those days.
As Dylan Jones currently runs in 11th, Brandon Cattell after that smack with the wall still up in the top 20. He runs in 12th. Jonathan Wall sits in the 13th position, and 14th goes to the 23 of Christian Peterson at halfway. Josh Krupa is in the 15th spot. 16th belongs to Michael Whitaker. Josh Krupa now down to 17th as Matt Quick goes up to 15th. 18th is Daniel Eberhardt. Jacob Bell 19th. Max Brady rounds out the top 20.
Ty Bass in 21st, Seth Hatchell 22nd, Spencer Tucker 23rd, Justin Botello in 24th, James Gibson in 25th, Chris Parkman in 26th. We got cars peeling off for pit stops. Garrett Maines 27th, James Krahula 28th, Eder Martins 29th, and Ray Rittenauer 30th.
Ricky Harden 31st, 32nd was Kenneth McCullough Jr., Mark Miskowski 33rd, all these cars one lap down by the way, 34th is Brandon Holder, Adam Gilland 35th, 36th Zach Johnson, Brian LaPrade 37th, 38th Brent Keith, Garrett Conrad 39th, 40th Will Cooley, 2 laps down is Kenny Brady in 41st, 42nd and 43rd. Out of the race are Liam Brotherton and Colin Keister. And that concludes this iRacing Midway Race Break from the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. With over 80,000 drivers on the service and over 80 laser scan tracks and cars to choose from, iRacing is the original eSports racing game. For more information, visit iRacing.com today. And we'll also take the moment to remind you that coverage of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 as all these cars come down pit road is brought to you by Ledford Billiard Supply, the presenting sponsor of our green and white flags this afternoon. Ledford Billiard Supply offers a huge selection of game room furniture and pool tables in Greenville, South Carolina. And for over 50 years, they've served upstate South Carolina with products ranging from bar stools and poker tables to shuffleboards and pool tables. They have an immense collection of billiard supplies and furniture in a wide variety of styles and designs for every customer. They provide refelting, releveling, moving, and other services that help keep your game room furniture in the best condition. Visit Ledford Billiard Supply in person in Greenville or on Facebook at Ledford Billiard Supply and on the web at www.ledfordbilliardsupply.com.
Thank you for proving that, that's what I was going for, James, and apparently we've crossed the threshold where Seelman kind of lost touch with reality for a minute, or lost touch with oxygen, one or the other. Can we stop and marvel that we're 104 laps into the Daytona 500 and we've yet to have a yellow?
Oh, you had to say it. You just had to say it.
Why did you say it? I'll knock the wood here. Those watching on the Pike Cam on the Podium eSports Facebook page probably just saw that, and I heard Cisco key up and knock it too. So we'll see if we de-jinxed everything. Although granted, I don't know how well that's going to work. But you don't say these things. You know how real the commentator's curse is, Jacob.
Yes, I know. But I just, we're sitting here at an average race pace of about 192 miles an hour somehow, and only an hour and 25 about an hour and 24 minutes and change into this race. It's been flying by faster than Buddy Baker in 1980, who appropriately inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame Friday night. James, you and I were there, but I mean, you talk about record pace, and I think I'll chalk that up to being two things. Number one, the level of talent in this field, and number two, just the sheer fact that once we had that first round of green flag pit stops, I think it broke up that lead pack enough to where we haven't really had enough cars and enough mistakes being generated to cause one of those big wrecks. I mean, we tried once, but we really haven't had enough cars to generate those hornet's nests like we're used to seeing.
You're right about that. As you mentioned, Buddy Baker gives us a good opportunity to highlight Chris Parkman in the one machine. It carries the gray ghost colors that Buddy Baker drove to victory in the 1980 Daytona 500 with his crew chief, Waddell Wilson, another one of the inductees into the NASCAR Hall of Fame this weekend. So, Mark Mieszkowski honoring Bobby the Body, but the number one of Chris Parkman also coloring, or carrying colors, if I could actually keep my words straight and my C straight, but Chris Parkman there in the one machine. You see it on your screens now, but the Gray Ghost, one of the most famous cars at Daytona International Speedway, one of the most unheralded quick cars as we see more cars come down the pit road. Here comes Blake Reynolds, along with Malik Ray, along with Derek Justice, who just gets on the binders, and they all on the side of Malik Ray makes contact. I think that was Brent McCoy who got into the back of Malik Ray, and he's got tons of damage, and he overshot his pit. Disaster for the 51 machine, and we'll see what happens with the other one. We'll take a look at the replay and figure out what happened. I believe that was McCoy who just couldn't get on the brakes in time as McCoy had it down and just had it locked up. Had no idea that Malik was going to come in there, but Malik now with a tremendous amount of rear end damage, McCoy with a tremendous amount of front end damage, and that could be the end of their chances to win the Podium eSports Daytona 500 respectively.
Man, that's a heartbreaker, particularly for Malik Ray, James, who absolutely showed so much prowess, came from the tail of the field, shotgun 43rd, led this race at one point, and had a car that I believed could not only push drivers to the front of the field, but could lead this field. And now you see the heavy damage to the back end of that Rowdy Energy number 51 Toyota Camry. I'm not going to call it race-ending damage, but it may be just enough to mean that he's not going to be in position to be able to lead a line. He may just have to be a pusher for the rest of this race if that car's got enough pace to do so.
We'll wait and see what happens with this next group. A little bit cleaner for the group that Christian Peterson leads in. Peterson, one of the top 5 finishers from a year ago, the champion of the Cars eSports Tour in 2019, and a multiple-time champion of short track racing from Podium eSports Days Bash. But Peterson, I think for some of the drivers that get so much press, and a lot of the eNASCAR World Championship Series drivers, Christian Peterson is a name that doesn't quite get as much attention, but you look at him and you look at what he's raced in. Obviously, the prowess on the short tracks of the Cars eSports Tour, but he was quick in the Podium eSports Southern 500 last year. He was quick in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 last year. Top 5s in both, and that's the national car and this cup car. So Christian Peterson, about as close to a wheelman, I think, as you're going to find in this field, and someone that you can never count out of races like these. He's been sitting, riding around in the back to make sure he doesn't get caught up in the ranks. But when we get to 20 laps to go, if he has a chance, I will be stunned if we don't see that number 23 machine jump up towards the front of the field.
That's a point well made about CP. The body of work speaks for itself, a short track champion, but he showed his mettle when it came to driving these cup cars and the trucks as well last year in all the Podium eSports leagues. He was a force to be reckoned with, getting wins in everything that he stepped foot in. And he's not just a short track racer, he's a complete racer, an absolute wheelman. And remember, he finished second last year in this Daytona 500, so he knows how to get it done. He knows how to perform under pressure. He's just going to need a little bit of help. That track position not too good right now. He's got help from Jacob Bell in the number 77, scored 13th and 14th last time across the line. So they're going to need some more to get up to that lead pack. I'm not sure anything other than a caution is going to be exactly as we take a look back up front, led by Jeremy Allen in that bottom line, Logan Clampett in the outside lane with help from behind from Nick Ottinger. So again, similar to what we've seen before, Adam Gilliland, second car in line on the bottom, a lot of damage to the left rear. He's a lap down, but we've seen lap cars be up in this lead group before, so no difference there. That 8's going to be a force to be reckoned with. Even with the damage on the left rear, he's still going to be able to create a good push and a good suck throughout the draft.
That's the interesting thing with some of these cars, and it might even apply to Malik Ray still too, although he just got a black flag for pit road penalty. So matters just getting worse for Malik Ray and that number 51 machine. But some of these cars with damage, they won't be able to lead any of these groups at pace. The Brandon Catellas, the Jimmy Mullis's, groups like that. But if they sit in the draft, with the way the air resistance works, you can hide behind a clean car and effectively be as quick as you would be if you had a clean car, so long as you're in the middle of one of these packs. That's the key. You have to find yourself dead center, and I think if you're any one of those cars, your best hope, Jacob Seelman, of coming away with a victory is just hiding in the middle and then hoping and praying that they all wreck in front of you. You can find your way around it all and not get caught up in it.
Well, stop and consider. Didn't we see that towards the end of duel number 2 last night, where we had an accident at the very front of the field and pretty much every single car in that field ended up wadded up in a heap? So it's not impossible to think about if you're one of those cars with damage. Right now, though, it's an 8-car breakaway at the front of the field. 4 pairs of 2 really have taken control of this race, and then there's a big pack from 24 seconds on back. Dylan Jones in 10th place behind them. Clampett, Allen, Ottinger, Justice Reynolds, Mullis, Bolin, Hansen, your front 8, and they've really finally settled it out again for a little while. We've seen this in spurts right now, haven't we, David Schildhaus? The fact that they'll get crazy for 3, 4, 5 laps, and then somebody will get smart and realize, hey, we can't keep doing this or somebody's going to wreck. And sure enough, they've settled it out again, though Jeremy Allen just got the shove from Nick Ottinger to go back to the race lead.
It's impressive to watch him work in this lead pack as it's been whittled down little bit by little bit as we've gone through the green flag pit stops, James. It's certainly a trend to go with as pit road has been the big difference maker so far when it's stayed green flag racing. The only place you're going to really mess up is on pit road. We've seen that bite quite a few drivers.
A little note here, Justin Patella with damage to the right rear of his machine. A little bit of contact on pit lane as we'll take the moment during the broadcast. And now that we're a little bit settled down and this lead group is thinned out, we'll try and bring in Izzy Dabowski once again, who was a commentator on the qualifying day broadcast yesterday and made the point of how much fun it was to watch everybody race. How much fun is it to watch the best of the best go at it here for 200 laps in this big show today, Lizzie?
Well, when you consider that the heat races were just 20 laps, you had a lot of very aggressive driving. So watching all of that was a heck of a lot of fun. But here, where everything is on the line right here in this race, it's a different kind of ball game. You know, there's a lot of different strategies that are be coming in with the pitting and whatnot. So with more strategy, more sort of like chess kind of coming into the foray of a 200-lap race, you know, it's a different kind of fun, but it's fun nonetheless.
A different kind of fun. You're so used to the drift scene. We know you know that well with our friends Ian Plash and Keenan Kushin, the three of you on the broadcast yesterday. But what kind of different racing in this, and what sort of differences do you notice between the oval racing and in particular the restrictor plate racing world and the drift racing world that you know so well?
Well, first of all, they're going straight instead of sideways. But beyond that, what matters here more than anything is speed, whereas with drifting, you know, it's getting sideways, maintaining your angle. But what remains the same between both disciplines is a control and understanding of your car. A lot of these people who are driving in these cars right now, as you see before you, have been in these cars for a very long time, and they know how they act. A lot of people have been talking about how skittish these cars are in the drift, how they kind of seem to drift one way or another. And we've also seen them, you know, like kind of touching that apron, just getting on the very edge of the closest they can get to the track in order to get as much speed as possible. So, you know, there are a lot of differences between, you know, drifting and oval racing, especially restrictor plate racing. But I think the most important factor here is just control and understanding of your car.
Now, you're part of the team that brings the Gaming Drift Series to life here on the Podium eSports Twitch channel. You and Ian and Keenan are at it the second Saturday of every month. And this month, the GDS goes to the Tsukuba circuit in Japan, if I can actually pronounce my Japanese. But Tsukuba has a long and storied history with drifting. It's an incredibly important track for the drift community. So just sort of talk about why Tsukuba is drifting's Daytona.
Oh, Tsukuba is absolutely drifting's Daytona, really. And it's because for such a long period of time, Tsukuba has associated itself not just with drifting, but also with Japanese sports car driving. You know, I can't remember off the top of my head what the TV show is, but there was a very important TV show that regularly does sports car battles there. This was back in like the 90s, early 2000s kind of thing. I'm not sure if it's still running, but in any case, it has a very important history, not just in real life racing, but also in virtual racing as well. We've seen that track in so many different games, and especially in iRacing as well, playing up to some of the best racing you're ever going to see, but also some of the best drifting you're going to see. A lot of those flowing turns allow for very precise movements throughout the course, and it requires you to have a certain type of flow to be able to link the entire track together.
And if people want to find out more about the Gaming Drift Series, about what you and Ian and Keenan do, where can they go on the web to find you all? Where can they go on the internet to learn more?
To learn more about the Gaming Drift Series, I'd have to look that up real quick, but you know, if you're interested in following me and my endeavors with regards to not just sim racing, but just whatever in general, you can follow me at, I believe it's Gamma Theta, at Gamma Theta, so GAMMATHETA on Twitter if you're interested in following whenever I'm doing these live commentary events or doing some live streams of my own.
And also the Gaming Drift Series on Facebook, and then the GDS Series, GDS and then Series, that acronym and then the word, on Instagram if you want to see their pictures. So all eyes there, and their next broadcast next Saturday afternoon from Tsukuba Circuit. But Lizzie, thank you so much for coming in to boot this, and we'll let you get back to enjoying all this madness, because it's going to be a crazy race, I think, over the last 80 laps.
Absolutely. I'm excited to get back into the audience there and watch what unfurls as we get right down into the winding down into the final moments of the race.
There's Lizzie Dabowski for you, part of our Gaming Drift Series team that you can see right here on the Podium eSports Twitch channel as everybody continues to spread. They just got Brandon Cattell and put him one lap down, so again, the tough race continued for the 14. Did this lead pack get around to him cleanly? I'd say for the most part, just about. He managed to get down to the apron in the tri-oval, which something that it seems like if you've got experience here at Daytona, you know how these sorts of things work. Jacob Seelman, you can try and run as a lap car on top, but it's just easier to get down low and get out of the way.
It is, and I think you're going to see that more and more as this race winds into its closing stretch. The lap cars will get shuffled out. The leaders are going to start to make bigger and bigger moves and really focus on themselves and not focus on the drivers who are one or more laps down. They're going to want to try to get them out of the way as we wind down the home stretch. I'm still intrigued, really, that even through all the pit stop cycles that we've had, that's getting tight at the front of the field. All the pit stops that we've had, that we still have. 21 cars, there's contact. Blake Reynolds all the way down below the yellow line down the super stretch. How did he save that and not take out a chunk of the field along with him? That was nearly disastrous.
We did have one go around. I think it was the 14 of Brandon Cattell down in the grass in turn 3. No caution yet. So it's sort of a double whammy as all that contact got created and he made an evasive maneuver. I don't know how he didn't clip. That was the 32 rather, Brent Keith that he was avoiding. So Cattell goes around. Blake Reynolds with the save of the race so far. That was incredible. I don't know how he saved that. We stay under green. Really tense moments there as they were coming up on slower cars. That field was getting really close together, really pinching down on each other, Jacob. And the fact that we didn't take out more cars or even get a yellow out of all that's pretty amazing.
That was miraculous. We have now tried, I think, 3 separate times to put this thing under caution, and we still have not done so. 100 and almost 123 laps into this race. Meanwhile, Logan Clampett, Derek Justice, now the two on the bottom, controlling this race at the head of the field. They've got the challenge up the outside. The lap car of James Gibson, the first car, one lap down at the head of the outside lane. Jeremy Allen actually in a sandwich of lap traffic. He's the second car there. Third car on the outside lane, 2 laps down, is Will Cooley. And then it's another lap car on the bottom of the racetrack, that 4 of James Krahula. So a lot of traffic that is 1 or more laps down interspersed in this lead pack right now. But we'll go ahead and give you a rundown of the top 8 in the lead pack as it sits. Logan Clampett leads the party over Derek Justice, who just jumped to the outside in an effort to try and go for the race lead. Jeremy Allen, 3rd on the racetrack, 3rd on the outside lane, 3rd on the inside lane, 4th is Graham Boland. Then it's Nick Ottinger in the 25. The 3 of Blake Reynolds, who has managed to rebound nicely, hang on here and still have a shot in 6th. 7th is Danny Hansen, 8th Jimmy Mullis, 9th Brent McCoy, and 10th Daniel Eberhardt. McCoy and Eberhardt well back of this pack that's battling at the front of the field. They shuffle the 75 of James Gibson out. Derek Justice goes to the lead on the bottom of the racetrack with Logan Clampett. They stretch out single file. Graham Boland now to the outside, looking outside, trying to get help from Jeremy Allen. No help to be found down the back straightaway.
Well, that was a tense moment there for Jeremy Allen, as the 75 had a little bit of a connection issue. Right through him he went as the leaders will work their way around a foursome of slower cars there. That's going to be Justin Botello, who's one of them, down on that bottom side. J-Bo's down there, also with Brandon Holder, Josh Skrupa, and Matt Quick there in the 89 as well. So Derek Justice will lead the leading line around the high side there, leading everyone by. And you talked about it, Jacob, how many lap cars there are interspersed with the leaders here. It's such a weird dynamic to see in this race right now, but after 126 laps of green flag racing, not all that unexpected, I guess, as everyone's had a little bit different luck with pit road and the twist that's put on this race. The leaders not only battling each other, but also have all these other players in the lead pack in the form of lap cars. Some of them 1 lap down, some of them more, and with all different agendas as well. Some guys fighting for that lead pass position. If the caution does fly, want to be the first one to lap down to get back onto the lead lap. That may play into the way these guys race these leaders. They're not, trying to wreck anybody or create anything, but if they see an opening to better their position or put themselves in a spot to take advantage of that free pass, they're definitely going to do it. Leaders be damned.
Well, the word you used that I agree with right now is if we see a caution, because we're now 60%, more than 60% of the way through this race, and we have yet to see that. That's why you now see only 19 cars on the lead lap, the last of those being the 89 of Matt Quick, the pole sitter, who led this field to the green flag almost 2 hours ago, and now sits, he's pretty much lost touch and is in danger of going a lap down here before long. Back in the pack, a little swerving, Blake Reynolds, 3 wide, trying to make some moves. He's in 4th on the racetrack right now, getting help from the 47 of Jeremy Allen. They're trying to make some tracks and catch up to the couple of guys ahead of them. Graham Boland, Clampett, and Justice, they've really started to run away by a couple of car lengths now.
All that was kicked off by Justin Botello on the bottom side, getting put down onto the apron and trying to stay out of the way of everybody. Did a good job. Created a little bit of a tense moment there with Brady and Blake Reynolds, but they all had the awareness to see what was happening, gave each other lots of room, and they keep rolling forward. And I think that's just what's going to be the play right now for these lap cars as they try to race amongst one another and stay out of the way of the leaders, but they got moves that they have to make, and that's just part of this racing. So far, still side by side, Derek Justice leading the line of leaders, if you will, with Logan Clampett in tow behind him. James Krahula, 3rd in line on the outside, is a lap down. All those cars on the inside lane are a lap down as well. You have to go back to the 4th car on the outside lane, Graham Boland, who's 3rd overall, with Blake Reynolds right there on his back bumper. So again, 2 lanes of traffic, a lot of them leaders and still a lot of them lap cars as well.
And James Pike right now, that's what's, even for somebody like us who's watching this from above, that's what's making this a little difficult right now, is how many lap cars have interspersed themselves among the leaders. Makes it very difficult to pick up the battle because it's simply scattered all over the place. There's a lot of different variables in play right now 129 laps into this race.
How weird is it that Derek Justice is technically the leader, but he's only the second car or the first car on the outside and 3rd car in line in all this group. But Justice in the 31, who again, and I love telling this story, Justice was with us late Friday night when we were setting the grids, and we told Justice when his heat race was going to be. on Saturday. So he knew exactly when he needed to get in, and he still managed to not join the server in time. So he had to come into a different race, had to race to the last chance qualifier, then race to the duel and get into this. And now here he is in front of the entire field at the Podium eSports Daytona 500 in front of Logan Crampett and getting a big push to the 99 as he'll go down to the apron and take control of the inside.
Hey, look at what's building up on the outside lane. Graham Boland, that 18, getting a huge shove from James Gibson in that 75. Gibson, 1 lap off the pace, currently scored in the 22nd position. He has help from behind as well. So that outside lane forming up one more time with multiple cars, and that's really going to be the ticket. If Boland's going to move forward, he's going to take the help wherever he can get it, as we've got 3 leaders, 3 wide across the racetrack for the lead, all being pushed by lapped cars. How do you like this picture, James Pike? That is something you don't see every day.
Now we're back to 3 wide racing at Daytona again, something that puts me a little bit more at ease, unlike the rest of these drivers. But Boland in that line will fall off a little bit. James Krahula there pushing Logan Clampitt in the 99 machine, and how important it would be if we got a yellow flag right now, just to make sure we're keeping track of who would win that battle and who would be the first one to get the lucky dog. James Krahula in the number 4 machine is the one that would have it as of last lap, but that was only last lap. Jacob Seelman, we know how quickly things can change here.
We do know how quickly things can change here, and things change back to 2 wide just as quickly. We crossed the line. 61 laps to go in the second running of the Podium eSports Daytona 500. 2x2 for the first 2 rows, 3x3 a couple of rows behind them. Derek Justice, Logan Clampitt going at it hot and heavy for the race lead as they work down the Daytona Superstretch. Coming up the outside, Graham Boland's to 3rd with help from James Gibson, who's one of the lap down cars in this pack. Boland maybe with a run for the lead in turn 3.
Boland thought he had a run for the lead, and then Logan Clampitt got in front of Derek Justice and said, nope, my turn to control this. And now here comes Blake Reynolds, the 3 car, who was very conveniently scored 3rd that last time by, getting a push from Adam Gillen, pushing James Cahula, and trying to, amongst that lap car sandwich, be the leader of this race, draw even along with Logan Clampitt, maybe get the lead going to 1 as they go around Mark Muskowski on the outside.
Watch that traffic, because the 39, that could have easily been disaster. I saw that lane in the middle of the racetrack make a dart, and everybody hung on to it. Mitskowski right now scored 31st, final car 1 lap down, now first car 2 laps down. But those are the kind of variables as we get deeper into this race that are going to make it extremely dicey. And the 3rd lane forming again up the outside, led by the 2 lap down 5 car, Brandon Holder, trying to make some tracks. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead up front, Blake Reynolds trying to chase down Logan Clampitt. He's going to have a shot at it as they work through the tri-oval.
James Krahula, the first car in this group. Oh, Matt Quick nearly got into trouble and nearly got there on the outside. And James Krahula now will drop to the inside to lead this group. And Blake Reynolds and Logan Clampitt go side by side for the race lead now.
Krahula puts himself back on the tail end of the lead lap, as a matter of fact, with that maneuver. Now the question is, how long can he stay there? Battle for the lead down the Daytona Superstretch. Blake Reynolds with the shove from Adam Gillen. He's going to go to the lead past Logan Clampitt. Leads the middle lane of the racetrack as lap traffic working to the outside alongside him. Here comes Clampitt back to the bottom and back to the point.
Clampitt with a really good run alongside Blake Reynolds, and Blake Reynolds has not been at the front of this group all race long, and here he is now trying to leave his stamp of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports, and working his way through all the lap cars. You've got leaders, you've got lap cars interspersed throughout this group, but it's a side-by-side battle with Logan Clampitt and a 3 of Blake Reynolds for the race lead. Through turn 2 they come.
I tell you, I am nervous right now if I'm one of these leaders like Derek Justice. All these lap cars around me, to the outside behind you as well. The 3rd lane forming up, and they're shoving doors just a little bit. All these guys know what is on the line right now, knowing that one caution can definitely change their race for better or for worse. You don't want to be in the wreck, but you want to try and benefit from it. But James Cahula has done everything that he needs to put himself in the best position possible, leading the leaders. Can't leave that bottom open there. Clampitt will definitely take advantage of it as Blake Reynolds will shoot through on the middle lane, led by with a push from Adam Gilliland, I should say. And here comes Briar LaPrade. We talked about him early in the race, how well he was doing. That one mistake on pit road relegated him way deep into the running order. He's way back there in 32nd, 2 laps off the pace. Still a clean car, though, so he definitely can push and do what he needs to help these guys out. As he jumps to the 3rd lane, wow, there was not a lot of room there in front of Brandon Holder.
We'll see if they can keep it together in one piece. But here comes Briar LaPrade, of all people, with a huge run into the outside. He's got help from the number 5 machine. Way up there on the top side, that's Brandon Older for Glowbox Motorsports, as they are 3 wide at the front of this pack, continuing to try and figure out who really wants to control this anyway. And look at Briar LaPrade with the run of that all the way up there. Top line, contact! Blake Reynolds gets turned. He goes back into Adam Gilliland, and we have our first yellow flag of the afternoon.
And that's what we were all afraid of, lap traffic playing a factor, and it did, and the pack comes flying apart. That was the leader, Blake Reynolds. Briar LaPrade came up the outside lane, and it turned into disaster just that quick. Unbelievable scenes as 137 laps in, and finally it all comes to a screeching halt as the leader, Blake Reynolds, goes around in the middle of the pack after contact with lap traffic, and chaos ensues at the World Center of Racing.
Trying to follow Briar LaPrade, I think, and he just came down thinking he was clear and didn't even realize that Reynolds was there. So he doors Reynolds. James Kula goes off to the inside. Adam Gillen had nowhere to go. Will Cooley was swept up in this. Logan Clampett just missed it. Matt Quick got into the side of the 3 machine as they continue to wreck down the front straightaway. I think most of the leaders, though, actually managed to escape this. Clampett came through clean. Derek Justice didn't have any damage. I saw a few cars go around there. I think Nick Ottinger is good. Jeremy Allen is good. Graham Boland with no problems. So most of the characters who had been up at the front of this field with no trouble. But Blake Reynolds, clearly the one affected the most by this incident, as Brandon Holder gets into the 3 after shoving Briar LaPrade into the race lead. And we are now finally under our first yellow flag of the afternoon with 137 laps complete.
And see, that's the biggest thing, and that's the thing that really is, I guess, a little disappointing to me, is the fact that we call it the race lead. More accurately, it was the head of the pack, because those guys who were racing, the leaders, were in effect 2 laps down, Holder and LaPrade, and now, unfortunately, we've seen it cost the driver who was at the front of this field in Blake Reynolds. And man, the escape that Logan Clampett put on to get down to the apron, get down through the grass basically, and get through there along with Derek Justice, that was an impressive move on both of their parts to escape unharmed.
Everybody comes down pit road. I figure we're going to see just about all of the lead lap cars in for service under this yellow flag, and then we'll really see who managed to survive and who's going to be in trouble. You know, Blake Reynolds is going to try and get that 3 car fixed up as best he can. Danny Hansen, we didn't get the chance to talk about the 20 machine, but the entire front clip on that number 20 is gone. Absolutely nothing left there. So Hansen really in trouble so far as his opportunity to win the Podium eSports Daytona 500 is concerned. Everybody else though at the front of this field in relatively good shape, it looks like. Just Reynolds and Hansen, the 2 biggest players that were involved, as Clampett and Justice nearly go side by side on a pit road, but Clamp beats the 31 off to resume control of this race. And then Graham Boland, Jeremy Allen, and Nick Ottinger. So 5 names that we've heard throughout a good chunk of the day. Daniel Eberhardt comes off pit road. And you know what? We talked about Christian Peterson waiting in the back of the grid. Now here he is. He comes out 7th and will likely restart there. So CP, when it's time to step on it and get on the gas, here he is making an appearance just as easily as he's done in the past.
And James, this is where we talked about all those guys earlier that we referenced who were running a third to a half lap behind the leaders. This is where that actually pays off, the fact that they were shuffled out somewhat during the rounds of green flag pit stops that we had earlier, because now all of a sudden they cycle back around, they're on the lead lap, they're safe from harm's way, and they're going to have a shot here when we go back green inside of 60 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500. This is where now all of a sudden you take the intensity level, you click the ratchet straps a few more notches, and you get set, because you know it is only going to get bigger from here.
And how interesting, a note here that our first caution last year came out on lap 144. We were within about 10 laps of that when the yellow flag came out here today. So right about this part of the race as we begin to work our way towards the final quarter of the Podium eSports Daytona 500. Business shall begin to pick up, and what you see from here on out should barely resemble anything that you saw in the first 120, 130, 35 laps or so, David Shieldhouse. It is an entirely different ball game, and a great time for anybody who's just now tuned in to tune in.
Absolutely. If you know somebody that's going to enjoy this type of content, wants to see some great racing or some of the best in the business go at it for high stakes, let them know where we are. Bring them over to the Podium eSports Network. This is not sort of racing that you want to miss. And now with this caution coming out at this point in the race, that tells me two things, James Pike, two very important things. One, these guys have been doing a very good job up to this point. And two, I don't have a very good memory because I didn't remember last year how long it went until we had that first caution, but it's pretty impressive that we went that long both years so far before we saw that first yellow. They sure tried to bring it out this year, I tell you what, but everything has certainly been flipped over at this point. You talked about guys like Christian Peterson brought back into the fray, Daniel Eberhard as well, Dylan Jones, everyone who was out of that lead pack but still on the lead lap really benefited from that. That's the break that they needed, and now they're going to change the way they approach the rest of this race with that second lease on life that they've been given. They have to stay in that lead pack. They got to get better on pit road, stay out of trouble, but I imagine now that we've seen one yellow flag, the aggression is going to get turned up, just like Jacob said, and that may lead to more wrecks, but again, you got to take that approach to put yourself in the best position possible when you get inside that last 10 laps.
Get inside that last 10 laps. How key, how important will that be? And how much will that play into who wins this race? All very big questions that we'll have to try and figure out at some point, but we'll have to figure out at some point because we have to get to those final 10 laps first. We're still about 50 laps away from that point. So, as they continue to cycle under the yellow flag, we'll remind you that coverage of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 today is brought to you by Abruzzi Racewear USA, a presenting partner from last night's Abruzzi Racewear USA duels at Daytona. Abruzzi Racewear USA offers fully customizable shoes and gloves for every sim racer, and every Abruzzi Racewear piece is custom designed by the customer, ensuring a one-of-a-kind product made from only the highest quality materials on the market. Use code PODIUM1 when you check out online, and you can get 25% off all items now through tomorrow night at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. They extend the caution one more lap. You can find them online at Abruzzi Racewear USA on Facebook and at www.abruzziusa.com. Abruzzi Racewear, your wear, your way. Logan Clampett's in control of this field over Justice and Mullen and company. Should be set to go, I think, once we circle around the World Center of Racing for another lap. So I believe 143 will be the number that gets us back under the Ledford Billiard Supply green flag. So, the cloud cover coming out. One thing that I think we haven't talked about here, the time is transitioning, and it's something that we haven't seen much of in the Daytona 500, but you're starting to notice it now with the cloud cover and with the clock. We just cleared 3 o'clock in sim after starting at about 1:30. It was pretty close to the real live start of 1:30 p.m. Eastern time, but everybody here just minding P's and Q's, but you have to wonder, David Shellhouse, if this track changes and if it tweaks itself a little bit over the course of the day, if that changes how these cars will handle, and in turn changes who we see in control of the field at the front and who we don't.
I don't know if we'll see necessarily a changing of the guard up towards the front of this field. It seems to be the same group of guys able to control it very well amongst themselves, depending on who wants to get super desperate to make those 3 wide moves, but without guys like Brandon Cattell in the field anymore, who's really want to make that outside lane work, Malik Ray not there anymore. A lot of guys who really wanted to run that top lane are not a part of the lead group at this point. So that may change the dynamic of the way these guys are going to approach the 2-wide racing, or just how patient they want to remain, and maybe eyeball inside of 20 laps that they want to start getting super aggressive. But as the cloud cover sort of comes in and out of the track, the way the track is going to change, it's going to cool down a little bit. The grip is going to go up, and it's just going to allow these drivers to make even more bold moves. I'm not sure that's what we need at this point, but the driver sure won't complain about having that added grip.
A little bit of added grip won't complain as we get set for the restart, which will indeed come on lap 133 as the lights are off the pace car. Logan Clampett will be your leader, then it will be Derek Justice, Graham Boland, Jeremy Allen, and Daniel Eberhard, the top 5. Then Nick Ottinger, Dylan Jones, Christian Peterson, Michael Whitaker, Jacob Bell, the top 10. Jacob Seelman. Should be a very fun restart now with those leaders all bunched up together again.
Oh, this is where business is really going to start picking up, and it's going to get, if you were entertained before, you're going to be even more entertained now. And the driver I think I'm going to be watching when we go back to green here momentarily is a driver that I don't think we've called his name once, other than maybe at the very start of this race. But Daniel Eberhardt in that 90 car, 5th place for this restart. He was a driver that I think we all thought during the duels were going to have a shot at it, and now all of a sudden, after lurking at the back all race long, here he is in contention with a shot to win the Podium eSports Daytona 500. I say win. We've still got going to be 58 laps to go here, but he's got a shot at least.
As the Ledford Billiard Supply green flag is back in the air, Logan Clampett with help from the Toyota of Graham Bowman from Joe Gibbs Racing right behind. Derek Justice also there up top, so it's Toyotas within top 3, then Jeremy Allen and Nick Ottinger right there side by side, racing a little bit further back in that pack as they come back up to song and back up to speed at the World Center of Racing.
Get up to speed through the gears nicely down the backstretch. They go side by side. You know, Josh, you talked about, or Jacob rather, you talked about Daniel Eberhardt and his buddy that's been in tow with him pretty much this entire race, Dylan Jones in that 11. Those two gray cars have been sort of linked front to nose, and I think that's something you have to keep an eye on. If they're going to continue to work together to try and break up this lead pack, there are two that can definitely do it. I haven't seen them necessarily jump to the outside, but they might be trying to recruit some help knowing the way these guys have been racing up front. It's a good point made. Two guys to keep an eye on, Daniel Eberhardt and Dylan C. Jones, the 90 and the 11. They have been linked together, working together for much of this race. Now that they're back in the lead pack, how are they going to take that lead pack and turn it into something they can control?
How interesting is this? Some of these names that we haven't talked about in a long while, and some of these names that we haven't talked about at all today. Seth Hatchell, Michael Whitaker, James Gibson, Max Brady, Ty Bass, all in this lead pack now, and all people who showed a lot of speed yesterday in the Vision Race Radio Circus at Daytona. But now, as we're here towards the final 50 laps of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports, now they're getting their chance to come back up towards the front and add their names into the mix when it really matters. It makes me wonder, Jacob Seelman, if they were just waiting all this time.
It does make you wonder, and certainly it's been a strategy that has been employed by many through the years here at the High Banks and has worked out in certain respects over the course of the many races and many years that the track has been in existence. Will it work today? That's the question that I think we're all going to be asking ourselves, as now 23 drivers, 21 of them in this lead pack, are racing for the top spot. And Derek Justice now, he and Allen working together on that high lane, trying to make something happen. Near contact between him and Logan Clampett. They got very, very close. As that's a nervous moment right there as you're coming into the tri-oval. I almost thought there was going to be disaster right at the head of this field, James. Everybody settles it back in, and now again 2 by 2.
Now Scrupa nearly in trouble there. He had to jump out of the way, and I think might end up way out of this. He's jumped way off the back of this field, but it's still Logan Clampett in control of this. And now Derek Justice with a run from the outside. Jeremy Allen pushing the 31 to the front, and the 31 will drop right down in front of Logan Clampett, like the professional driver that he's been throughout most of Speed Weeks, and get back to the front of this. Plenty of speed in that number 31 Baskin-Robbins Toyota Camry does Derek Justice have.
Indeed he does. Remember the great moves that he made to get through that wreck. That really might have saved his race entirely. He's got a big push. Oh, that gets really close right there with Logan Clampett. They were not lined up. Clampett being the experienced professional that he is, knew that he had to back off. You can't push on the left rear quarter of these cars. They will spin out. Same with the right rear. So nice job there by Clamp to lay off of Justice, gather it back up, and look at what they've done. They've got a great run down the back straightaway. But don't forget about Jeremy Allen with the push from behind from Daniel Eberhardt, Dylan Jones in the outside lane as well. Like I talked about, those two have been linked together and working very well. Graham Bolin as well as the 25 of Nick Ottinger, all these guys up front. But look at the fifth car rather, on the inside lane, James. Christian Peterson sneaking up there as Clampett makes a move to the outside.
Logan Clampett now up top there. Logan Clampett now to the race lead ahead of Derek Justice as they work lap 148 of 200. And the 99 machine gets ready to pull down, you would think, or at least thought about it, and then didn't quite get clear enough ahead of Derek Justice to get in front of Derek Justice. So now it's the 31 with help from the 18 of Graham Bolton once again to the front of this track, Jacob Seelman.
Yes, indeed, as they work down the super stretch one more time. And now here's the two on the outside lane that have worked together all race long, it seems like. Jeremy Allen, Logan Clamp, and Allen tries to push Clamp there as they head through the banking in turn number 3. Clamp cannot get clear, and Derek Justice back to the inside, trying to side draft him and go to the lead as they come off turn 4. It will not work. Clamp it to the bottom of the racetrack. He'll go to the lead once again. 52 laps to go, still a long way, but now you can feel the intensity starting to rise. Everybody knows it's go time from here, because if you can put yourself in position in the final 50 laps, you can win this race. And a couple of drivers that we called out coming back to green, or one at least that I had my eye on, Daniel Eberhardt right up there in the mix. Third car outside lane, another one, Christian Peterson. Fourth car on the inside lane, the 90 and the 23 all of a sudden have come to the front when it matters.
Eberhardt was so strong in his dual race, so strong in his 81 as he, Christian Peterson, just a driver who you know is going to find his way towards the front of this, and he's decided now might be the time, and you can feel the intensity ever so slightly getting to pick up at the World Center of Racing as we work lap 150 of 250 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. Next time by.
3/4 of the way through this race, and there are still so many drivers that have an opportunity to win this thing. We are far from done, but it has been two heavy hitters for the most of this race, namely Logan Clamp on the bottom side. That's where he's been most comfortable, but Derek Justice has really asserted himself in that outside lane, pulls away just a little bit with a great push from behind from Jeremy Allen. Justice will swing back down low a little bit tentatively, but he will do it nonetheless to pick up that bottom lane and Logan Clamp. I think that's the best play that Derek Justice can make right now, knowing how strong that 99 has been, and Clamp necessarily hasn't wanted to run behind Derek Justice. They know they're like two prize fighters feeling each other out with a couple of jabs here and there of what they're capable of doing. Justice showing the back bumper to Logan Clamp, and he will continue to lead.
I'm waiting to see a Ford up here at the front of this group, Joe Concealment. For the vast majority of this day, outside of Brandon Cattell, it's been Toyota and Chevy and Toyota and Chevy. And as you look at the front group here, it's Toyota, Toyota, Chevy, Toyota, and then Daniel Eberhardt is the first Ford Mustang in this field. And it makes me wonder how well he can carry the banner for the Blue Oval, because right now he's about the only one near the top 10. The only other one, Dylan Jones in the 11. So no surprise that the two real sim racing stablemates are working together in this. They know how to work with each other because they've raced each other so much. It's Logan Clamp goes, Derek Justice gets turned in front of the field. Derek Justice gets turned in front of the field by Logan Clamp. Second yellow flag at Daytona. And, well, we'll have to go back and see what happened, but that's race over for Derek Justice. And we'll take a look at the replay to show you what happened. Clampett was there. He just came across the front of those, and Clampett gets turned in front of the field, and everybody wrecked right behind him.
We watched it all play out, and Calamity following behind. Justice had the lead, and just in a flash, it was over. He tried to come up the racetrack. Clampett was there, and then, boom, the pack flies apart, and everybody else just piles in behind. That's what happens when you have 22, 23 cars within 1 second of one another coming through the trioval. That's the worst place, James, to have Calamity strike, because when you're coming through that trioval where it narrows up, it's not like the super stretch where you can dive all the way to the grass, dive all the way to the bottom. You wreck in the trioval, there is nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide. And as I go back and look, this Clamp went to the outside, and Justice just went to block. He tried to keep Clampett at bay and just didn't get up there in time, and that's just a racing incident at Daytona more than anything else. Not so much that you can do beyond that, but so much calamity and carnage, and a lot of these drivers that were in Logan Clampett who had been so strong all day, now with no front clip coming down pit road. Ty Bass I saw was swept up in this. Reynolds already with damage. I think he picked up even more in that incident. Just trying to scan through the field. Jonathan Wall with some damage. Max Brady, I think. Brandon Cattell might have had a piece. Chris Parkman with damage. Kenny Brady with a little bit. Spencer Tart with no front end. Garrett Maines with less front damage. Brandon Holder might actually be the first clean car and all that. Mickey Harden somehow managed to avoid all that. Yeah, just a lot of people swept up in all this as the leaders are on pit road.
I was going to say, it's feeding time at the zoo, and Graham Boland led basically everybody down pit road for service, and you've got to wonder, they can't make it to the end on fuel from here, James, but you can at least put yourself down. I mean, I don't think anybody's believing we're going to stay green from this point, knowing what just happened. But you put yourself down to not needing fuel again, or maybe just a splash with about 10 laps to go, based on the pit window we've seen all race long. So it sets up some very interesting strategy plays now as we wind into the latter stages of this race.
We'll wait to see where everybody is after we sort everybody out. I really don't know who's going to be in contention on this, who's going to be up at the front of this field now that we've effectively lost Logan Clampett and Derek Justice off of that incident from the field. But we can tell you that, especially now that we're in the last 50 laps, people starting to come into here. A friendly reminder that our broadcast of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 is presented by our presenting partner of the Podium eSports Daytona 500, Sim Motorsports, your home for all sim lab gear in the United States. You can find your new rig, wheel, seat, or anything else you might need for your setup all in one place. And that place is www.simmotorsports.com. And you can also visit them on Facebook at Sim Motorsports as well. And Sim Motorsports here to give away a GT1 Evo rig from Sim Labs to the winner of the Podium eSports Daytona 500. Cash prize is going to the entire field as well. So a big prize on the line, and a little bit of shipping that we're going to have to do once we figure out who's going to win this thing. But a really big rig from one of the top rig manufacturers in the world. Sim Labs are known for quality work across the board. David Schuthouse. And a big thanks to our friends at Sim Motorsports, and also a big thanks to Richard Schauderin, the head of Sim Labs, who we also know is watching as well. So big thanks for tuning into our coverage of the Podium eSports Daytona 500.
Absolutely. Big thanks to everyone who came on board to make this event possible. It takes a village to make something like this happen. It has been a treat up to this point, and looking back at that last caution, that is a game changer right there, and you can look at it a couple different ways. We saw all the replays, and all the drivers know what happened, and boy, I tell you, I look at it, and it's just blocking. Yeah. But look at who's leading this field right now. Danny Hansen in the number 20. Remember, he was caught up in the first caution that we had, took a lot of damage to that number 20, the front end, and now is leading this field. So you talk about a reversal of fortune there. A couple of guys who made it through that wreck clean. Graham Boland's certainly one of them. Nick Ottinger was right there. Daniel Eberhardt got through clean, but Eberhardt lost his drafting partner in Dylan Jones. So how's that going to affect Eberhardt's run through this field? They were working together so well. Doesn't have many more to lean on. So it's going to be a new cast of characters up front, but with the slightly damaged car of Danny Hansen, that's something interesting right there. That front end, he may not do so well out front, but he can hang.
We talked about this earlier in the broadcast, James, about if you got some damage in one of these cautions, it was very likely you could not lead the pack, and that's what I'm worried we're going to see with Danny Hansen on this restart. It's a big question as to how fast that car will go in a straight line through the air, whether he's going to be able to lead this inside line or whether they'll shuffle him out and he'll have to fall in behind somebody. That's yet another variable as we're inside of 45 laps to go when we come back to the green flag. It's go time. The time for talk is over. It's time to strap in, pull the belts tight, and rock and roll, because there's not a lot of time now to make up from a mistake if there's one to be made.
Hansen with plenty of damage will restart on the pole. Then it'll be Jeremy Allen, Brent McCoy, Michael Whitaker, Graham Boland, Briar LaPrade, who all of a sudden is out back on the lead lap in sixth. Then Nick Ottinger, Daniel Eberhardt, Christian Peterson, Jacob Bell, all the top 10 here at the front of the field.
New cast of characters for sure, Jacob, and you look at some of these guys. Briar LaPrade, as James pointed out, was 2 laps down. Remember, he was tussling it up before the first caution, made that big sweep across the front of the field, and I think that really helped him because that put him 1 lap down. Then he got the free pass and was able to get back on the lead lap, and now finds himself up inside the top 6. What a recovery.
If LaPrade finds a way to win this race, it might be one of the greatest recoveries I've ever seen, not just in the sim, but in general. Patriot Briar on the march as they work through the 31-degree banks of turns 3 and 4. It's Hansen and Allen on the front row, McCoy and Whitaker pushing them as the pace car gets ready to head back to the safety of pit road. And we await some fun here. Now, pace car ducks off. Hansen going to lead the field. led for Billiard Supply. Green flag back in the air, and we're back underway with 45 laps to go in the second annual Podium eSports Daytona 500. Hansen trying to get up through the gears. They run down towards turn number 1. Brent McCoy trying to give him the shove, but the outside lane, the one with momentum, they go into the banking. Jeremy Allen a half car length in front.
At what point does all the damage on the front end of Danny Hansen's car slow down that inside line? And at what point do all these cars to the outside try and get around him? Waiting to see if the 20 is going to get shucked out of the way of the outside line. Not surprising that they have the momentum. So there's Jeremy Allen pass, there's Michael Whitaker pass, as they all continue to get the full song. Impressive job by Hansen. I think lesser drivers would not be able to handle that car with the way that it's running right now. But here he is. He's managed to find his way up to second. And now with Jeremy Allen in control of this field, might not necessarily matter that Hansen's in that pack, but because he's just sort of hiding in the middle, as we talked about earlier, as Michael Whitaker will lead the lap ahead of Jeremy Allen as we work lap 157. But Hansen might be able to blend in there perfectly. We haven't seen that a lot across the history of Podium eSports. Drivers with cars that beat up make that work, but Hansen, to his credit, hanging tough in the 20.
I feel like we're about to see a lot of where has he been all race, because there's a couple names that I know we haven't called since the start of this one. Michael Whitaker's one of them. Started 25th and has been now to the lead. Eberhard, another one who has just recently come up through. McCoy, I don't think we've called him. And even Jimmy Mullis now suddenly back up in the mix, back there around the fringes of the top 10. So this one's getting fun in a hurry. And as James, you mentioned a couple minutes ago before we went back green, a lot of new players and a lot of old players still as well. Jeremy Allen back in the front and on the bottom of the racetrack where he's been comfortable all race long.
Everybody there, the 32 and the 00 had a moment a lap ago in the back straightaway as Will Cooley got into it. At 32, I believe that would be Brent Keith. If my memory says it is Brent Keith. Yes, the Glove Box Motorsports driver, but those two got into it on the back stretch. So damage to the 00. Don't quite know how the 32 is doing, but at the front of this field, it's Michael Whitaker in the 41 who's clear, and now Brian LaPrade leading that outside line ahead of, I believe, Daniel Eberhardt. And it looks like we've got the 77 of Jacob Bell, who nearly got turned early on in this race coming through the tri-oval. All of a sudden, he's in the hunt for things as we see a few more cars start down to the apron.
Things are starting to heat up a little bit towards the front of this pack. You talk about Danny Hansen, the damage that he had on the front of his vehicle. He's going to be able to escape with that with the help from behind. But don't forget Brent McCoy, who's lined up behind him. Last time we saw him, he was buried in the back bumper of Malik Ray. So front-end damage to the 29 as well. They're able to hold on with the draft, keeping them in play as they cycle around at the front. Jeremy Allen pops out a line, jumps up in front of Brian LaPrade to lead that outside lane. LaPrade will give him the shove down the Daytona super stretch into 3. So put Jeremy Allen back in control of this field, cleared down if he wants to make the move, but he's going to stick with LaPrade.
They'll stick with the Pride, and as these drivers work their way through the high banks of Daytona, we bring in Liam Brotherton once again. And Liam, we're talking to you later, not quite the capacity that we wanted to, but if you're in this lead pack and you're anywhere in the middle of it in particular, what's your mentality if you're there, and how do you try and navigate the chaos?
Well, anything I noticed earlier, the inside had a really bad habit of checking up really hard. So my best goal right now for most of these guys would be, if I'm trying to get to the lead, definitely try and get to that middle lane or even that top of 3, start getting momentum rolling up there, unless you're maybe still trying to ride for a little bit, hoping for another wreck.
And with all the experience out there that you had today, what did you notice when you were out there? Anything that you sort of picked up? How does it compare to what you thought you were going to see?
For certain, I saw a lot more riding at the start of the race than I was initially anticipating, which was a good thing. You know, get some guys going, not a whole lot of wrecks at the start of the race. But the momentum was definitely very large, especially, like I said, in that middle lane. You could kind of ride half throttle and still pull up on people. So especially at the end of this race, to see more people get more antsy, that third lane's going to become a thing. And especially with the lead cars starting to overheat more and more, it'll be even more important.
And even dare make a prediction for these final 40 laps? Is it too much left on the plate to try and come up with anything on that front?
It's definitely really difficult. There's some names up there that have been really good at plate racing in general, and then also this whole weekend, like Jeremy and Breyer, Jimmy and Graham, and then also my teammate Christian. I really think those are some of the ones I'd keep my eye on the most towards the end of this race.
And how proud of you are the whole SPG Horizon contingent? You know, we talked about it in pre-race, all the folks that you guys are racing for, most notably Seth the Merchant's dad, but to put it on shows like this and have, especially Christian running so well, got to bring a smile to the faces of everybody in that corner of the world.
Yeah, for certain. It was really unfortunate this weekend. Of course, Seth was the defending winner of this race. So we were really hoping, he gets to race this, but obviously things changed, and that wasn't the case. But it's really cool seeing Christian run well, and I really think he'll have a great shot towards the end of this race. But they see they're starting to get 3 wide, getting antsy, so who knows what's going to happen.
Christian Peterson finished top 5 and finished runner-up in the Daytona 500 a year ago, so definitely has the experience. Liam, a big thanks to you and everybody at SPG this weekend for your support, participation, and we'll catch you on the flip side. Look forward to seeing you as you get to watch and sit back and watch the rest of this race as they start going 3 wide for the lead.
Yeah, for certain. We'll have to go get the motor program figured out and see what happened there. That's why my motor blew up, but we'll see what happens later.
Big thanks to Liam Brotherton for coming on the broadcast one more time, and he did mention the SPG Horizon contingent. Christian Peterson currently leading that group in the 12th position, right behind Graham Bolin, Nick Ottinger and companies, behind Bolin in particular on that inside line. But watch that number 23 as Jeremy Allen jumps to the front, and Daniel Eberhardt now in control of the middle lane, while it's Justin Patello. We haven't talked much about J-Bo, but J-Bo up on the top with help from Malik Ray, who we thought was dead and gone and out of it a little bit ago.
Well, there were 2 that were almost dead, gone, and out of it. About a lap and a half ago, James, I had my heart in my throat because the 77 Jacob Bell, 46 Jimmy Mullis, they've been working through that middle lane of the racetrack there with Nick Ottinger, and the 77 of Bell got really squirrely, and I thought it was going to blow that pack back apart one more time inside of 40 laps to go here. Somehow, everybody got it gathered back up, but it's one of those, you keep watching those little squirrely moments, and the more and more of those that you have in the closing laps, the dicier and dicier it's going to get, and the more potential for disaster that there's going to be. This is as much 3 wide as we've seen in about the last 65 laps of this race, and boy, oh boy, you just wonder how long they can pull it off. Danny Hansen, who we talked about leading the field back to green, he's fallen back, and now all of a sudden out in front for the first time all race long, Daniel Eberhardt. I circled him before the last restart as a driver to watch, and suddenly here he is. He's driven his way all the way to the front of the field and fending off LaPrade and Allen behind them as they work off turn 2.
Daniel Eberhardt has been near the front of the field, but hasn't been in the front of the field, and though he led the last lap, I don't know how much longer he's going to be leading this race, because here come the 47 and the 77 with the run on the outside line. Jeremy Allen, I feel like all of our horses are going to get worn out considering how much we've called his name. He's been so strong today across the board and continues to be up near the front of this. And Jimmy Mullis, the Richmond Raceway eSports driver, we thought he might be out of it once he got into Brandon Cattell around lap 100, and now here he is back in contention and back in the top 5 as that third car on the inside line, now second as Allen drops down to the inside to cover Eberhardt.
What a run by Jacob Bell in the 77, now leading that outside lane. Jacob talked about him going up through the middle, and now look where it's got him, to the front of that outside lane with help from Jimmy Mullis. These 2 cautions that have come out have really been a blessing for Jimmy Mullis, allowed him to get all that damage fixed to the right side of the number 46 Toyota Camry. And you see the speed that's come back into it. He's still going to be a player in this thing as the Prad jumps to the outside lane up in front of Bell. So the outside lane tries to organize themselves, but the inside lane pulls away with Jeremy Allen with a big push from Eberhardt as well as Whitaker. So these 3 establishing the order that they want to run in for the time being. And of course, as soon as I say that, there goes Eberhardt up front making that move. You got to pick up the outside lane if you have the opportunity to do so. That could be the winning move we see later.
Eberhardt up there, and with a big shove from Brian LaPrade, jumps back in front to it, and all of a sudden, Jacob Seelman, 34 laps to go in the Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports, and here comes that last stretch here. They're really fanning out way in the back of this field now, and I think that's sort of the eye of the storm that should creep up further towards the front of this field as we get closer to lap 200.
Driver creeping towards the front of the field right now is Patriot Breyer. Breyer LaPrade with the shove from the 77 of Jacob Bell went for the lead at the end of the super stretch, could not make it happen. Now working back off turn number 4, it's Eberhardt out in front of this field with help from Jeremy Allen. Eberhardt leads it at the line by about 2/3 of a car length, and they're 2 by 2 by 2 all the way through this field, sometimes 3 wide, but now LaPrade's got to run for the lead in turns 1 and 2. Bell can give him the push, but they just can't quite work that 19 clear.
Makes me wonder if they're going to get it on the backstretch. We'll see what kind of run they get together as the 77 and the 46 weave. I think that sort of broke the momentum that they might have been able to give Brian LaPrade, because LaPrade doesn't get more than a bumper ahead of Eberhardt down the backstretch that last time line. So Eberhardt should be well clear going into turn 4, and it'll just be on the 19 and the 77-degree group and go for it again once they come out of turn 4 and through the trial there.
It wasn't more than 30 laps ago that Briar LaPrade was 2 laps down, now at the front of the field for the Daytona 500. Unbelievable. The recovery that he's made, still so impressive. A lot of good help and a lot of good fortune has come his way to get him to this spot. How does he capitalize on it? That's going to be the real question. Doing a nice job so far. Got great help from behind as the field's showing a lot of restraint right now. 2 wide, 2 all the way through. You look back, the first time we see 3 wide is going to be back here somewhere around Will Cooley in 15th. That's going to be Zach Johnson in the 527, pushing the 5 of Brandon Holder along. Now Graham Bowen will jump up to pick up Holder. So 3 cars, 3 wide back in the pack right there. What could come of this? Bowen's going to ditch him to go back down in line behind Ricky Harden. But you see the 3 wide starting to brew, and that's when my blood pressure starts to go up a little bit, knowing these guys are getting a little antsy.
Right around 12th, 13th in the middle of the trial. Well, Graham Bowen is right there, as is Christian Peterson. So 2 big names right in the thick of all of that action. If anything happens right there, almost certainly will lose both those 2 drivers so far as their chance to win the 500 is concerned. Meanwhile, at the front, still Daniel Eberhardt in control of this as they work their way down the back straightaway, approaching 30 laps to go. And the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports will hit that point when we cross the stripe next time by.
Yes, we will, and that means, every lap that ticks off, the intensity's going to move a little bit closer to fever pitch. The needle's going to move a little bit closer to the edge of the gauge, and you're going to have to start asking yourself, how far am I willing to go to win the Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports? Right now, we're seeing guys not really willing to make quite as daring moves, although that 3rd lane trying to open up just a little bit. They're 3 wide for a couple of rows back behind the top 6 around the 5 there. So everybody right now trying to find their position, find where they're going to be, James. This is not over by any stretch, and there's a few guys that are still, they've got my nerves up, kind of squirrely in the pack right now.
Brandon Holder up there on the top side, trying to become the first car 1 lap down. He's got help from Zach Johnson in the 527. See, no wreck a little bit further back in the field. Cars everywhere. 1 car, 2 cars barreling down further back in this pack. I see Brandon Kittel as one of them. Yellow flag out again at Daytona. As we'll take a look at the replay and see what happened. But Kittel was, I think, the first one sideways. He got a bump from Ty Bass, and those 2 get together. And Kittel goes around, I think it was the 03 of Kendall McCoy Jr. that got swept up in this with Chris Parkman. Those 2 end up in the fence. Martin Iskowski was also swept up in this. A lot of cars went down to the side. Brent Keith was caught up in this as well. James Krahula in the 4 also involved. So a few more names, not really too many at the front of this field, but the back of this pack, really where everything started. And now we're within that window where everything will just be a bonsai race, I think, from here on out.
You take a look at this wreck here, and yeah, I mean, it's hard to call it anything other than it is. Ty Bass didn't really seem interested in helping push Brandon Kittel along. He just sort of drove through the left rear and spun him out. That's exactly what's going to happen. 10 out of 10 times you make that maneuver, that's going to be the result, and it's unfortunate because that really wipes out a whole bunch of cars. Kenneth McCullough Jr., a heat race winner from yesterday, absolutely through the catch fence. Makes you glad it's just a sim at this point, but unfortunate for him nonetheless. Chris Parkman involved, along with the others, Brent Keith, Mark Masowski as well, and it's just that's one of those wrecks, Jacob. I'm going to call it avoidable for sure.
I can't disagree with you. It's and even where it happened, I'm a little bit surprised at that. I'm wasn't expecting anything at that point in the pack or in the way it happened. Just a tough deal for all involved. However, we mentioned that it's inside of 30 to go. The good news is that means everybody can make it to the end on fuel here, and that means all the leaders are down pit road for service. Feeding time at the zoo one more time as everybody getting 4 tires. Well, no, not everybody getting 4 tires. Daniel Eberhardt looks like took 2 tires and some fuel to the finish, and that's interesting to make that call, Dave, because when you consider a lot of these guys who pitted around lap 40, around the 47 to go point, maybe only needed about 8 to 10 laps worth of fuel, so you could probably get away 5-6 seconds, a 2-tire pit stop, and that looks to be what a lot of the leaders did here.
Absolutely. I think that's the right call to make. with the few laps that they had run, I think they maybe had, 10 laps or so since the last restart, and last time they were down pit road. You can get away with 2 tires for sure. Heck, you can get away with no tires, but since you have to stay in the stall to get fuel, you might as well throw at least right sides on it to help with that grip. And I like that call, absolutely. That's going to help you with some track position as well, as some guys are going to make big jumps. Other guys who may not have been thinking about that are going to fall way back. So I think everyone was pretty much on the same page for the most part, but a little bit of strategy coming in when you know fuel is no longer an issue. And as we maybe have had our last trip down pit road, I don't see any reason to come back down short of fixing damage at this point. One of those calls that was made could be the race winning one.
Could potentially be the final round of pit stops. We'll see what happens. We can also note that Graham Boland has picked up an EOL penalty, so that will change things significantly for the 18. But for Eberhardt and for the Brad and company and Jeremy Allen and Jacob Bell, Jimmy Mullis even, like we thought he was in big trouble when he got into Brent McCoy. Really thought he was in big trouble in this race, and now here he is, Jacob Silva, he's back at the top 5.
He is, and he's going to have as good a shot as any to make something happen. You're right. We had written Jimmy Mullis completely off earlier in this race, and yet, bam, just like Daytona, we expect Daytona to do. Here he is all of a sudden taking a shot at this back among the land of the living, we'll call it.
Back up, I was about to say, one of those sort of resurrections of a Daytona 500, if we're going to go along with that whole motif. But we could also say the same, David Schultz, about Briar LaPrade. You made the point just before that last yellow flag. He was almost 2 laps down at one point in this race, and now here he is in the lead of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports.
Why you never give up, James Pike. You never give up, no matter what the circumstances, especially when you have a clean car. He's avoided all of the carnage that has broke out on the racetrack so far up to this point, and when you got a clean car, anything is still possible, even 2 laps down. What a great attitude, what a great story that he can share with people if he goes on to get a great finish or even win this thing. An absolute testament to the determination of Briar LaPrade. I'm sure he's got a huge group of people supporting him today as well, and he's got to feel really good about his chances right now with the clean car leading the pack. Still a lot of guys he's going to have to contend with and defeat at this point if he's going to go to victory lane. But again, thinking he was 2 laps down, now leading this race, unbelievable. A lesson to all sim racers out there. Take a note out of Briar LaPrade's playbook that as long as you're in the race and the motor's still running, the car's relatively clean, or in his case fully clean, you shouldn't give up.
And also new life to Ricky Harden as well in the 15 car. He's been trapped a lap down for a good chunk of this race, but now is back on the lead lap, so he has a shot to maybe bring that number 15 car into victory lane. But as it stands, the restart will come next time by. Lights are off on the pace car, so LaPrade will lead them to the green with 25 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. Then Jeremy Allen, then Jacob Bell, Daniel Eberhardt, and Jimmy Mullis, your top 5. Then Brent McCoy, Nick Ottinger, Michael Whitaker, Christian Peterson, Dylan Jones. Your top 10 in this, as we remind you that Sim Motorsports is the presenting partner of today's Podium eSports Daytona 500 and your home for all Sim Lab gear in the United States. You can find your new rig, wheel, seat, or anything else you might need for your setup all in one place. Visit them on Facebook at Sim Motorsports and on the web at www.simmotorsports.com. Of course, Sim Motorsports responsible for the rig, the GT1 Evo from Sim Lives. That will go to the winner of the Podium eSports Daytona 500, which I think we're going to find out soon, but I just don't quite know how soon, Jacob Seelman, because we don't know how many yellow flags are left in this race.
And I think that's the big key here. It's been largely clean. We've only seen cautions 3 times right now in this race through 175 laps, but we really don't know at this point what we're going to see down the stretch as they work through turns 3 and 4. LaPrade and Allen going to be on the front row as we get set to come back to green. Bell, Eberhardt, Mullis, McCoy filling out those front 3 rows. The pace car going to make the dive back onto the pit lane.
And we will turn the corner and quiet ourselves for a little bit and leave you on this restart with the sounds of the Podium eSports Daytona 500. Have a listen, will you? now working lap 178 of 200 at the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports, and Jeremy Allen and Daniel Eberhardt control these front two lanes. Brian LaPrade, Brent McCoy, Jacob Bell there. Now there goes Allen to the top side. So Brian LaPrade with the run on the bottom with help from Jacob Bell. Jimmy Mullis also there, beginning to weave. Oh, there goes Bell to the inside. He nearly got turned in front of the field. We'll see if they can all make it back to turn 3, or they may wreck. We'll see where Bell merges in, but I think he got in clean. But that shook everybody up at the front of the pack.
He got in clean, but there were some nervous moments as he was trying to. Jacob Bell, very, very lucky, and that's going to put the front two now, once again, Jeremy Allen and Daniel Eberhardt as we close in on 20 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500, presented by Sim Motorsports. Eberhardt at the line by 4/1000ths of a second. That lap over Allen. He leads it. We work lap 179, and now Brian LaPrade pushes Allen back to the front of the field in the banking as they work off turn 2.
And Jeremy Allen goes to the top side to control that lane and go pick up help from Daniel Eberhardt and company, as LaPrade has Nick Ottinger in the 25 right behind him. Those two working together, and we see teammates coming together and non-teammates coming together and manufacturers coming together and everything coming together out the front of this field now, as we see some folks a little bit further back starting to string themselves down. Allen now gets dumped though. Eberhardt goes down to the bottom, and Jeremy Allen finally gets shucked out of the lead and out of control of one of those lanes for the first time just about all day. Now I think that's the first time we've really seen him get dumped by somebody, as he picks up Brent McCoy in the 29 behind him.
A great move there from Nick Ottinger to pick up the lead to the outside lane, knowing he's got help from behind from Jeremy Allen, but that inside lane gets the big surge. And look who's tucked up right behind Daniel Eberhardt. It's his buddy, Dylan Jones. I said he was a dead man, that he wasn't going to be in this thing. Well, look at how wrong I was. He's back in 4th place. Got the car fixed up, looking for Eberhardt. He's going to lose touch with him here as Eberhardt picks up the outside lane, and now we'll swing back down to reassume that lead. But with Dylan Jones back in the fray, Daniel Eberhardt has a friend, and you will take your friends anywhere you can find them.
Have to believe those two are probably going to be the ones that work together if they can get hooked up nose to tail. But as they come to the stripe, Nick Ottinger with a big push from the 47. William Byron eSports and JTV Jody Racing leading us to the line as we have 20 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. And it's still anybody's race within about the top 20 or so, as Nick Ottinger will slide back a little bit, and Eberhardt gets that great run out of the corner with help from Brian LaPrade of the 19, and now Eberhardt goes to the top side to block the 25.
James, why don't we take a Sim Motorsports 20 to go, can we? Because I'm curious your thoughts. Do we really know anything at this point, or is there too much chaos going on to really to really know what to expect? I like the 25 of Ottinger, just where he's sitting. The question's going to be what everybody else behind him is going to do.
Jeremy Allen, to me, I think you hit it right at the beginning, and he has been up at the front of this and near the lead all race long. Arguably the strongest driver in this field, but he's only one of about 20 in this pack. And at Daytona, David showed us he need a little bit of help. So if it were all on his own and all up to himself, I'd say that's probably your favorite. But plenty of things can happen between now and lap 200.
It wasn't too long ago we thought Derek Justice and Logan Clampett were the favorites to the field, and well, we saw what happened to both of them. So I don't want to say there's any favorites at this point. It's about where you are and when trouble breaks out. So Daniel Eberhardt, I like his position right now, but we've seen him wreck up front. We've seen him wreck other places. Nowhere is safe at this point. But if you're in control of one of these lanes, you got to at least feel good about your chances, knowing that it's unlikely you're going to get dumped from behind, at least not until we're well close to the checkered flag. Anything goes at that point. But with Eberhardt controlling the bottom lane, Ottinger controlling the outside lane, I like what I'm seeing here. The energy's looking good. Jimmy Mullis dives 3 wide. He's going to get on the left rear of McCoy. I don't know how there wasn't contact there. You couldn't fit a sheet of paper between those two cars.
That was the first wild incident up towards the front of the field at the back of this pack. As they came out of the trial bowl, I saw about 2 or 3 cars on the apron in about 4 different lanes that they were trying to run. So back around 20th, they are absolutely on it trying to get to the front. Meanwhile, Ottinger with help from the 47 Team Chevy Power up there. First, second, and third cars in that outside line before you get to Jimmy Mullis in the Sim Seats Toyota Camry for Richmond Raceway eSports. But William Byron eSports and Real Sim Racing pacing this field as they work to complete lap 183 and 200 at the stripe.
17 laps to go across the line, and you get the sense now that everybody's trying to position themselves for that final run to the finish, trying to find their friends, trying to find the people that they've worked with if they can for this sprint to the checkered flag. 3 wide is coming. They're starting to generate some moves up the top side. Garrett Maines jumped up there. He's been running just outside the top 10 the last little bit, trying to find something to race with up in that third lane. But the problem is some of the guys behind them aren't really working with them. It's a 2-car tandem in that far outside lane with the 41 of Michael Whitaker, 57 Garrett Maines trying to make tracks.
All up in that third lane, but they're the only 2 in that third lane, and they may well drop back if they don't get help soon. I saw Justin Patello jump up there for a little bit and then thought better of it and decided to get back into this second groove, which is the outside groove at the front of this pack, and it's still Everhart, still Attinger, just sort of dragging brakes, but now big run for Whitaker and Maines as they come into 1. We'll see if they can hang on to some of that track position or if it fizzles out when they get to turn 2.
Without more cars, I'm not really sure where they're going to be able to go. Whitaker got about as high as the 4th car right next to Jimmy Mullis. Now Danny Hansen will join that 3rd lane on the outside. Remember, the damage to the front end of the number 20 might be affecting him just a little bit. He's got another player in Gibson there as well. So now 4 cars in that 3rd lane as they start to gather some strength. They're going to have to get closer together, keep pushing each other along if they're going to be able to offset that shorter way around the racetrack. Everhart continues to lead out front, but this pack is getting bigger and bigger.
I think it's going to come down to what Jeremy Allen does here. If he's content to run behind the 25 of Nick Ottinger, or if he makes the move to jump up to the outside where they're starting to gather some momentum. You see the 41 of Whitaker. He's all the way up. It's 3 wide from 5th on back. It's 2 by 2 for the top 4 out front. They work through turns 1 and 2 again. Everhart with a car length in front. He's clear as they come onto the super stretch.
15, now 14 and a half laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports, and Whitaker now with the help from Garrett Maines. Those 2 have been hooked up for about the last 5 laps. They're starting to develop that 3rd line. It's getting close. They're alongside Jeremy Allen, and it's getting to the point where Nick Ottinger may have a choice to make, whether or not he stays in front of Allen or goes to the top side and picks up the run from Whitaker and Maines, who have done an incredible heavy lifting job to get up to the front. 14 laps to go in this race, and we might be 3 wide for the race lead within the next half lap or so.
Don't look now. Malik Ray is back on the lead lap. 4th car in that 3rd lane, pushing Danny Hansen up to the back bumper of Garrett Maines. 1 car goes around behind the pack. Still no caution at this point. Will stay green flag racing. I'm not sure how long it's going to last with the way that they've been racing up front here. 3 wide now, gathering strength in the outside lane. But Malik Ray back on the lead lap. You have to consider him as a factor here. But look at Whitaker. Michael Whitaker, 3 wide around the outside, hunting for the lead.
3 wide for the race lead. It was Max Brady that went around at turn 1 last lap, for those of you wondering. But Whitaker now sliding back to that 2nd row alongside Jeremy Allen and Brian LaPrade as the 25 of Nick Ottinger still in control of that outside. No contact. There goes Single Bill again through the triangle. 2nd time this race he bounces off. It's madhouse time in the back of this pack. It's just a matter of when it gets to the front of this pack, I think, at this point.
The field stays together, and what a save by Jacob Bell, but they stay all in one pack. Daniel Hammer continues to lead off of turn 2 with help from behind from Briar LaPrade, but there's Nick Ottinger. There's Jeremy Allen. Halfway down the back straightaway they go. 3 wide starting to creep up as they come into 3.
Headed for turn number 3. Nick Ottinger now with the run. He'll spill into the banking with the top spot briefly. Maines still trying to push the 41 of Whitaker as they work off turn number 4, but it's side by side for the lead out front.
Still, you just can't separate the 25 and the 90 as they come to the stripe. 11, 12 now laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 as they are 3 wide, about 3 or 4 cars deep going into 1.
Michael Whitaker continues to lead that outside with Garrett Maines pushing from behind. It's going to take more help. They don't really have it. Ricky Harden tried to join that high side, but it's just falling apart. So we're back to 2 wide for the first 3 rows. It's still Everhart and Ottinger out front leading the field.
Intensity ratcheting up almost to fever pitch now. Still, it's Everhart and Ottinger side by side as they head down to turn number 3. Still, it's 3 wide behind them. Nobody able to make a move. Nobody willing to make a move just yet. 11 laps to go when they come back to the stripe.
Almost feel like we've hit the eye of the storm here potentially, because it almost looks like they've settled in for this 2 and 3 wide racing, and they're not necessarily concerned with trying to jump up towards the front of this field unless you're way deep in this pack trying to make something happen, as Ricky Harden is. I see him jump at the top side. The 15 coastal safety honors machine up to the top in 1.
Ricky Harden was a lap down now in the 13th position, back on the lead lap, so still a factor in this as that 3rd lane tries to develop some legs here. He's up behind Garrett Maines at this point, trying to find Whitaker to push towards the front. Still not enough energy to get him there.
Nothing doing yet. Everybody stays lockstep formation as they head down for turn number 3. Eberhardt losing a little momentum. Ottinger trying to take advantage, and now 3 cars up on the outside. The 15 joins the fray. Ricky Harden as they head for turn 4.
Side by side still. Everybody watching to see what that outside line is going to do. And as they come to the stripe, it will be 10 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. Everybody on pins and needles in this front pack.
They are tiptoeing around one another right now, but you got to start thinking about the moves you're going to have to make to better your position. If you're not named Daniel Eberhardt or Nick Ottinger leading this field, you got to find your way to the front. What is going to be the move that's going to take? You might have to jump up top. We got 3 cars up there now as lap cars are a little bit further down the track.
Everybody here still 3 wide. Whitaker finally got a good run down the back straightaway to at least draw alongside Ottinger, but instead it will be Eberhardt in control of this. 9 laps to go when they come to the stripe. Everybody weaving and bobbing now. Ottinger with the run from Jeremy Allen, and Brent McCoy, who got to the back of Malik Ray earlier, now in there too. Can't write him off, can't write Garrett Mays off, can't write anybody off yet as they go into turn 1.
Still 3 wide at the front. Michael Whitaker up top, getting a great push from Garrett Maines. The lap cars scatter down onto the apron to get out of the way. Still now 3 wide. It's going to take more cars. They got to get more people up if they're going to move. That middle line got the energy right now.
3 by 3 by 3 as they head for the end of the Daytona Super Stretch. It's Daniel Eberhardt down low, Nick Ottinger in the middle. Here comes Michael Whitaker up to the outside. Down into turn number 3. Whitaker with the advantage, and he and Maines trying to poke out front.
Here comes Jeremy Allen through the middle. He's in. Oh, nice contact. They're all wrecking. And somehow Mays gets in the fence, and we stay clean. Now Brian McCoy goes for a spin. They all somehow stay straight for the most part. And we are still green. And it's Ottinger and Eberhardt in control of this field with 8 laps to go.
2-car breakaway. Nick Ottinger, Daniel Eberhardt survived the chaos. No caution flag. Brent McCoy is going to be scored in the 3rd position with push from Blake Reynolds of all people. All the damage he's sustained now up in that 4th position. And here comes Jonathan Wall, another damaged car. Where did he come from up into the 5th position?
It's 2 by 2 by 2. It looks like tandem racing's back again inside of 8 laps to go. The front 2, Ottinger and Eberhardt just trying to pull away. Everybody else trying to chase him back down. They're lined up single file behind, but it's a 2-car breakaway. Ottinger and Eberhardt as they head for turn 4.
Note for everybody that iRacing is controlling all the yellows here. It is all sim controlled. That's why we didn't have a yellow. The Pratt and everybody spun off to the inside apron. And if your car's on the apron, no yellow flag will be thrown if the incident's happening there. The racing line was clear, so that's why we're not under the yellow flag. That's why with 7 laps to go, Nick Ottinger and Daniel Eberhardt in control of this. But now here comes Brent McCoy and Blake Reynolds. We thought both of them were out of this. About 50 laps to go. And with the last handful of laps, here they all come.
Halfway down the
back. They're about to be absolutely enveloped. Jacob Seelman coming to you in 3. This is about to go back 2 wide.
Yes, it is. They've caught the field in a hurry. They've caught the leaders in a hurry. It's now 12 cars out in front. Ottinger and Eberhardt trying to fend off the Hounds. They've been caught by Brent McCoy, Blake Reynolds, and the Hounds. Top turn 4. Reynolds looks to the outside.
Reynolds trying to develop that top line. 6 laps to go when they come to the stripe this time by. No one willing to help the 3-car, though, except for 1 car a little bit further back. I can't tell who that is. Maybe Ricky Harden, perhaps. Dylan Jones and Christian Peterson. We talked about Peterson. Now he's making his charge to the front. But 6 to go now at Daytona.
Going to take a little more help. He needs to get Dylan Jones down in line of Danny Hansen. Those 3 have got to sort themselves out. I think they got a latch on the 9 or 8 so cars in front of them as they're single file. Remember, 2 wide's going to go a little bit faster as they go down the super stretch. It's going to be Blake Jones leading Christian Peterson. This is about to get a little bit bigger.
Yes, it is. 2 wide back in the pack briefly. Ottinger still leading. Nobody willing to make a move yet. 5 laps to go when they come back to the line. Jonathan Wall, Brent McCoy looking for some room to race.
Somehow they've managed to drag themselves back into this. Jimmy Mullis is right there too. There goes Mullis to the outside, drawing even with Jonathan Wall. Brent McCoy looked to jump up there. 5 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500. Here goes Eberhardt to the top side. He goes up top, and then Brent McCoy goes to the bottom. And McCoy tried to look inside of Ottinger and then thought better of it.
You thought racing was desperate before. Look at what you see now. These are the big meaty moves that everybody has been holding their breath, wondering when it was going to break out. Out of turn 2, they go side by side one more time. Daniel Eberhardt and Nick Ottinger just swapped positions. Eberhardt on the outside.
Yes, they are. Eberhardt now to the top side. Ottinger down to the bottom. They head for turn 3 outside lane with a big head of steam. Jimmy Mullis pushes Daniel Eberhardt to the head of the pack. Eberhardt leads as they come down to turn number 4. 4 laps to go when they come back to the line.
Eberhardt down to the bottom now. 4 laps laps to go when they hit the stripe. Mullis now in control of that second line. He's got Will Cooley up there, the lap car to help him, and everybody's starting to shuffle around. McCoy all in there too. Ottinger looked to the outside and tried to jump out there. He thought better of it. Back into the inside he goes as they come into one.
Single file for about the first 4 cars or so. Jonathan Wall has worked his way up into that 4th position. That car looks like it's been around Bristol more than Daytona, and you look right behind him, Blake Reynolds. We've seen him sideways, spun out, wrecked, and more, but he's in that 5th spot running hard with a push from behind from Jimmy Mullis.
Closing in on 3 laps to go as they hit the end of the back straightaway. Top 3 content to ride for now. When do you step out? When do you make your move? Everhart leads it. Ottinger trying to come around. He's looking for some room to race, and everybody behind them. Blake Reynolds goes outside spin. Jimmy Mullis off turn 4. They're all wrecking.
Jimmy Mullis wrecks in turn 4, and we will have a green-white checker attempt to end the Podium eSports Daytona 500. At least one of them. There will be 3 available, but Mullis was the first one that went around. He's got the car righted again, but a bunch of contact in the middle as we'll see the replay here, and Mullis was, I think, just trying to follow Blake Reynolds. I don't know if Reynolds himself had any contact. Couldn't totally tell. Maybe Reynolds got some help. He was just trying to sneak out from behind Jonathan Wall and got checked up there between Wall and Mullis was the one who ended up going around. Danny Hansen was caught up into this. Mullis backs it around. Let's see. I think that was Kenny Brady who was swept up in all of this. Christian Peterson stuck up in the fence on the outside. Everybody from about 5th on 10th swept up in this, in a green-white checker is how we're going to end this race some way, somehow.
And taking a look at it, I was watching the vantage point in turn 3. It got squirrely around the 3 of Blake Reynolds, and Jimmy Mullis was right behind him. Mullis then got tagged by the 00 of Will Cooley, and chaos ensued at the exit of turn number 4. Mullis spins up the racetrack, and everybody from there on back in some form or fashion, a bunch of them collected. And James, as you mentioned, now, oh boy, you thought that was intense. We're going to have a 2-lap shootout to finish this party.
3 attempts at a green-white checker. I wonder how many of them we'll need, in all honesty. I'm not sure. I really don't know what to expect, because this is uncharted territory for us, David Silas. You remember the green-white checker rules weren't even in the sim a year ago, so it's the first time that the Podium eSports Daytona 500 will have the opportunity to use the green-white checker, and barn burner, I think, is an understatement. I finished for the ages is what I expect.
Amazing to see how far we've come in just a year's time, where we have the ability to have a green-white checker finish to this race. I guess it's only fitting that that's the way we're going to solve this thing. It was getting real dicey there at the end. Interesting to see that they stayed single file for as long as they did. And that one little checkup, that little incident that didn't bring out the yellow flag out of turn 4 really shook things up, and amazing how they just managed to keep on trucking. But now with the cool down period under the yellow here, everyone's going to save a little bit of fuel, knowing that they pitted right about that window when it opened up for fuel. But do they have enough fuel to survive 3 green-white checkers if that's what we need?
The craziest things you see here is whether or not the fuel thing is a thing that you have to worry about. But I think important, while we have a moment, to just take stock of who's got a clean race car. Everhart and Ottinger are both, for the most part, good. McCoy has all that front-end damage that he picked up. Jonathan Wall with a bunch of front-end damage, too. Blake Reynolds, we saw him in that incident on lap 137. Will Cooley was 2 laps down after a pit road penalty, and he's in the top 5. Michael Whitaker, actually, I think, front-end damage there. Kenny Brady, front-end damage. Christian Peterson all torn up. It's almost like a rolling wrecking ball we've got within the top 10 or so, and yet all of these drivers still have a chance to win this race.
And it's every man for themselves from here, isn't it? We talked about it all race long. You've worked with guys that you've seen work together all race long. Now, probably not necessarily going to work together when it comes down to what we hope are going to be these final 2 laps. Looks like as we close down in it, it's going to be maybe 2:02 or 2:03 in total. Probably a lap. Now, probably 2 laps, I guess, James, from going back under green. So I'm figuring probably get the green starting lap 2:02 if we're lucky here.
2:02, 2:03, somewhere in that ballpark. That's what we know. We just have to wait and see whether or not it'll shake out. This is lap 200 right now, for those that are wondering. So we are going to go past the scheduled distance, and no time limits on this race today. It's just going to be all about the green, white checker. So we finish when we finish, and it wraps up when it wraps up. We'll see what goes after we take the checkered flag. But we'll take a moment to remind you all that coverage of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 is brought to you by Sim Motorsports, the presenting partner of today's race. They're your home for all SimLab gear in the United States, and you can find your new rig, wheel seat, or anything else you might need for your setup all in one place. You can visit them on Facebook at Sim Motorsports and on the web at www.simmotorsports.com. I don't know. Normally, David Schildhouse, I know what to expect in these restarts. With the field this strong, with this much on the line, I really don't know what we're going to see. And it's one of the very rare times I can say, I'm just going to go into this with a clean slate, and I am just going to see what happens and call it as it happens, David Schildhouse, because the amount of insanity that's about to take place will rival anything you'll see in the sim.
Well, you're about to see just how much a sim racing driver is capable of doing for $1,000 in a sim rig. I mean, come on, let's just call it what it is. There's a lot of money on the line. There's a great prize on the line, and the ability to write your name into the history books as a winner of this great event. Desperation, big moves, throwing caution to the wind, throwing the general concern for all your competition to the wind. You got to do what you got to do to win these races. So we're about to see who's ready to do the most.
We're about to see, because lights are off on the pace car. So it is going to be Eberhardt, then Ottinger, McCoy, Wall, and Reynolds, your top 5. Then Cooley, Whitaker, Brady, Peterson, and Dylan Jones, your top 10. The green, white checker finish. Pretty straightforward. If you've never seen one before, we'll take the green flag and then the white flag. If they make it to the white flag, the next flag ends the race, whether or not that be the yellow or the checker. And the sim will call all of these. Like, it's also important to underscore that the sim will call all yellows in this. Race control is up to monitor chat, but the sim will call the yellow. So if we get a yellow flag, it's because iRacing has determined it.
Watching this field, James Pike, as they come down the back straightaway, headed now for where I'll be watching the action to the finish in turns 3 and 4. Eberhardt and Ottinger, they have been fighting tooth and nail for it all afternoon long. There are no friends here now. It is all about trying to get the best push and defending every chance you get. Who plays the best defense? We're about to find out. 2 laps to glory in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. They'll come off turn 4 and get ready to come back to the green flag.
All eyes on Eberhardt and Ottinger for potentially the final 2 laps of this race. Pace car will wait to make that hard left turn onto pit lane. The green flag will come out, presented by Ledford Billiard Supply, and we have 2 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Jonathan Wall spins his tires a little bit. Everybody spinning their tires, all stacked together in this field. Eberhardt out in front by about a car length. Everybody spreading wide a little bit further back in this field, as Eberhardt will lead the field into 1.
Quarter wide into turn 1 isn't going to work. They're bouncing off each other. They're wrecking in 1 and 2. Justin Patello's around. The 16's around. Caution flag is going to fly. We're going to need a second green-white checkered as the damaged cars coming into turn 1, not getting up to speed all the way. Really stacked up the field. James Pike, Christian Peterson was near that, and it was never going to work going 4 wide there.
I'm trying to figure out where this all started. It was somewhere, I think it might have been the 24 machine of Edith Martins who got swept up in this, and then they all started wrecking. Justin Patello, the 26 of Ty Bass was involved in this. The 26 machine of Max Brady was swept up into the outside retaining wall. I saw a few more cars come down as Patello gets turned, and everybody in the back of this pack just all over the place. And we'll go for our second green-white checker of 3.
Just an ugly scene down here in turn 1, and it really, I think, started on that getaway with these damaged cars that didn't come down. I think just not getting up to speed. Christian Peterson was sort of boxed in on the restart and trying to get around. That was Michael Whitaker in the 41, really no back bumper to that car. And when Peterson moved out of line, Jimmy Mullis, Ray Rittenauer, they were already there. Briar LaPrade Graham Bolin were already there, coming at a much faster pace. 4 wide, almost 5 wide at that point, and all those cars just come together. And yeah, that's the problem when you have damaged cars up towards the front of the pack. They don't get up to speed as quickly. Guys try to make moves with faster cars coming from behind. There's only so much room. This isn't the widest racetrack in the world, and we see the result there. We'll be going to a second green-white checker.
Second green-white checker. And I think it's also important to note that if you remember how the Daytona 500 ended a year ago, it was very similar to what we just saw on that yellow flag. Everybody up front was all right, but around 20th, they just all went 4 or 5 wide, knowing that they had to do something to try and get up to the front of the field. And in turn, they all just ended up wrecking and bringing out the yellow flag and the one green-white checker attempt we had last year that ended the race and gave Seth the Merchant the win. So if you're Daniel Eberhard, Jacob Seelman, you'd love to see that 2 times over, because this race is yours if we get 2 more yellow flags.
That's very true, and for Daniel Eberhard, I don't want to say he's in the catbird seat, but if they keep wrecking like this, he is in the catbird seat, because you mentioned all he has to do is play defense, and he's going to end up winning this race if it plays out like that. Now, the odds of it playing out like that, I don't know that they're as good as you might think. I think the talent that's still at the front of this field, if we can pull it off and get at least one clean lap, I think we have good odds of making it all the way back around to the checkered. But it's the as we saw under the first overtime attempt, it's a matter of getting that first clean lap in to have a shot after the white.
Just looking at fuel strategy here, David Schildhouse mentioned it on the last yellow flag. A lot of these drivers sitting on about 28, 29 laps. So I actually think, David Schildhouse, we might be good on fuel the whole way through, especially if these laps are all under caution, because you consume much less fuel under yellow than you do under green. So effectively, they're extending their range to some degree running under the yellow flag. So I don't think fuel is going to be an issue. I think it's just going to be a matter of whether or not we have wrecks.
You might be right, but I see a lot of drivers riding on that apron through the turns. That tells me that they're at least thinking about it. They may have enough fuel to make it through this green-white checkered session and possibly one more if need be. But the fact that some of these guys are taken down to the apron tells me that it is on their mind, at least trying to save as much as possible. It's not a bad thing to come back across the line with a little bit in the tank. You don't want to run it completely dry. But, you know, even if they have just a little bit, just that peace of mind that can come from saving a little bit here and there, especially under these caution periods, is a great opportunity to do that. You see the 29 of Brent McCoy down there on the apron trying to keep things in line there. Dylan Jones doing it as well. So may not play a factor. Maybe it will. I don't think so based off of the calculations. But again, riding on the apron tells me they're at least thinking about it.
Wait and see what the pace car does when it comes across the line. I imagine that lights are still going to be on, so probably 2 laps to go back to green flag racing, and the restart then would come on lap 207 of 200. So extending a little bit past 500 miles and 800 kilometers in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. And as always, remind you that you can go visit them at simmotorsports.com to find your new rig, wheel, seat, or anything else you might need for your setup all in one place, and especially all that SimLab gear. If you live in the United States, simmotorsports.com is the place to go. You can visit them on Facebook and Sim Motorsports as well. We still have to figure out who's going to walk away with the GT1 Evo from SimLabs in this race. It could be Daniel Eberhard, it could be Nick Ottinger, it could be Brent McCoy, it could be Blake Reynolds, it could be anybody really. And storylines abound for all of the top 5. Eberhard, who's been up here, Ottinger, who's been up here, McCoy, who got into the back of Malik Ray midway through this race and has fought his way to be up in this since. Blake Reynolds, who got turned in front of the field on that 137 and is still in competition. Will Cooley, who had a pit road penalty and fought back from 2 laps down to get up here. Jonathan Wall, who was swept up at incidents. Katie Brady, who's been around it a few. And Dylan Jones, the Real Sim Racing teammate of Daniel Eberhard. Those 2 running near the front of the field together is not an uncommon thing, and the question will be whether or not they get the chance to link up again, depending on how wild this restart is, or is it?
There is no isn't at this point, James. It's going to be wild. I think we've already established that. I think the question you ought to be asking yourselves is, how wild is this restart about to be on a scale of wild to wildest? Because at this point, we thought we had seen everything, and I'm getting the sense that we ain't seen nothing yet.
Wait to see If they are indeed, and they are, lights are out on the pace car. So once again, we'll set this up for the second green-white checker finish of 3. Eberhardt, then McCoy, Ottinger, Reynolds, and Cooley. Then Wall, Brady, Jones, Jacob Bell, Ricky Harden in the top 10. Didn't even mention Harden, but he fought his way back from a lap down to be in the top 10. Brian LaPrade is also right there at 11th, too. So some of the names that we saw a little bit earlier in this race, who knows? Maybe they have the chance to crawl back up.
I look over this field as they work off the banking of turn 2, and I'm just looking for damaged cars to see what the chances of having another restart like we had on the first green-white checker might be. It looks to be cleaner cars. Jonathan Wall has a lot of damage to the back end, but the bumper's still attached. I think he'll be okay. Blake Reynolds, we know he's had a lot of damages. He's had his fair share of incidents today, but he still appears to be strong as he weaves it down the backstretch to heat up those tires, Jacob Seelman. And what do you see there in turn 3 if coming at you? I see damaged cars starting with Christian Peterson and Logan Clampett. They're about 14th and 15th.
Yeah, Peterson and Clampett are the first two that come into my view that look like they have a decent amount of damage, but it's an interesting dynamic at the front of the field. Last time we saw the Eberhardt and Ottinger machines side by side on the front row. This time they're nose to tail, potentially able to work together down the stretch. We'll find out how it's going to shake out. Already 7 laps into overtime when they come to the line. Green flag coming as they escape the banking and head back to the tryover.
Eberhardt in control of this one more time. Pace car once again pulls hard left on the pit road. Ledford Billiard Supply, green flag in the air, and they all get going one more time. 2 laps to go in the Podium eSports Daytona 500, and this time it looks like they might get away a little bit cleaner in the middle of this field. They're already fanning out 3 and 4 wide, already in the back of this group as they go to 1.
Ooh, a little bit of contact between Christian Peterson and Jeremy Allen. They get away with it as Graham Bolin went 3 wide around the outside. Everyone gets through 1 and 2 side by side. Oh, there's a big shakeup in the middle. Here comes Blake Reynolds. Bullies his way 3 wide off of turn 2. He's looking for the lead.
Yes, he is. The lead that Eberhardt's got now outside. Nick Ottinger wants it. They head down towards turn number 3, side by side for the top spot. Ottinger with help from Blake Reynolds this time. Reynolds going to push Ottinger a half car length down in front. They're 3 wide, 2 rows behind them.
Coming to the white flag of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. Ottinger and Eberhardt side by side as they come to the line. Will it be the way they finish next? That one car hard on the wall because Brent McCoy, they spin across the triangle. No yellow flag yet. We keep on racing, and it's still Nick Ottinger out ahead of Eberhardt by a nose going into 1.
13 cars separated by a half a second as they lean on each other for the lead. Somehow, someway, Nick Ottinger holds on to that car. Daniel Eberhardt on the bottom with the push from behind from Will Cooley. This is going to be a duel to the finish as they drag race down the super stretch for the last time.
Final time headed for turn number 3. Eberhardt blocks high, now goes to the bottom of the racetrack. Spin in the back. The 87 goes around Ray Rittenauer Jr. Still the lead is up front, side by side. Eberhardt and Ottinger as they head for turn 4. James Pike, who's going to win it?
Eberhardt ahead by a car length, and Ottinger will have the run on the outside. Eberhardt, Ottinger, Eberhardt coming to the line, and it will be Warner Roberts, Georgia's Daniel Eberhardt winning the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports in what must be unquestionably the biggest win he's ever had on this sim, and he's been around for so long. But Daniel Eberhardt out of Warner Roberts, Georgia, the real sim racing veteran. We know how aggressive he can be, and he held off Ottinger, who just couldn't quite get lined up with Blake Reynolds, and Daniel Eberhardt is a Podium eSports Daytona 500 champion.
Unbelievable, and I want to throw it back out to turn number 1. David Schildhaus, that actually started right in front of you. The contact between Eberhardt and Ottinger, I believe, ultimately gave the 90 car that victory because it got Eberhardt a little bit out in front.
It was the slightest of contact between the right front of Daniel Eberhardt and the left rear of Nick Ottinger. I don't know how Ottinger saved it. Eberhardt came up just a little bit, and that upset the balance of that 25, made him get out of the gas, checked up that whole outside lane, and gave Eberhardt the run he needed, knowing he had a big push. He moved up. He tried to block that lane, dropped back down in front of Will Cooley, which was the right move, and from there it was just a drag race, and Blake Reynolds getting disconnected from the back bumper of Ottinger, I think ultimately was the difference maker.
How important was it to have Ottinger bounce off of Reynolds, and how important was it for Eberhardt to be in front once we got towards that cycle of green-white checkers? It ended up making all the difference in the world as you see the replay of what happened of the final restart of this race. And you could see McCoy and everybody almost just got turned around all over the place. Ottinger almost ended up in trouble 2 or 3 times.
Wild. Just wild as you look at the replay here. And, you know, that's reason for $1,000, is it not? I mean, you got to do what you got to do. It was clean. You can't say anything about it being dirty because nobody spun right there. That's hard racing. I think if the roles were reversed, Nick Ottinger would have done everything he could have to try and put himself in a position to win that race. And it was a good, clean drag race to the end. If Blake Reynolds was able to get up to the back bumper of Ottinger off of 4 and give a little bit better of a shove, we might have seen a different result, but that just wasn't the case. Ottinger had the lead coming to the white flag, but he wasn't there when it came to the checkered flag.
And the biggest thing there, David, James, is the fact that, as James mentioned, going through turn 3, there was no connection. Ottinger had no true help in that outside lane. Coming through turns 3 and 4, there was no momentum, no energy to push him forward, and that allowed Eberhardt to take the short way around, defend the bottom of the racetrack, and bring it all the way home to victory lane. And if I'm Daniel Eberhardt, I'm thinking the 0-0 of Cooley, because he gave him the shove really to be able to block halfway down the back straightaway that ultimately made the difference.
Ultimately, Cooley ends up with second place in all of this. I think we totally missed all of that as we wait for everybody to get gathered up and come in here for the post-race interviews. We're going to talk to the top 5 and ask them what on earth happened on those final 3 restarts. But again, Daniel Eberhardt, just how big this is for him as Eberhardt picks up the victory in the second annual Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports over Will Cooley in the 0-0, who had to fight back from a pit road penalty to make it back up here. Nick Ottinger was strong all race long and ends up with P3 in this. Kenny Brady comes home with 4th place, and Blake Reynolds, who was turned in front of the field about 70, 80 laps ago now, I guess, when you consider the restart, comes home with P5 at the end of it all. Jacob Bell, 6th place. He gets turned in the tri-oval twice and spins down to the grass and still comes away with the top 10. Jonathan Wall finishes in 7th. 8th goes to the 11 of Dylan Jones. Brian LaPrade rebounded from that spin with about 20 laps to go to finish in 9th. And Graham Bullen, good finish for the Joe Gibbs Racing Machine. He'll come away with the top 10 in 10th.
11th goes to Jeremy Allen, who dominated a lot of this race at the front of the field. Danny Hansen survives with a damaged race car to finish 12th. Ricky Harden across the line in 13th. 14th to Brandon Holder, who was 2 laps down at one point. Christian Peterson, 15th. Justin Botello, 16th. Ty Bass, 17th. Malik Ray, after all the pit penalties and problems and contact that he had, somehow ends up back on the lead lap in 18th. 19th, Michael Whitaker. Max Brady finishes 20th.
21st is going to be Garrett Conrad. Jimmy Mullis, so strong all day, will have to settle for 22nd with a torn-up race car. Garrett Maines relegated to 23rd. Remember, he started second to last, so you could look at it as a good finish for him in that sense. Eder Martins comes home in 24th. Brent McCoy, a little contact there coming to the white flag, will be 25th. Logan Clampett, a heavy hitter early in this race, damaged race car, finishes 26th. Last car on the lead lap, Ray Rittenauer, first car, 1 lap down in 27th. James Corhula, 28th. Matt Quick, 29th. And Chris Parkman, 30th.
31st in this race was Adam Gillen in the 8. We saw him work so well with Brandon Cattell, and it just never materialized after Cattell got into trouble about midway through this race. Zach Johnson finishes in 32nd. 33rd went to the 39 of Mark Miskowski. Seth Hatchell, one of the provisionals in, the champion of the iRacers Lounge Podcast Oval Series, finished in 34th. 35th was the 32 of Brent Keith. Spencer Tart comes home in 36th. 37th was the 75 of James Gibson. Brandon Cattell shot up into the wall about midway through this race and ends up 38th at the end of the day. Kenneth McCullough Jr. was 39th. Derek Justice, you saw him in control of this race for a little bit there and was so near the lead, and then came across Logan Clampett's nose and ended both of their chances to win this race. Justice eventually comes home in at 40th, and then 41st was Josh Krupa, Liam Brotherton, and Colin Keister. Round out the 43-car field, and we now bring in I would think elated, ecstatic. I'm not totally certain what to think, but Daniel Eberhardt going to be joining us very shortly as we get set for something. I don't even know what to expect. It will likely be the wildest interview I think we'll ever see.
I believe it. Waiting momentarily in victory lane for the race winner, and I've known him for a long time, going all the way back to the Real Sim Racing days, and I have to imagine he was going a little bit nuts coming across that checkered flag, and now joins us victory lane, Daniel Eberhardt.
How insane, how crazy, how nuts. Daniel Eberhardt, first things first. How did you survive those green-white checkers?
Holy cow, man. I cannot even believe what is going on today, man. I don't know. I was saving gas, worried about fuel, didn't know if I had enough gas. And I came up the track a little bit to try to push Ottinger up the track coming out of 4. And then I got to big thank you to Will Cooley, man. He pushed me all the way home, and I just was watching the rearview mirror. I tried to, be as much respectful as I could while racing hard, because they're pro guys right there, and they earned what they have, and I just want to be a part of it one day. But to come out here and do this is just amazing.
And this race here, I think, talk about the cycling of things, because we saw you in the back, we saw you in the front, we saw so many people come from the back to the front and then slide back and be all over in this field. Were you cognizant of that? Were you worried about that over the course of this race, and how'd you sort it out?
Well, I talked to my good buddy Silman right before the beginning of the race, and I said to him, I might run a couple laps out front, and then I'm going to the back to pick up my teammate Dylan Jones. And I went back there and picked him up. And for some reason, my gas was, my fuel run was worse than his, so I got put back into like a second pack when he was with the lead group. And then I started freaking out. I was counting laps, because it started dwindling down, the lead pack, right, with all the, drivers falling out and going through 5 pit stalls and black flags and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, the caution comes out, and I'm like, this is a new race. And then it was like on from there. I had to, work my way, pushing Jeremy Allen, and then Derek Justice came up the track into Logan Clampett, and that all happened. And I looked in my rear view and was hoping Jones made it through. He barely got clipped by it, but man, I just had to dodge a lot of stuff today, and this will age you real fast, just all these nerves going through my body.
Oh man, Daniel, first off, it was the restart right after the final round of pit stops for you guys. I think you lined up about 5th there. And I said to myself at that point, realizing you were that far forward again, okay, he's going to stay up the front the rest of the way. And you did that. But especially those couple of battles with Ottinger at the end, how did you manage to play as much defense as you did? Because, my goodness, a couple of those blocks you threw in the last 10 and then into overtime in that race were as dangerous as I'd seen anybody do all race long.
Yeah, the blocking gets really dangerous when you take 2 tires. I was sitting there and I was telling Jones, every time you would come off the corner and the car would let loose entering the corner ready to settle back in, when you hit the groove, it feels like the car was getting light everywhere. And I just didn't understand it. And I said it had to be taking 2 tires. So when I threw the block on Ottinger down the back straightaway, I said, well, I don't need to let him hit me. So I just dropped back in front of Cooley. And Cooley was keeping his stuff cool until the end. I knew what he was doing, but I was scared Ottinger was going to clear me. And I didn't let Ottinger clear me, and then coming the home stretch, I went into 1 and 2 and kind of drug up against Nick a little bit and then tried to pull the car back down so Cooley could get a big run down the back straightaway and shove me. And luckily, if Cooley would have got clear, he would have been in the catbird seat, because he could have just jumped up in front of Nick coming to the home stretch.
I said immediately after the last lap had set in for a minute, I said, oh, he's got to be going mental right now. How big is this moment?
Oh, it's the biggest win of my sim racing career. I mean, I can't thank you guys for putting this on enough. I can't thank my teammates who stay behind me. I don't have the best name on this game, but how clean I raced the pro guys today and was just, racing around them. I mean, hopefully they see that I have a real side to me and don't get so frustrated with them. And Nick's probably the one guy I look up to most, because he's always the quiet guy. He's not really out there. You don't see him much on the sim other than in a room, making setups with his friends. So it was guys that I really loved, seeing be competitive in the top, echelons in sim racing, and they were up there with me, you know, and that was just the most special moment, was racing against them guys tonight.
You already thanked a lot of people, Daniel, but before we let you go, anybody else that you need to send shout-outs to?
Yes, I got to thank Andrew Freenage for just spotting me the whole way. I got to thank his dad for supporting me from his house. I got to thank Dylan C. Jones for being a great teammate today and working with me. Eric Stanford, who came in late just to watch the end of the race. And everybody who makes, you know, our little circle go around. Dave Washington, all of them. And I got to thank my grandma who sat in the other room watching the race. I got to thank my fiance. And to be honest with you guys, I got to thank the good Lord above, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be able to do any of the stuff I do today. And also, I got to thank you guys once again. This is just special, guys. And I thank y'all, and I hope y'all keep up the good work and keep it coming.
Final question here, Daniel. Where's that new rig going in your house?
I'm not sure yet. I'm hopefully moving into a new house one day with my fiance. So I'll put it up in there, because I've been telling her I'm going to get one of them fancy sim rigs. So this works out real well for me. And I got to thank Sim Motorsports for putting this on. And I don't know if I'm going to say it right, a Bruzzy Racewares by Judd Danielson. Thank all of them. All the sponsors this week, just putting this whole thing on. Just thank all of y'all, man. It's just been a fun last 2 days.
Daniel, I know the party is going to be really, really big in your neck of the woods. So go enjoy this one. Congratulations. You are a Podium eSports Daytona 500 champion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pike and Mr. Stillman. Thank you so much.
Daniel Eberhardt, your winner, and I think the emotion right at the front end just said everything. Holy cow, you guys. Tells you everything you need to know, but he did not do it alone. It was Will Cooley that helped him get to the front and ultimately comes away with the second place finish, and Jacob Seelman will speak to the driver of the Numble 00 in just a moment.
Oh, Will Cooley. I have to wonder if there's quite as much dejection as there was. You guys executed the plan on that final lap, pushed Daniel, and really, if not for that, maybe had a shot at it. Certainly edged Nick out at the line, but what more would you have needed on that final lap to be able to pull it off?
I needed a lane on the bottom or a big push. I have total elation right now. I don't think I'm quite as happy as Daniel. He's got plenty of reason to be pretty ecstatic, but I'm thrilled with that. I mean, we were 2 laps down for a ton of the race and just had to brawl with the leaders, try to get 1 lap down even, to even try to get our way back into this. So to go from that and see the 40th position by my name for half the race, and then we end up second, I have no idea how we got there. We missed Rex, and man, congrats to Daniel. I don't think I really could have done anything with him with how beat up I was. I thought maybe I could get to the top if we cleared Ottinger there, but I think he had it.
Well, Will, I'm glad you referenced being 2 laps down at one point, because that was going to be my next question. How on earth did you claw yourself back from the brink of death, I'll call it, to even have a shot to be on the lead lap at the end of this thing, let alone run all the way to second?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I mean, it was totally my fault for getting in that situation. That's actually 2 years in a row I've made that mistake in the Podium 500, I believe. Last year I think I did it in a dual race, and I did the 500 thinking, well, at least I'll never do that ever again. And today I even had it written on a sticky note, like right beneath my monitor here, only 5 stalls in and out. And sure enough, I think I got probably 10. I think that's as most as I could have gotten. I think I got all of them there in that first stop, or the second stop, whatever it was. I really just needed the situations to play out for me. And like I said, I was trying to be in front of the leaders when I could, but they were going hard at it, and I know those guys want to lead, and I was communicating with a couple of them, hoping that if it got swirly, I could get somebody to lift for me and I could nose ahead of them. But that was honestly the most frantic racing of my whole day, just trying to edge ahead of those guys around a little before the midway mark in the race. And once we got that caution, we were able to get ahead of them, got back on the lead lap, and just try to stay clear of all the chaos, really. There's a lot of wrecks, a lot of carnage. I bounced off a ton of stuff. The car is pretty beat up, and really that big wreck with about 8 to go really changed our race, because until then I was about 15th to 20th and just hanging on. I couldn't really do anything, and then it was like the Red Seas parted for me off at turn 4 and no caution. And fortunately, I got paired up with Jimmy there, and I thought we could make something happen until that deal off of 4 a couple laps later. But I have no idea how we made it, but I'm absolutely thrilled we ended up second.
One heck of a rally, Will, and I know that takes a lot of good people behind you. Shout-outs, thank yous. Who makes it happen for you in this 00 team?
Absolutely. First off, thank you to you guys. I love doing this race. I did it last year. Had a great time. Did the fixed truck race or the fixed truck series with you guys. Had a blast in that. Definitely wanted to do this year. It's something I really look forward to all off season. It kind of starts the new year for me. Big thank you to JDR Graphics. The paint scheme was awesome. Sorry, JD, I waited till the morning of to get it from you, but it looked really good. Hopefully we gave it a good showing. Big thank you to Lockdown Racing, too. Those are my guys always supporting me at the road to pro and putting up with me. We almost had a good team effort there, and we were trying to get one of us in victory lane and just about did it. And thank you to all y'all sponsors, too. I know Bruzy was on the graphics last night, and everybody who's a part of putting this on. Appreciate it.
Will Cooley by 55 one-thousandths of a second, the runner-up in the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. And we'll move just a little bit further up pit road now, where David Shieldhouse is standing trackside with the driver who led the field at the white flag and did not quite come back to the checkered as the race winner. David, down with Nick Ottinger.
Thank you, Jacob, here with Nick Ottinger. Nick, you led the field to the white flag. You were there with a chance to win at the Podium eSports Daytona 500. I want to ask you about the contact with Daniel Eberhardt going down to turn 1 on the last lap.
Well, first, that was a hell of a race. I had a lot of damn fun doing this today. It sucks we had some, I don't even know if it really was actual contact. It could have been prediction code, and it sucks. I mean, because that was actually the defining moment in the lap, because it just broke the top line's momentum, and just, it happens in racing. I mean, you're going to be so close to each other, something's going to happen. But, I mean, that was a good race. We survived, finished third. And, I mean, our 25 William Byron eSports machine was actually really good all day, and we kept it clean for the most part.
You certainly did. You were up there for the bulk of this race. You saw a whole host of drivers around you up at the front as well. Guys like Derek Justice, Logan Clampett, all go out by way of accident. And as you saw these big wrecks take place and some of the big names in this field that you were contending with get taken out, how is that changing your overall perspective and attitude and approach to the race as it went on?
It didn't really change it. I want to say a lot. I mean, they obviously changed it a little bit because it took out one kind of teammate I was working with Clampett. I mean, at the end of the day, I said this in my duels finish last night. At the end of the day, you're basically working for yourself the last 5-10 laps. I mean, there's no question. You're just doing everything you can to force someone to push you at the end, and unfortunately, we just didn't have it. I mean, Daniel had that at the end where he had William and just the bottom line pushing, and I was trying to crowd him, just slow him up, and just it was to no avail. Just tough racing out there.
It was very close, a very memorable finish for sure. When you're with a new team to kick off the 2020 season, a lot of high hopes. Is this the sort of start to the year that's going to carry momentum for you guys going into the season for the World Championship? Is this going to play a factor in how you go through the speed weeks there and the events for the entirety of that season as well?
I sure hope it does. It's difficult to say. I mean, you're going up against other 39 best sim racers out there for our eNASCAR series. I mean, you're going to have a lot of different situations present itself, and the best thing you could do is just stay up front. I mean, that's just definitively what always helps out, no question. I mean, end of the day, you don't really know.
A lot of unknowns out there. And as you went through the race today, who'd you have in your ear? Who was helping you along navigate the track and deal with the curveballs that were thrown your way?
I definitely want to thank Jeremy Allen for working with us a lot tonight and yesterday. Definitely all these speed weeks. And I want to thank Clampett. I want to thank the LDR crew for working with us as well. I mean, we had a lot of good strategy early on, where we kind of propelled us to just stay up front. And no matter the lane we were in, I think we had probably like 8 or 9 of us collectively kind of separated from the rest of the pack. And that's just good strategy, good teamwork with all them guys.
To finish third in a race like this, you've accomplished a lot in your car, and now you get a third place, and you set up a momentum run for the rest of February. What does that mean? Where does this finish stand for you in the totality of the body of work that you've done in sim racing?
I always look to improve, and I feel these podium events honestly get me in a little rhythm to propel me for our speed weeks for the eNASCAR series. And this is kind of why I'm back here again. And I mean, I said it last night. I feel like I just want to do more races this year. I got a whole new rig, thanks to a sponsor that we're about to announce soon. Got a whole new computer, everything. So I mean, I think it's going to propel us. I think we're going to do a lot of good works with our 25 William Byron eSports machine, and I think it's just going to be a lot of hard work, persevere, and that's what our team's going to be about.
In the winner's victory lane interview with Daniel Eberhardt, he mentioned that he looked up to you as his idol, and it meant a lot for him to go wheel to wheel with you in this race, to come out victorious, but to race with somebody that he idolized. What does that mean to you when you hear that?
I mean, I feel, I guess, happy about it. I mean, he beat me to the line, so I don't know how happy I should feel about it. But I mean, that's always good, because I mean, at the end of the day, when you're doing this NASCAR stuff, all you really want to do is kind of inspire younger talented racers to get up to that level, perform what they can, and that's always what I've been about, try to get the best out of people. And I'm glad he puts it that way, I guess. I mean, he did kind of kick my butt tonight.
That's racing, and I think you'll have a lot more coming that your way. Just cool to see how that worked out. You were working with a car that was familiar to you, in that number 47 from JTG Doherty Racing as well. That's racing for you. It's a small community, but a great community, and you put on a great show today, and I want to give you the opportunity before we let you go to say thanks to everyone who's a part of your team that got you to this point and will be powering you for the rest of 20 and 20.
Again, for this race, I want to thank the LDR crew. That's Jimmy Mullins, Briar LaPrade, and Will Cooley. And if we could have got hooked up together at the end, he definitely would have helped us try to propel us to the win there. But gonna look forward to working all this year with Hasty, Matt Holden, the whole usual crew with Junior Motorsports, and definitely with my teammate John Gorelinsky. I think we're gonna do a lot of good work this year. Same with Jeremy R. Allen, and I mean, sky's the limit with this team. I've already seen what we can do in testing, and hopefully we just get some good wins early on, and just our head straight forward to maybe get to the championship 4 and go for a championship.
There you have it. Started 4th, finishes 3rd. Nick Ottinger, congratulations on the great run. We'll be looking forward to seeing you do many great things in the year to come.
Thank you, man. You guys have a good one.
There you go, Nick Ottinger there. Sounding good. And James Pike, looks like you've caught up with 4th place finisher Kenny Brady.
We slide from Claremont, North Carolina, the home of Nick Ottinger, down to Georgia once again. Georgia well represented in the top 5. Your winner from Warner Robins, and Kenny Brady here from Marietta, Georgia, comes home with a 4th place finish. And Kenny, I feel like you just sort of rode around in the pack and ended up taking a few shots, and sort of like Will Cooley, just sort of rebounded your way back up through this field and eventually found yourself near the front right when it mattered. How did you sort of track your way through this race and weave your way through all the chaos to get up there?
Definitely luck. I don't really know what else to say. We had an up and down day. Started 10th, got to the lead, led a few laps, and I just totally forgot the pit stall penalty. I don't know how many stalls I drove through, but I know I drove through a lot. Had that penalty, got so far back in the pack. I think I was last place at one point. 2 laps down. Just never give up. Keep on racing. Hope it goes your way. We got a lap back, got a quick caution, got back on the lead lap, but was short on fuel and got another caution and got back in it. So it was eventful and a lot of work, but we somehow made it happen.
Somehow made it happen. You come up and now look at the names that you're surrounded by in the final rundown. Nick Ottinger, Blake Reynolds, Brian LaPrade, Dylan Jones, Will Cooley and company. How much does it mean to you to be able to finish up here in the top 5 amongst so many of the best of the best in sim racing?
Yeah, these guys, they're awesome to race with. I've been running a lot of open stuff, so I don't race most of them too often. They're great guys to race around. They race great. All weekend through the heats and the duels that were in those races with me. It's pretty cool to race around all the pros, and they push well, they run next to you well. So to always have that chance to race with these guys when you can. Obviously, you make it up to the Pro Series. A lot of the guys just run the peak races. They don't come down and run, maybe the A, B, or C fixed races. So when you have that chance to race with them, it's pretty cool.
What are your plans for 2020 so far as the sim racing specter goes? Anything you're going to really try and jump on? Any cars you want to try and really hone your craft on in this new year, this new decade?
Definitely shooting for Road to Pro. I've been working hard on to get the iRating up. I know the splits are going to be competitive. I'm also going to shoot for the World Rallycross Championship in June. I've been racing a lot of rally. I love those cars. They're a blast to drive. So Road to Pro and the rally cars for sure are going to be my focus for this year. Yeah.
We'll see you on the Podium eSports Road to Pro broadcast then in a little.
Awesome. Good deal.
But before we ask you about the thank yous, David Jonas has been in my ear for about the last 10 minutes because we mentioned it on the broadcast. We know you're from Marietta, Georgia, and David made a very particular point of telling everybody on the broadcast about how great the Marietta Diner was. So, do you have any experience with the Marietta Diner, and can you offer your own words to David's glowing praise?
I love the Marietta Diner. It's a great place to eat. I love their appetizers. They have good appetizers. But yeah, it's the last few times I've been there, it's like 2 a.m. But it's a diner. You go there late at night and hang out. So, yeah, Marietta Diner, awesome place. I love the way it looks as well.
Biggest plug for the Marietta Diner they could have ever asked for, I bet. But before we let you go, Kenny, as always, send your thank yous, your shout outs, and let everyone know who got you to fourth place today.
Well, first off, DJ Line, I have to thank him. He paid my entry, gave me the shot. I've never really been on a pro team, on a good team, and DJ gave me the shot to be on a good team with good people, good setup builders last November. So I can't thank him enough. He's been a huge asset on how I've got to be able to race these big races, especially this one. I can't thank him enough. Commonwealth Stain for coming on board. I appreciate them sponsoring me. Sim Performance Group, all my teammates. Garrett Maines was one of the people that came in our Discord, helped out a lot. My teammates, Brandon, Spencer, James, Blaze, they all helped me out through the race. James and was in the race, as well as Garrett. But Spencer and Blaze for spotting and helping out. Same with Max. I know Max was in the race and they got caught up in a wreck late, but he also helped out, spotting me through the duels and everything, so can't thank him enough. Yeah. Also have to thank my family. I know my mom, my little brother are watching. I know my dad's watching. I know my sister in California is watching, so thank them for the support. I know my friend Jason Rockefeller is watching. Thank you. All the people that I talked to on Discord, thank you very much. It's awesome to have so much support in these big races.
One more question for you, just because I've almost forgot to touch on it, and I'm glad you reminded me that be able to get a finish like this for the SPG Horizon contention and for Seth's dad, given what's happened in the past week, how big is that for you, for the team? What's it mean to you to be able to pull that off?
Yes, Seth is such a knowledge guy and such a good dude. I've been thinking about him lately, especially this weekend. I couldn't even imagine what he's going through. I'm sending my prayers to his family for what he's been going through. Yes, thank you to Horizon as well, reminding me for all their support. I know I worked with one of them in the duel or the heat. I forget, but yeah, it's a tragedy. I couldn't even imagine what he's going through. So.
And a tremendous thank you for your time, participation, and support, and congratulations to you on a top 5 finish in the Podium eSports Daytona 500. Hopefully, won't be too long down the road before we see you, and who knows, maybe we just need to go run down and make a late night stop at the Marietta Diner ourselves to catch up.
Hey man, no worries. Let me know. Thank you guys.
Kenny Brady, P4, and I think a very good cause, Jacob Seelman. We talked a little bit about Seth the Merchant, who was scheduled to run in this race and try and defend his crown as the Daytona 500 champion, and lost his father over the course of the week. So everybody at SPG Horizon racing with heavy hearts and for a good cause, and I think they'll be very happy to see Kenny Brady get the time up here as he comes away with a top 5 finish for everybody in that camp.
Agreed, and now standing awaiting the final driver among the top 5, and certainly the driver with the I would say the biggest roller coaster of the entire afternoon. Blake Reynolds, I had pretty much left you for dead, I'll admit, about the time you got turned out of the pack on the back straightaway during, I think, the first half of this race, or just past halfway. Somehow you come away with no damage and then rally your way all the way back to 5th, and this is after you started 30th to begin with. What a day. Walk me through it.
Oh yeah, that save was crazy, man. I don't even know. I just watched the replay a couple minutes ago, and I guess so quick hands on my part, but I didn't even think about it when it was happening. It just kind of happened. But yeah, like you said, started 30th, was just biding my time. After a couple pit stops, found myself in the top 10, and then of course all that lap traffic, that was crazy. And it was unfortunate to get caught up in that first caution, like lap 120 or 130 or something like that. It just kind of sucks. I was the leader when it happened, so yeah, it just kind of sucked right there.
Yeah, there was that too. As you mentioned, you were the leader, and then lap traffic trying to come down the track. You took a shot to the door, and even still, it seemed like you took it at just lucky enough a place that it didn't damage the car too badly, and gave you a shot to run your way back through there. So a lot of luck involved in this.
Oh yeah, engine was unhurt. Even at the end of the race there, my engine was still idling at 2,000, so no engine damage. I did have a hole in my hood though, so it kind of hurt. I was only involved in 2 crashes, I think. I didn't look at the replay yet, but I believe I was the cause of what took Jimmy Mullis out of the race there, so sorry to him if I haven't seen it yet, but I'll apologize anyway. But yeah, just to end up at the, all the chaos and just ending up back in the front there. I was going to push Nick to the win, but obviously Daniel held him off to the best.
What did get you? It looked like you guys just got separated there right at the end of the back straightaway going into turn 3 and just could never get quite reconnected in enough time to be able to make that last run to the stripe.
Yeah, just a little bit of contact in turn 1. Daniel came up and kind of gave Nick a little bit of a door. Got him a little loose. We lost a little bit of momentum, but I had John right behind me, and I was just going to push Nick. We kind of got apart once the inside line got a little bit forward. And like I said, I had damage, so Nick had a clean car, and he started pulling away. I held on for dear life, and then ended up 5th of the line.
For you, obviously, a day like this, a finish like this at the very least, some momentum going into what's just 9 days away. How are you feeling after this one going in with Team Dillon eSports for the World Championship in about a week?
Well, I've been preparing the back end for a couple weeks now, just getting our setups done, qualifying trim, race trim, all sorts of different weathers, stuff like that. But Team Dillon's got some cool stuff coming up to get announced here before the 500 or the series 250, whatever length it's going to be, I'm not sure. But yeah, Team Dillon on the car, and it just we'll be ready.
I know, obviously, in addition to them, some other thank yous I'm sure that you've got, Blake. Anybody else you need to give a shout out to?
I'll give a shout out to everyone back at Dead Zone, the back end team, Houston Hammer, Dustin Lingert, all my teammates. I got 8 of them. And then I guess I'll thank Team Dillon eSports. Can't really thank any partners yet. We're waiting to announce those, but everyone at Team Dillon eSports that supports me every week. Yep, that's about it.
I think those of us like myself that cover the sport and the sim on a regular basis looking forward to those announcements, Blake. But right now we'll congratulate you on a top 5 run and see you back in sim at Daytona in about 9 days.
All right. Thanks, Jacob. Thanks, guys.
Blake Reynolds, a top 5 finish as we wrap up hearing from the main players at the end of the Podium eSports Daytona 500 presented by Sim Motorsports. And I'll turn to James Pike now and say to myself, wow, what a night.
It was a bit of a rocky road to get here across the board. There's so many people involved in it. It's tricky to pull off events like these, but you whittle 180 down into 40, and then the 40 that were here, I don't think anybody can say that they walked away not being entertained if they were watching the broadcast, because that was genuinely excellent racing, top to bottom, across the board, and so strong. David Schildhouse, were all these drivers who managed to bounce into this and get involved here. So, David, first to you for your final thoughts.
Was this the Schildhouse of final thoughts once again for the first time in 2020?
It is indeed. So it's all your big roof for under now.
Thank you, James Pike. I appreciate it. What a day. What a fun event to go 130-plus laps under the green flag. We really were setting ourselves up for one whale of a finish. I think all of us sort of had a feeling that it wasn't going to go green all the way to the end, that there was going to be a yellow that would bring this field back together, and from there, the chaos that would be born out of that to bring new faces up to the front, what challenges the drivers would face, and ultimately what would tear the pack apart and how they would rebuild from there. That was really going to be the true story of this Daytona 500, the second running of it here at Podium eSports. And what we saw over the course of those final 10-15 laps, plus the 2 green-white checkers, was absolutely epic. I mean, come on, that was fantastic racing. I know the guys that got caught up in the wrecks may not exactly feel the same. The guys that didn't win or didn't get into a top 5 position may not feel exactly the same. But we saw everything, the ups and downs that all these drivers experienced. From up in the booth, it was beautiful to watch from where I stood. I love sharing the experience with you, James, and with Jacob as well. And gosh, I'm almost sad that we have to wait another full year before we get to come back together and do it again.
I'll echo that. I suppose if you get your Schildhouse of final thoughts, do we give Seal Guy his Seal time, I suppose, on the end of the broadcast? I think that's what we'll do. So to Jacob Seelman for his final thoughts of the day.
Well, first I want to thank James, you, Cisco, and everybody with Podium that thought was either crazy enough or smart enough to say, "Hey, come back," or you know, in Cisco's case, begged me for about 2 years to come back and join in on the fun again. Absolute blast from the duels all the way through this 500 miles. And what I take away from this is we saw chaos, we saw contenders, and at the end of it all, we saw a winner that probably put more heart into it than close to anybody else. At least I can remember the days when Eberhardt was on the Real Sim Racing Cup Series, just trying to begin making a name for himself, and now to see how much grit and determination has brought him at the end of it all and brought him now to a Podium eSports Daytona 500 champions title. Really cool for me. I started my broadcast career with RSR, and kind of it feels like it's all come full circle now. So congratulations to Daniel, very deserving winner, and much like David, I'm already looking forward to the 3rd edition. Come back next February and do it again.
Yeah, it bites that we have to wait that long to do this sort of thing, but it's not the only thing you're going to see here on Podium eSports in 2020. We'll come back and knock out Road to Pro. That'll be the big thing that we can definitely talk about now, but you'll see the top split of Road to Pro here. Definitely talk about now. Those of you who really want to see the full extent of the eNASCAR lineup, come back when that fires up. I believe beginning of March is what we saw from T-HUD a few weeks ago on the forum. I have to go back and double check that. But about a month's time that you'll see that come back to life. And then otherwise, keep online with Podium eSports and keep up with social media and the website, podiumesports.com, our Twitch channel right here, the Instagram at Podium eSports, the Twitter handle at Podium eSports, and then Podium eSports on Facebook. If you want to keep up to date with what we're doing in the world of iRacing, those are the easiest places to look. And don't forget to join the Discord server as well. You can hop on to the website. We've got a link up on the main menu that you can go grab and be a part of the Discord server, so you can really stay up to date with everything that happens in the world of Podium. A litany of people to thank for making this possible. I mentioned once, I'll say it again, certainly not the easiest of weekends, certainly not the most perfect of weekends on a lot of fronts for all of us at Podium eSports. We're certainly not the first to shy away from that, but a tremendous amount of people who we need to thank for help putting this on. I think we'll start with Race Control, Michael Jeans and Brett Wheeler, Kyle Barnes, not just today, but for Speed Weeks. Everybody that has been up in the tower. Michael Gariglia was up there earlier today helping Jeans cover everything in the 500. Race Control and Admin making sure that things went as smoothly as it did. everybody that came out to all the Speed Weeks events, whether or not it was the dirt race at Volusia, the super late model race at New Smyrna, the K&N National race at Daytona, the Xfinity race at Daytona on Thursday night, or the 500 this weekend. A big thanks to all of you. This is not possible without all of you who decided to join up and take a chance on us and compete. We are ever, ever grateful for your participation. Also, big thanks to everybody on the Discord, everybody on Twitch who got the chance to talk about it, everybody who talked about it on social media using the hashtag Podium500, and just so many people that were involved on that end of things, getting the buzz out, getting the word out, making sure that everybody knew about this. And then to our broadcast crews and our teams here, so many people that were involved: Gary Weaver, Justin Prince, Ray Richer, Ian Plashkin and Kushin, Lizzie Dubowski, David Schildhouse, Taylor Burris, Jacob Shielman, Cisco Scaramuza. Oh gosh, list goes on and on, but a whole host of names bringing the action to over the course of the weekend. And Steelman, I guess I'll give you one final thought, I suppose, if you need an extra.
If I need an extra, well, it's funny because I'll tie it up with a thought that actually it comes to mind from a mentor of both yours and mine, NASCAR Hall of Famer Ken Squire, who once said that the Daytona 500 is about common men doing uncommon things, and that was what came to my mind at the end of this race. A kid from Georgia goes out and wins the biggest race of his life.
Yeah, you're right about that. Definitely can't argue that one. A few more thank yous here to hit. Definitely have to hit Ledford Billiard Supply for their support of the green and the white flags, IWraps for their support of Pole Night, Abruzzi Racewear for the support of the duels and qualifying day yesterday, and then obviously today Sim Motorsports and their support with the GT1 Evo from Sim Labs that's going to Daniel Eberhardt and making its way on that midnight train down to Georgia, because that is where that rig will call home. I believe, thinking here very quickly to make sure that I haven't missed anything, that we have thanked just about everyone that we need to thank. So stay tuned with Podium eSports in the near future for more events, but for now, for David Schildhouse, for everybody coming onto the raid that's going to go see what Sean Cole and everybody at the Sim Pit are up to. That's where we're headed next, by the way. I almost forgot about that bit too. But we're going to go see Sean Cole and see what he's up to. But for Cisco Scaramuza, for David Schildhouse, for Jacob Seelman, for everybody that came on at the beginning of the race too. Almost forgot about that one as well. Definitely want to thank Liam Brotherton, Spencer Chart, Zach Johnson, Ricky Harden, James Krahula, and Brent Keith. Everybody who came, or Brent McCoy rather, everybody who came on and talked with us pre-race. Big thanks to you for making that possible too. And now I think we've hit everybody. So, for Cisco Scaramuza, David Schildhouse, and Jacob Seelman, I am James Pine, the voice of Podium eSports. Thank you so much for your support of Speed Weeks 2020. Thank you so much for watching the Podium eSports Daytona 500. And congratulations to Daniel Eberhardt, who joined Seth DeMerchant as a champion of our great American race. Won't be too long until we see you out on the track. So until then, keep it off the wall. And we'll see you next time. Thanks so much, and good night.